Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi.
My name is Etemari Glover.
Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. When I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product (GDP), has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyale Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigeria's sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, with Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry said to be worth $10 billion, which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kano Leather and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products for Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive and reputable. I am Bayo Olawi.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, He hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Iboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing arts, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Do you know why the sun rises every morning? So the world and its hogwash can always capture your SOUQ smile as you flash it. A SOUQ morning to you and yours. Welcome to SOUQ News Television. I am Hans Mba, and this show, the maiden one for today, is SOUQ Business Landscape. We take a look at headlines across the world and we talk to you about what's popping, what's really popping in the world of business, from publications to publications, continent to continent, city to city, country to country. We'll take a quick coffee break as usual. Well, some of us do coffee, others do tea, others just go the juice route, but it's a bit too early for that. Stay with us. When we return, we'll jump right in. We're here.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back It's still SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, follow us across all social media at SOUQ News TV. SOUQ NEWS TV at SOUQ News TV. Follow me as well. It's ike.mbahek.mba. As we take you from here to all the headlines when we get off this show. Quickly, we start off business day. Petrol use halves in validation of cross-border smuggling. Petrol use halves, the total use of petrol halves in validation of cross-border smuggling. It's bound to be something that will be a problem, smuggling, especially with the price having, what's the percentage now? Having tripled. So we're talking basically about 200 or 300%. So smuggling is bound to be issue when it comes to petrol. We'll segue away from that. That's what we can take for Business Day. Go copy it if you can and if you want to, and check out the rest of the headlines. We segue on to the next Business Daily. East Africa will drop off in Kenya. Land prices rise fastest as cost of apartments drop. There's really an irony here, you know, but we'll let you figure it out as you go. So the 8.2% increase is purported to be the largest margin in nearly 1 decade on the back of investors that are seeking spaces or a space to build apartments, despite and amid concerns over a glut. Now, what's the big idea about this? We're talking land up, apartments down. The headline doesn't, I don't know, land up, apartments down. But hey, I guess when you look at it on page 6, we get to figure out why that is how it is. KRA targets small traders with WhatsApp tax invoicing. This sounds good. KRA targets small traders with WhatsApp tax invoicing. So KRA is the Kenya Revenue Authority. Been on the news a few times, past 3 editions of the show. So they're targeting to roll out a chatbot on WhatsApp, right? This is supposed to allow taxpayers to what's the word I'm looking for now? To generate electronic tax invoice. I don't know how that will work, but it helps them to generate. You know how there's the online, of course, the entrepreneurs and the ones without offices and trying to cut down on their spend. There's that app where you can send online invoices to clients. So I'm looking at this means something along those lines. So it will generate electronic tax invoice soft copy. And this is in a bid to further boost what they have called voluntary tax compliance, especially among small traders, like I said, entrepreneurs, SMEs and stuff. But what I don't know now is if this is a good move. We look to find out. Data now joint highest revenue stream for telecoms operators. Data now joint highest revenue stream for telecoms operators. I feel like this is a no-brainer because the way data is being consumed, internet is it's off the roof, right? So data services are basically now the joint leading source of revenue for telcos. This is definitely what it is. Alongside voice. Voice, maybe not much, but data, yes. Despite all the rivalry that is coming, of course, in Kenya, in the growing internet markets, especially as there's new entry of cash-rich foreign players. That doesn't apply in Nigeria here, but Kenya is looking like they have new players, which is one of the reasons they think this is being driven up. But I say it's just part of your life. We go on to Business Day in South Africa. Tax dodgers rob the fiscus. of billions. Big word alert, big word alert. Fiscus. I feel the need to do this. So fiscus means basket or money bag, like a Latin word. You know, back in the day, those bags where you put your stuff and you tie the end. So that's, I don't know why they have chosen to use the word. So that's what fiscus means, and it came up back in ancient Rome. Usually the kitty, for lack of another word, where the emperor's treasury goes in. So everything that's collected from the provinces, the individuals, the markets, inheritances, gifts, everything goes in that bag. Fiscus. Okay. So that's fiscus for you. Well, South Africa Revenue Service has what have they done with fiscus? Well, the commissioner, Kees Wetter, told MPs that an estimated amount of 800 billion rands, a whopping 800 billion rands of tax remained uncollected. This is annually though, from individuals, companies, organizations, firms, collectively. 800 billion uncollected. Wow. Okay. Foreign investors unlikely to snap up bonds. We're still on Business Day, South Africa. Foreign investors unlikely to snap up bonds. Now, this is what they're saying, that because they're unlikely to, or the reason why they're unlikely to snap up bonds, flock back to the bonds market, is until middle next year, when, as National Treasury data shows, that just more than 25% of government bonds are held by the same foreign investors. It just keeps circling around, which is not new. So this exodus of foreign investors is something that has been going on since 2017. I don't know if they're trying to curb it or if it's something that's celebratory. We will find out. Catch that news on page 17. All right, BRICS, chance to make a multilateral system more equitable. I don't know why BRICS has just been something I am interested in, right? So this headline says BRICS, chance to make a multilateral system more equitable. So this is a beautifully written article by Ismail Lagardian. He's from the School of Journalism that was named after Nelson Mandela. Yeah, I'll get the name. I'll be posting this, by the way. It's a beautiful article. Okay, so let me quote him. This Schadenfreude is benign because passages are laden with trapdoors of hubris and self-senses of importance. My reaction is probably more correctly a sign of unsurprise. End of quote. Ismail he shoots a good breeze about the BRICS meeting that's currently happening in Russia. I'll do good to post this article. So follow us, SOUQ News TV, follow me, ek.mba, and catch up on this lovely written piece. By the way, Schadenfreude means pleasure when someone, when pleasure is derived from another person's misfortune. This is an article to see. All right, we'll segue on to Business Post in Bangladesh. You look at a few headlines. NBR negative growth persists despite slight improvement. NBR negative growth persists despite slight improvements. Bangladesh Bank raises policy interest rate to 10% to curb inflation. Bangladesh Bank raises policy interest rate to 10% to curb inflation. Bangladesh freezes 300 accounts in money laundering crackdown. Bangladesh freezes 300 accounts in money laundering crackdown. This is something that we must emulate in Africa. If I must say so myself. There's a lot of things that we need to put right, especially as a nation, where the government stands their ground. And actually, like Doc says on the show, that the government's job is to mediate between the common man and the big corporations to make sure the common man is not downtrodden on and that he's taken care of. So I think it's something we must emulate here as well. We're moving on to Gulf Times in Qatar. Al Attiyah International Energy Awards celebrate industry titans. Al Attiyah International Energy Awards celebrate industry titans. So this was a very, very prestigious award that held at the Sheraton Grand in Doha last night. And it was just a really event with pomp and, you know, all the beauties, and they presented various lifetime achievement awards across the board, and some of them included the MD. Well, each of the MDs and the CEOs took the awards for their company. The Qatar Petrochemical Company took a lifetime achievement award for Qatar's energy industry. Santos, which is a energy company, natural gas energy company, grabbed one lifetime achievement award for natural gas advancement, and many others. It had about 300 companies there across the GCC countries, and it was a night of romp. Yeah, this was brought to life by ExxonMobil and Total Energies, of course, not Northern Oil Company in Qatar. Honorable feats, you know. It's good to always celebrate outstanding performance. It's something that when you watch this, you will see that is good to reward that, which is something we celebrate here at SOUQ News TV and the IL 104.9 FM. The Gulf Times reports on strong performance as it continues on the Gulf Times in Qatar. This one is on page 8. Amal 9-month net profit surges 13.9% to 302.4 million riyals. Amal 9-month net profit surges 13.9% to 302.4 million riyals, Qatari riyals. This is worth celebrating, and it's just the 9th month. We're still here. We just entered, or we're in October, and the profit is through the roof. GWC posts 9th-month net profit of 147 million riyals. Another one. Qatar, GCC. Okay. GWC posts 9-month net profits of 147 million riyals. GWC is Gulf Warehousing Company. They posted their net profit during the 9-month period, which ended September 30th. GWC, being one of the fastest growing businesses in the MENA region of Qatar, reported total revenues of a little over 1 billion riyals and operating profits of 253 million riyals in the same 9-month period. This is such a great feat, especially in 2024. We still have about 4 more months or 3 to go. GWC, nice one. All right, we'll take a mini break and finish up our hot coffee as it cools. And when we return, we'll get on to Financial Express in India. Stay here.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel, it is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Financial Express India, our next headline publication. no recharge for MTNL. No recharge for MTNL. So the state-run telco had asked to speed up monetization as its government will no longer infuse any fresh capital into their ailing MTNL. I know that shook a few people. It's actually, MTNL actually stands for Mahanga Telephone Nigam Limited. So it says that it may not initiate, but its closure right away, as it will be done only after companies clear its liabilities. Once again, MTNL, right? It's Mahanga Telephone Nigam Limited. It's not MTN. The MTN you think it is. So, but what they're saying is it may not initiate any closure right away because government want to shut them down because business has been really extremely bad. And it says they won't close them right away, but would this will be done after MTNL has cleared a humongous liability that's around 32,000 Creole, which is a lot of money. It translates to, converts to a lot of billions. Hyundai in reverse gear as SOUQ debuts. Hyundai in reverse gear as SOUQ debuts. Whoever wrote these headlines really feeling himself right now. You know, Hyundai, reverse gear. Anyway, Hyundai launching the country's biggest initial public offering ever. Hyundai had a disappointing listing as they launched on Tuesday. And with what happened, it lends credence basically because they have always said, like they said, it lends credence to something, that every initial opening IPO for the first day never does well, you know. So that trend they're hoping will break someday, but Hyundai didn't. So the Indian IPOs seldom do not do well on their first day. People have cried about. The stock fell nearly 8% in intraday trading, and it's just such I'm thinking that it may pick up as it goes. No hard and fast rule about things being bad because the first day was poor. Hyundai is, if not the biggest, I think the second largest automaking company out there. Adani buys Orient to top up cement play. Orient is bought over by Adani to top up cement play. Again, these headlines. The copywriter should be having a swell day. So the cement sector rivalry intensified basically further yesterday with Adani Group announcing this good news that he has acquired Orient. We're talking to the tune of 46.8%. 46.8. Does that mean acquiring? I don't know if that's what it means because the headline is saying it acquired, but it's saying the good news that they're dropping is it's 46.8% shares of the company. That might make them majority shareholders, but it's still less than half. And this news comes on the heel of Ultratech Cements, which only 3 weeks ago, of course, being India's largest cement maker, acquired controlling stakes in India Cement. So Adani, Ultratech acquired India Cement, Adani acquired Orient Cement play. Hey. All right, so that's it for Financial Express in India. We'll segue to Financial Times, UK Financial Times. HSBC boss draws East-West divide to steer lender through China tensions. HSBC, one of the top most banks out there. So the boss draws East-West divide to steer lender through China tensions. Now, under the plan, HSBC and Hong Kong businesses will be two of the 4 new standalone units at a lender that has touted its credentials for decades as one of the world's truly global banks. And it's not a bragging right here. It is just what it is, right? And the new CEO seeks to, one of the reasons why this claim is made, the new CEO says he seeks to cut costs, which will better navigate their geopolitical tensions between them. So they're coming together is something that is good for them. Now, our headline of the day. This is something that you'll be getting henceforth from now. Headline of the day: EY staff fired as multitask culture leads them to do many online courses at once. Again, headline of the day: EY staff fired as multitask culture leads them to do many online courses at once. This one, I believe, is for the zealous minds and ears, okay? So in Nigeria and in Africa at large, this one is for, oh yeah, okay, let's queue up now. So in the US, one of the big four accounting and consulting firms, we all know EY, Ernst & Young, they fired dozens. You know, when you hear staff, people think it's one person. They fired dozens of their US staff for what the firm called cheating on professional training courses. Now, this has sparked an internal debate between, basically amongst everyone involved, and business ethics that they say they have broken, and that it's also skirmishes around the limits of multitasking. Keyword here, multitasking, something that you must take away as well. So now this dismissal had happened, it took place, what day is that? Last week, after investigation found that some of the employees had attended, listen to this, more than one online training class at the time during there's an event they have, it's called EY Ignite Learning Week, right? So during the week, what they're accusing them of is that they have taken more than one online classes during this EY Ignite Learning Week. First of all, I don't know how this is a problem, but we go on. Now, the big four firms, all four of them, now have actually begun to take a tougher approach to policy that are rejigging and remixing and rewriting and updating, you know, their policies all of a sudden, as they take a tougher approach to policing the professional training of their staff. We're talking the big four here now. Take note. Now, so after a series of cheating scandals, they have begun to do this. Cheating happens every now and again, so it's good to always fish out that one or two people and go on. But for one that stands out, in 2022, EY paid a whopping $100 million fine to the US Securities and Exchange Commission after it was discovered that hundreds of accounting staff answers on professional tests and their firm leaders withheld those details from the regulators. So now they're saying where this is coming from, 100 million in fine. So now let me read what some of the staff who had lost their jobs said, okay? All right, so stay with me here. One consultant who was fired, one of them amongst the dozens, one consultant was fired, yes, Friday last week, I was trying to get the date, said that there was no warning that watching multiple sessions simultaneously was not allowed. And he says, I quote, their emails marketing EY Ignite actually encouraged us to join as many sessions as our schedule allowed. Did you get that? Now, the second person says, the second person who lost their job says, and I quote, this breeds a culture, or rather, EY breeds a culture of multitasking. If this is not what that is, he's saying he doesn't know that. That's what EY breeds. Now, a third person says, I know a partner who will do 2 client calls. And I quote, I know a partner who will do 2 client calls and switch their cameras on and off depending on who he is talking to. I'm trying to picture Zoom or you know, and he has a screen here, he has a screen here. He talks to this person, he switches this one off. He talks to this person, switches this off. And he goes on to say, if this is unethical, then I don't know if that is not unethical too. Right? So we're still, he says EY has changed the way, the article further goes down, EY has changed the way that the EY Ignite events will go on this year. And they send out an email and says that, in quotes, you should not take any other learning while completing this activity. And they said this on the verge of going based on their policy. When you look at their policy, you know, that's why you must look at those thin, small, fine prints that say all these things. So this is a back and forth. It's something that should be pursued and followed up, and we will keep our eye on this news. All right. On to the next headline. Xi and Putin hail BRICS bond. Xi and Putin hail BRICS bond. So Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping meet yesterday on the sidelines of a summit of BRICS countries' leaders, and Putin was hosting them in Kazan city in Russia. Are they going out to Russia with all this that's going on? Anyways, so the two presidents, head of states, if you may, have worked hard to make the group a counterweight, the group being BRICS, a counterweight to USA and Western influence. Now they're saying that 36 countries are attending this meeting, and of which more than 20 are represented by their heads of state themselves. Looking at it, this begs the question, you know, a question in my mind. What are African nations' take on BRICS? What do we feel about it? Of course, there are African nations in BRICS, but what are the others doing? What are we talking about it? How do we feel about it? All right, that's it for us on the show today. My name is Hans Mba. Remember, follow us across board at SOUQ News TV, and follow me. I am Ikenna, IKE.mbah. Follow us across social media, and I would share that headline of the day we talked about earlier. For more of this, follow us. Remember, when you comment, it's hashtag SBL. That's it for SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay on at 8 o'clock. Join us for news update and the beginning of another lovely show that's interesting and puts things in perspective for your business. Early Exchange. My name is Hans Mba once more. Have a lovely morning.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, observed on October 17, holds great significance as it reflects the global determination to address the deep-rooted issues of poverty in all its dimensions. The celebration did not commence until 1992, when the United Nations separated October 17 as the Day for the Eradication of Poverty. The day found its origin in a remarkable event of 1987, when over 100,000 people gathered in Paris to honor the victims of extreme poverty, hunger, and violence. Since then, it has become an annual occasion to bring the world's attention to the harsh realities faced by those living in poverty and to reaffirm the commitment to achieving social and economic justice for all. The theme for this year's celebration has been christened Ending Social and Institutional Maltreatment, Acting Together for Just, Peaceful and Inclusive Societies. This highlights the urgent need for collective action in confronting the systemic and structural causes of poverty. The theme points to the fact that poverty is not merely lack of income, rather, it is deeply intertwined with social exclusion, institutional discrimination, and systemic injustice. It is important to put an end to social and institutional maltreatment that is experienced through the marginalization of individuals and communities. An end must also come to exclusion or denying individuals access to opportunities based on race, gender, ethnicity, disability, and socio-economic status. To end this maltreatment, we must thoroughly rethink how societies are structured and how institutions operate. To effectively tackle poverty, societies must confront the various forms of injustice that fuel inequality and exclusions. Inclusivity and comprehensive social programs that allow for equal access to education, healthcare, employment, and other services must be prioritized. Governments and institutions must work to create social safety nets that protect the most vulnerable, ensuring that poverty is not perpetuated across generations. Affirmative actions and legal protections for marginalized groups are crucial for building a society where everyone has an equal opportunity to thrive. Creating constant awareness is key to achieving the goal of poverty eradication. By promoting social justice, inclusivity, and human rights from an early age. Societies can become armed with information that extols and entrenches equality and fairness. Schools should teach values such as respect, diversity, and solidarity, providing young people with the tools to challenge the bias and inequalities that contribute to poverty. Efforts to end corruption, promote ethical governance, and implement fair labor practices are key steps in creating systems that support the well-being of all citizens, especially for the most marginalized. Institutions must adapt anti-discrimination measures that ensures the fair treatment of every individual regardless of their background and foster an environment where everyone's voice is heard. The eradication of poverty cannot be achieved through isolated efforts. It demands a global commitment to addressing the root cause of inequality and creating systems that promote justice, peace, and inclusion. This year's theme reminds us that only by acting together, governments, institutions, communities, and individuals can we dismantle the barriers that perpetuate poverty and build a world where everyone has the opportunity to live with dignity, security, and hope for the future. As Nelson Mandela once said, overcoming poverty is not just a gesture of charity, it is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. The International Day for the Eradication of Poverty serves as a powerful reminder that the fight against poverty is far from over, and that we all have a role to play in building a fairer and more just world. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Projecting Hidden Talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we'll see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, good morning and glad to have you join us on that program that sets the pace for your day. That program that gives you the sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation, and also where the big story lives. Always my pleasure to be your host. I am Femi Ayodele. Today, it's Wednesday, and on Wednesdays, we do a special series on sustainable development goals. And today we're going to do something that's going to be quite significant. You're aware that when you talk about sustainable development goals, that is to ensure that by the year 2030, the world experience what we'll call peace and prosperity. That's the objective. But specifically, today we'll be looking at the role of artificial intelligence. AI is ravaging every sector. and AI is being perceived to be a viable tool towards achieving sustainable development goals. That will be the thrust of our conversation today. Thereafter, we'll go to the education sector, where the federal government is making a move to reshape the education sector in Nigeria by the introduction of vocational skills in academic curriculum. What will be the impact of that is quite interesting. Over the years, there's been clamor for this to take place, and the federal government is taking the bull by the horn by ensuring that this is done by the year 2025. According to the Minister of Education, this new academic curriculum is going to take place, or is going to take effect by the year 2025. And what it means is to ensure that an average graduate or students who are leaving school, they are armed with the right basic skills, at least 2 new skills, talking about skills that has to do with plumbing, solar installation. There are a lot of them listed for vocational training, and it's going to be part of the new order when it comes to education in Nigeria. All right, it's early exchange, so let's get started with news update. Shade is standing by to take us around the world. Over to you, Shade.
Good morning and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. A bill seeking to establish Ibadan State has passed its second reading in the House of Representatives. The proposed constitutional amendment, led by Akeem Adeyemi and 6 other lawmakers, aims to divide the current Oyo State into 2, with Oyo Town as the capital of the new Oyo State and Ibadan as the capital of the newly proposed Ibadan State. The Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, referred the bill to the Committee on Constitutional Review, noting that it required no debate as it was straightforward legislation. Previous attempts to create Ibadan and Oke-Ogun states from Oyo have failed, but this bill marks a new push for state creation during the ongoing constitutional review process. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has projected a 3.2% expansion for Nigeria's economy in 2025, marking a slight improvement from earlier forecasts. The IMF's latest World Economic Outlook also predicts a significant drop in inflation, estimating it will decline to 25% in 2025. This comes after a period of economic resilience despite macroeconomic challenges such as rising petrol prices and a depreciating naira. The sub-Saharan Africa region is also expected to experience modest growth, with the IMF projecting a 4.2% growth rate in 2025, albeit downgraded from previous estimates due to factors like climate-related shocks and the ongoing conflict in Sudan. The outlook reflects Nigeria's gradual recovery, supported by slowing inflation and improved economic activities. Also, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has cautioned that while advanced economies like the U.S. are making significant progress in curbing inflation, countries like the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa will continue to face prolonged inflation struggles. Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, IMF's chief economist, noted that double-digit inflation remains a challenge in these regions, highlighting the slower recovery compared to developed nations. Gourinchas also mentioned that the risk of a U.S. recession has decreased due to robust economic performance driven by improvements in productivity and increased labor supply from immigration. Despite global economic challenges, the U.S. shows stronger resilience, offering a stark contrast to the inflation battles in less advanced regions. And Spotify has announced a price increase for its premium subscription in Nigeria, raising the monthly fee from 900 naira to 1,300 naira starting in November 2024. In a message to subscribers, the music streaming service explained the hike is necessary to support ongoing innovation and enhance user experience. Although Spotify did not mention the Naira's depreciation, the price adjustment follows a trend among tech companies in response to Nigeria's economic challenges. The Naira's sharp decline, exacerbated by the Central Bank of Nigeria's unification of the foreign exchange market, has seen the currency drop to 1,603 Naira to $1 as of October 2024. Other firms like Netflix, Google, and DSTV have similarly raised subscription rates, citing inflation and currency devaluation. And that's the news update. Many thanks for watching. Early exchange comes up in a moment. Stay tuned.
All right, thank you, Shade, for taking us around the world with the news update. It's quite interesting to hear that there's a clamor for Ibadan State, and that has killed the second reading. Perhaps that's a good news for people who are from that state, and that could also be a move to also decentralize that state to ensure that resources are being utilized the way it ought to. Let's see how it goes with that bill, if it's going to scale through the third reading, and if that bill is going to become a reality. Today we're looking at artificial intelligence, which has to do with the sustainable development goals. You're aware that when you talk about sustainable development goals, is to ensure that the world experiences peace and prosperity by the year 2030. And to achieve this, there are about 17 goals that's been marked by the United Nations to ensure that the world actualize this deal or this feed by the year 2030. But what is the role of artificial intelligence? There are concerns globally as regards the way artificial intelligence is ravaging every sector. What will be the connection between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals? What are the critical issues here that regulatory authorities need to address? There are globally concerns about the issue of control when it comes to the issue of artificial intelligence. How will that leave the world, and what can be done to ensure that the elements of control are being deployed to the use of artificial intelligence, whereby the sense of responsibility will instill on innovators or people who are deploying these tools? This will be the thrust of our conversation after this time out. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, our guests will be here to provide more development and more light as regards the connection between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals. Stay with us.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And now to our big story for today, which is to look at the role of artificial intelligence when it comes to the impact on the market, and also talk about the role or how it can be a viable tool towards achieving sustainable development goals. We'll get started quickly as our guest is here with us. We're being joined by John Orakwe, who is an AI expert, a global AI programs lead, digital transformation specialist, and a AI upskilling expert. He's a man of many parts, but when it comes to the issue of AI, he's a voice to reckon with. Glad you have joined us this morning.
Same here. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much for having me.
And good to see you again.
Oh, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to show up here.
Yeah, it's looking like men sang out this morning.
Ah, yes.
All right, so let's start with a proper background to this conversation. Yes. When you talk about artificial intelligence, I would like you to give us a broader perspective of what you mean by artificial intelligence.
Okay.
And I would like you to give us a picture of how it's ravaging every sector in the world. Okay. And how Africa is catching up with the issue of, or the evolution being provided by artificial intelligence. Let's start with that.
Well, in a nutshell, artificial intelligence is simply any system at all that tries to mimic human intelligence, hence the word artificial in front of intelligence. So, and human intelligence in this sense is decision-making, the ability to see, the ability to speak, and then the ability to see in the computer vision sense is, or rather in the artificial intelligence sense, is computer vision. So a computer can look at an object and tell you this is a cat or a dog or whatever object is looking at. That's computer vision. So that's the mimicking of human vision. Then there's text to speech, which is the ability for a computer to make sound. There are products like 11 Labs and a few other AI products out there that can take text and translate it into language. So that's the human ability to speak. There's speech to text, which is the ability to hear. And that's a computer's way of simulating hearing. So every way that a computer can mimic a human ability or human intelligence, that's artificial intelligence in a nutshell. And this is something that has been here for the last 6 decades, right? So the paper that led to what is called the field of artificial intelligence today was something that was submitted in the Dartmouth Conference of 1956. So it's been here for us as long as possible. There's been 2 different AI winters. And then since November of 2022, ChatGPT brought Gen AI into the mainstream consciousness. And there's this thing called the 5 levels of AI maturity. So we've now gone from the level 1 chatbots, which the ChatGPT, Gemini, and all of these different LLMs that we have. We've gone from there to level 2, human reasoners. And we got to the human reasoners level the first week of September with OpenAI's O1 preview and O1 mini model. So the assumption is that these models can function at the level of human reasoners. And in fact, the model, the O1 Preview and O1 Mini, they were tested against the Norway Mensa IQ test, and they scored 120 IQ on that test, which is, I mean, you get maybe 1 in 10 humans who score in that range. And only yesterday evening, we saw something from Anthropic AI, something called computer use. And the assumption with computer use, or the promise of computer use, is that AI systems can now take control of your computer screen. So pretty much, how you take up, open up Excel and try to generate some formula or, make a model, AIs can now take control of your computer and make an action happen. So that's level 3, AI agents. And by the time we get into 2025 proper, mid-2025, the normal way of working will be what is called the allocation economy. So you allocate intelligence to go take an action. You don't necessarily have to know what is being done, right? An 8-year-old child today can make a gamified app using Claude Artifact. They don't have to know how to code, right? So at level 3 agents, beyond level 3 agents, you have level 4 innovators, which are AI systems that don't necessarily have to, that can generalize well in the world. So what they can do is generate new knowledge. So what they haven't seen in their training data set, they can use those things and actually generate new knowledge. Then at level 5, autonomous organizations is when we have AI systems that can do the work of an entire organization. So think of a bank, but it's entirely run by AI, no humans involved. So these are all the different levels. So every conversation we're going to have would look at all of these different levels. We're now at level, I would say level 2, right? The AI agents territory. So every conversation we're going to have about SDGs and even the financial markets would look at all of these different levels and how we function at all of them. So that's in a nutshell is AI.
Okay. Now, I also want you to still dwell on the second part of my conversation or question, which has to do with where Africa is in all this. How is Africa catching up? What level are we?
So, I mean, we're all adjusting because it's a knowledge work revolution, and everybody has to play along, or you get left behind. So we have, Nigeria specifically, we have an AI strategy, which the current minister reworked, because we had it before and then he reworked it just to update it and make it more relevant. And then a few other countries around the continent have their own AI strategies, and with the help of development partners and as many private sector even, right, who are moving really fast with this. I know that there are telecom companies in the country today that have AI integrated deeply into how they work, right? The Yellow Network and a few other people are already very AI native. So where we are, we have an AI strategy. Individually, a lot of people already use this. Students on campuses use ChatGPT for their work. A lot of professionals within enterprise spaces use it for their work. But when it comes to global ranking of the countries that are most AI proficient, we do not rank in the top 20. So Tortoise Media released something, a report some weeks back. The US, the UK, and Singapore ranked as the top 3 countries in the use of AI. So we still have a lot of awareness to do, because I do these AI workshops, and in the last 2 weeks I was at the Civic Center, a hell of about 200 people. I asked the question, so how many of you have used a Notebook LM? It's a product from Google to do rapid to do brainstorming, or how many have used Claude Artifact to do rapid prototyping? From a crowd of 200 people, only about 5 hands were raised. So there's still a lot of work to be done, to create awareness and to help people embed these tools into their day-to-day life.
All right. Now, let's look at this report released by the IMF that is raising concern as regards the impact of artificial intelligence on the financial markets, which the concern could be it could also deepen liquidity or also affect the issue of stability or make it more volatile. What do you think could be the impact of the adoption of artificial intelligence by the financial markets, which of course is in vogue anyway?
Yes.
But in your own assessment, what will be the impacts of that? Is it making the market more volatile or more efficient? What's your take?
So it's a two-way thing. It's making the market more efficient, but we also see volatility. And one of the cases of volatility happened May 22nd of last year. So this it's now the account is no longer functional, but the Bloomberg news feed, not the official one. Somebody created a news feed, and because X, it's really easy for you to verify. All you have to do is pay and you get verified. They tweeted a picture of the Pentagon on the attack, May 22nd. And because the algorithms pick up on market, news from the market or news that affects the market, they saw that image. The algorithms saw that image, and there was a 25 basis point market swing. 25 basis points is about $500 billion, right? It was a flash crash event. And then what people noticed was that it happened immediately at the same time as this Bloomberg newsfeed tweeted this image. Now, because there was no awareness that it is possible that this could be a deepfake image, the market reacted to it. But immediately it was discovered that, look, this is a deepfake image, an AI generated image. The market quickly recovered. So in terms of volatility, definitely that's something that we've seen happen already one time, and this is on on a market basis. Then if you take it down to a company basis, like how it can affect companies. February of this year, we saw the employee of a multi-billion-dollar company, Arup Engineering Services. This employee was hoodwinked into losing $25 million. This happened in Hong Kong, by the way. So they got first a call from who they thought was their CFO, and then they got a video call from the same CFO. But this was all deep faked, right? And then at the end of the day, what happened was that this person wired $25 million. Now, it's not every company that can absorb that kind of shock. Okay, so because they're a multi-billion-dollar company, it was easy for them to absorb this shock. But there are some companies that would be liquidated by that kind of loss. And if you take it down to individual business leader level, so we've looked at the market level, the company level, then the CEO level. The CEO of an Indian company, Vadman Group of Companies, SP Oswal, he lost about $833,000 to something called digital arrest. This was done using an AI deepfake. So if you look at it from all three levels, yes, it's going to drive efficiency, because if you go to Booth School of Business, they will tell you that AI is a superhuman at financial statement analysis, which is very core to investment and how the market functions. But then, despite this efficiency that you see, volatility on at the market level, at the company level, and at the business leader level is quite prevalent. So it's a mix of both.
All right. Now, most importantly, when it comes to the deployment of AI to financial transactions, most of the time the concern has to deal with the issue of control, the issue of regulation, which when you look at the trends now, the use of AI, it has its own vulnerabilities and the other side to it. How do we ensure that the issue of regulation is given proper attention, whereby professionalism is not sacrificed on the altar of the use of artificial intelligence?
So I mentioned something earlier, which is the 5 levels of AI. So we're now at the level of agents. We're going into the agents territory at this point in time. It is, quite surprising that not even many people already know how to function at level 1, which is the level of chatbots. And the expectation with chatbots, I mentioned the paper from the Booth School of Business that LLMs, GPT-4 to be specific, is superhuman at financial statement analysis. The implication of that is that if you take a final year student of, let's say, the University of Nigeria or the Covenant University or University of Lagos, and you teach them how to do financial statement analysis with a large language model, GPT-4, they can be as proficient as someone who has done investment analysis for a very long time, right? So not enough people already operate at this level, talk less of going to the second level of using agents, which by all expectations in 2025, that's where we are going to be. So what needs to happen is that regulators, but especially the private sector, have to upskill as many of their employees as possible. That's the first thing that needs to happen. Level 1 chatbots, how do we work with these things to be superhuman as in as many activities as we can be? Then to prepare for level 2, the regulators typically innovation outpaces regulation. So what I expect is that the financial institutions learn how to function first at level 1, and then we're going into level 2. Whatever development teams they have in-house have to start to build solutions using Cloud API and computer use and what have you. But ultimately, the regulators have to still keep an eye on what is happening within the market. And why that needs to happen is because as much as humans are involved in the process of trading and using AI in the financial market, beyond level this level 2 where we're going is beyond agents. When we get into innovators and even the autonomous organization territory, there's the expectation that we cannot keep up with the pace of the machines, right? And why that is because there's something called Kasparov's law of applied AI. So it simply states that is a human, a weak human plus an AI plus a well-defined process is much better than a strong AI acting alone, right? But this combination of a weak human plus an AI plus a well-defined process is equally better than a strong human, like which is a very well-skilled professional, plus strong AI plus poorly defined process. So this just goes to underscore the fact that if you're able to properly define your process, how you create value within your business, and you integrate AI as much as possible into this process, then you can be really superhuman at your job. But then at the level where we get to AI systems that are really good, strong AI, that's what they're called, or AGI, we cannot really keep up with how fast they're able to think around issues in the markets or how they respond to market signals, which is something that the IMF reports actually noted. There could be opacity on how these things actually make their decisions. But for now, where we are, level 1, level 2, and level 3, so chatbots, human reasoners, and agents, the private sector has to be awake, fully awake to its responsibilities, do what they need to do. And then regulators also have to, keep watch and understand how these things are going, because this is not one of those times where innovation should outpace regulation. As much as the private sector are, capitalism would always want to make more profit. As much as the private sector is driving this innovation, regulators have to be fully awake, because this is unlike any revolution we've seen before. It's diffusing faster than anything we've seen before.
All right, interesting. Now, still on the financial markets, now the concern is also the use of artificial intelligence replacing the need for humans. You talked about, having weak humans, super AI, and then an efficient process. Yeah. By the time you combine all this, it's looking at the driver of the process, which is the human aspect. You're using the word weak, which ought to be stronger. Are we going to have a situation where you have equipment, tools, machines replacing human, and then the concerns about job loss arise in the financial sector, whereby you discover that everything else is automated? There's no need to have human interactions with human engagement. What will you say about those concerns as regards a situation maybe may likely happen where you have machines replacing humans?
Well, the honest truth is that there are jobs that will be lost. Many jobs will be lost, but I also understand, and I've seen situations where many new jobs will be created. There's a story that appeared in the BBC, a team of 60 professionals, 55 writers, 5 editors. 59 of them were let go, and only 1 editor remained. The job of the editor was to humanize the text that came from ChatGPT. And that happened because in March of 2023, GPT-4 crashed the cost of top decile GRE quality writing for 1,000 words. It crashed the cost from over $100 that you pay a human to do it in 2022, and in 2023 March, the price became just a little over $0.1. By the time Claude 2 showed up in April of 2023, the cost of 1,000 words top decile GRE quality writing, which is just business writing, crashed to just under $0.01. It would happen with many domains or many expectations or many tasks in knowledge work. But there's also something called Jevons paradox, which was observed during the second industrial revolution. Steam engines became far more efficient. The expectation is that we would use less coal. People would consume less coal. Industries would consume less coal because the engines were far more efficient. But what happened was the reverse. More coal was demanded because people will develop all kinds of new tastes and desires. So if these machines can be more efficient, why not use them to produce far many more things? And then there's also another story from Mexico. Someone somewhere. It's a collective of creatives, and what they did was they used these AI generated images. They made pictures of the merchandise that they create. So they work with, the artisans that work with their hands. They made pictures, AI-generated images of all the different things that they make. They put it up on LinkedIn, tagged Adidas and a few other brands. Surprisingly, in about 24 hours, the image went viral. A week after, they had a contract, right? And of course, the contract meant that all of the people within their group, within their creative group, had jobs for years, because people would crave things that other people make. And we've also seen that people care about what other people make, not necessarily what comes from an AI system. So regardless of how the evolution goes, the expectation is that we will still crave connection with other people, right? There's still, desires. We still have desires and needs. So long as whoever is, whether it's in the financial space or anywhere else, as long as you have the ability to fulfill the, needs and desires of other people, then certainly you would always have something to do.
Now, let's address the issue of cyber attacks and then manipulation risk. Before now, it's a big deal. And now that artificial intelligence is taking up the stage now, aren't we going to have, or are we not going to have a situation where you have smart hackers who are taking advantage of the tools or the efficiency provided by artificial intelligence to perpetrate this act? So what's your concern as regards the issue of cyber attacks and the risks to manipulation when you deploy artificial intelligence into a place like the financial market?
Well, we're seeing a sharp rise in cyber attacks. It's a worry, but then, when you have a tool like this, they are bad actors, they are good actors. The bad actors have certainly stepped up their game. The good actors have also stepped up their game. I mentioned 3 cases already. The deepfake, loss of or market swing of May 22 last year, the Arup Engineering $25 million loss, and the Indian CEO who lost 833,000. One of the ways that I've seen the good actors respond is there's a smartphone today that can actually detect a deepfake. So if you're watching a deepfake video on YouTube, or you get a call and it's a deepfake video that someone is trying to use to speak to you, it will tell you that this is a deepfake. That's the Honor Magic V3. And in fact, the expectation is that by 2025, many of the smartphones that are going to have, many of the flagship smartphones are all going to be able to detect AI deepfakes. It is necessary because last year alone, the world lost about $1 trillion to scams, cyber scams. The next version of the Android OS, which billions of smartphones use, has something called Gemini Nano integrated into it. So when you get a call from whoever and the voice is AI generated, it would actually tell you that this voice is AI generated. Or if the conversation is going in a way that leads to that could lead to a scam, it will tell you that this is something that could lead to a scam. So as much as the bad actors are upping their game, the good actors, the people who, the incumbents like Google and a few other people, are stepping up their game to ensure that less people are hoodwinked by all of these, people who want to exploit these new tools of creation.
For, financial institutions, let's say banks, what kind of internal mechanism could be put in place? Because you're talking about the general, regulation, yeah. You're talking about the bad actors and the good ones. You're talking about it generally, but for private organizations, what kind of system or mechanism can be put in place to ward off the activities of, these people when it comes to the issue of cyber attack and the need to compromise data, or they has to deal with management of data? So for organizations, what kind of challenge will this pose to them as regards the use of artificial intelligence, and what can be done to ensure you create a system to manage this kind of development?
Well, the word is professional skepticism. Whatever you see, whatever request you get from, it could be the CEO, it could be whoever, professional skepticism. You have to verify and vet that, this is actually coming from this person. They could call you, they could, it could be a video call. Do not trust anything. There has to be like several layers of verification that must exist. So, and one way to ensure that everybody is professionally skeptic is to make them aware that these things are now possible. So, the people in Finland have this media literacy program, which is something that every bank should actually imitate. Everybody has to come together, sit down in a boardroom, and show them how they can be cloned. Right? Pretty much. In 15 minutes, you can take an image of a person, their voice, show them how they can be cloned in 15 minutes or less, and then how that clone can be used to, effect all kinds of malicious intent. So when they see that, it's more like inoculating them against the possibility of someone using that sort of scam against them, right? A general upskilling of employees within the financial space. They have to know all the possibilities, all the new ways of scams, the digital arrest scam, the deepfake audio scam, the deepfake video scam. So all of these different scams, and then within the banks themselves, or maybe at the executive level, there can be custom applications within their mobile devices, which helps them detect deepfake audio or deepfake emails or deepfake media generally. And then if they wish to take it, all the way up, then everyone within the bank who has access to sensitive information can have smartphones that are AI native. So when a deepfake audio or deepfake video comes into their device, they know already, and they don't have to think too much about the media. The phone can tell them what you're looking at is deepfaked. But I mean, like I said, these are still very early days. By 2025, virtually every smartphone that you have is going to be, have this ability integrated.
Quite interesting. I like that. Now, we've talked about the general concerns and some of the issues as regards the deployment of artificial intelligence. Now, let's look at the gains, how financial markets or financial institutions and even the capital market can take advantage of the resources provided by the artificial intelligence. How do you see playing out, for instance, for the capital market, the use of artificial intelligence? What might likely be the issues and the impact on the capital market?
Talent. It would make the training of talent far easier, and in fact, it will make people superhuman at a lot of tasks. If you look at the Microsoft Work Trend Index 2024, you would see that 66% of managers will not hire someone if they don't have AI skills, and that applies to the financial markets as well. And about 71% of managers will hire someone with less experience, provided they can prove that they know how to use AI really well. That goes into the report from the Booth School of Business, which I mentioned earlier, that AIs are now superhuman at financial statement analysis. What that means is that, like I said earlier, you can take a final year student of a Nigerian university and teach them how to use GPT-4 for financial statement analysis. And then the implication is that you don't have to invest so many years and millions of naira sending them to training school and then having to learn all of these different things. So long as they have the foundations right, they can use AI to do a lot of interesting things in financial statement analysis, which is core to many activities in the capital market. And then another thing that we've also seen is the model, the O1 preview and O1 mini model. When you give reasoning to an AI system, it is very useful, or it adds value in research, coding, and strategy. Research, coding, and strategy are key activities in the capital markets. So what that means is that if you bring in talent and show them how to, it could be technical talent, it could be research talent or strategy talent. You give them the O1 preview model, which is 120 IQ, a human reasoning model. It functions at PhD level intelligence, actually. You give them this model, they can be superhuman at a lot of the tasks that they need to do. Now, I'm not sure of the specific ways that it would, profit individual businesses, because we'll have different strategies. But I am pretty positive, because I've seen with hundreds of companies that in these three sectors, strategy, research, and coding, you can create a lot of value. And like with the Booth School of Business experiment, you can have superhuman performance in financial statement analysis.
All right, now let's talk about AI tools. We started by talking about the general ones, ChatGPT and the rest of them, where you use that for general purposes. But now let's look at financial transactions.
Okay.
Most importantly for individuals who want to engage in financial transaction, bank transactions. You want to trade on the floor of the house, you want to buy stock, you want to engage in digital currencies. What are some of these AI tools that can enhance these kinds of transactions?
So the best way to go about this, to discover tools, is there's a website called there'sanaIforthat.com, right? And on there'sanaIforthat.com, you have at least...
I hope we are not running promo for that.
No. So it's a general directory.
Yeah.
It's a general directory which anyone can go to. And there are over 19,000 tools on that website, right? And so what you can do is search under investment, right? You would find hundreds of tools that can aid your investment journey. There are a couple of them because, I mean, there's a program we have called AI in Investment Research, right? Which, you know, it's just the idea of automating hedge fund processes. So in that program, there are at least 10 different tools that we've seen, right? Which, you know, can be used by people. But the best way to go about this is go on that website, discover the tools yourself, and then just test out as many of them as possible, because the best way to actually operate in this moment that we are is just have an R&D mindset. I mean, I could tell you about one tool today, but like I said, yesterday evening, Claude AI released something called computer use. An AI system can take over your screen and do all kinds of interesting things, you know. So it's possible that I talk about the tools today, and next week there's something far better that shows up. So best way to work with the tools, go to there's an AI for that, discover the tools for yourself, and you can refine the tools. So investment research is what you asked about. So just type in investment research, you would find tools that can help you in that particular function.
All right, quite interesting. Yeah, John, you're sounding quite interesting, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to go on a short break. When we return, we'll create a connection between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals. All you just have to do is stay with us.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's the early exchange where the big story lives, and our big story today is to look at the role of artificial intelligence in achieving sustainable development goals and the impact on the financial markets. We must thank Fortune for that report on augmented reality. We still have our guest here, Orakwe John, who is providing insight about the connection between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals. Glad to know you're still here with us.
Yeah, still a pleasure.
Great. Let's start with that report talking about augmented reality. You know, you have this much big talk about the conversation around augmented reality.
Yes.
Why is it a big deal?
Augmented reality is a big deal because it can help plug infrastructure gaps. Infrastructure gaps in the sense that we do not have certain things within our education system. So, for instance, it is possible to build a system where a civil engineering student can go into, they receive a contract or bid for, and they can bid for a project. This is all simulated, by the way, just the same way that people can play Call of Duty and all of these different games. So they go into this environment. They get to bid for a project, they are assigned a road project or a bridge project, and then they get to implement a bridge project from start to finish, right? So they're not actually on the field where they have workers and all the heavy machines and what have you to play around with, but they can go into this virtual environment and build out infrastructure. And the expectation is that if they're able to do that in a virtual space, in a gamified manner, learning is fun, learning is interesting, is enjoyable, and then they can carry that experience into real life. And personally, I learned how to type without looking at the keyboard using Mavis Beacon teaches typing. Millions of other people around the world use that same approach to learn how to type without looking at the keys on the keyboard. So it is that same kind of experience. We'll create virtual environments, gaming applications that help people learn all kinds of new skills. That's why AR, mixed reality, augmented reality is a big deal. And countries, especially countries in the global south, there's a lot of investment in that space so that the infrastructure gaps that exist, especially in the training and education space, can be plugged using these systems.
Now, when it comes to the financial sector, what has been the trend when it comes to the use of AR? How is it going to reshape that sector in coming years?
A particular example that I will talk about is the use of AR for negotiation and just negotiation, customer interaction. So there's a system, I can't quite recall the name now, but the training is such that the individual is expected to go into this virtual space and talk to an angry customer, right? That's not something that is pleasant in actual reality, because you'd have to get human actors and pay them, right? And so it would be very unoriginal if that was the approach, that the bank would get people who are actors that will come into the bank to talk to their staff. But what happens in the virtual space is that, especially with the AI systems that we have today, which have passed the Turing test, it means that you can have an AI act as a human. You can have an angry customer in this virtual space, AI plus AR integrated, and then the staff is expected to placate this angry person, right? So in that form of training, which is relatively inexpensive compared to the other way of making it all human, you can have systems that train your staff how to deal with angry clients. So the way that AR has been implemented so far is just as I've described it, to train staff on how to deal with dicey scenarios such as angry customers. There are many other applications of augmented reality in the financial space, more than what I've described.
All right. Now before we go, let's create a connection between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals, because that's what we'll do every Wednesday. Now, you're aware of this goal to ensure that by the year 2030, the world experience peace and prosperity.
Yes.
And this deadline has been set. You have 70 goals, which is expected to help utilize achieving this end. Now, what will be the impact of artificial intelligence in all this? What will be the role of artificial intelligence in helping to achieve this goal slated for the year 2030?
I like this question because it's a very important question. We're looking at a revolution that is bigger than anything that we've seen before, but we're also in a very dicey situation. And I say this because between 1820 and 1950, the world's GDP did a 10x, right? So it went, times 10. But the unfortunate thing that happened in that 10x is that a large percentage of the wealth went to the global north, and then the global south is still suffering. There's a danger that, and the CEO of Anthropic AI has called this a moral failure, that the wealth gap, the digital divide, could widen further with AI and what the promise of AI. We've seen, for instance, that the work that would have taken us 1 billion years to do with AlphaFold, they solved the protein folding problem. What would have taken humans 1 billion years to do, they've done it in just about a year. And how that happened was, so they built a model that can fold a protein. They folded about 200 million proteins. It's very important in life sciences, by the way. If you send a human being to solve the shape of one protein, it would take them at least 5 years of PhD to solve one shape. But then this AI model has solved 200 million shapes. So if you do 200 million by 5, that's 1 billion years. If we can compress 1 billion years of work using one AI model, then there are chances that for many other developmental challenges that we have within Africa, within Nigeria, within the global south in general, these AI systems can actually help. So it now calls on the stakeholders, governments, private sector, everyone within the spaces where there are these challenges, to do one thing right, which is gather as much data as possible about all of these different problems, and then be open to integrating the technology. Well, this is not to say that AI is a substitute for the basics of an industrialized economy, like having actual electricity and functional education system and all of that. But given the promise of what this could be, what this could mean for the global economy, it's important that we participate by providing the data that these systems need to function. So there are 3 things that actually drive AI: compute, data, and algorithms. We may not be able to compete in the compute and algorithm space, but we have the data and we can collect the data, have the right data to be able to tackle all of these different challenges. Because as we've seen with select examples of AI in different sectors, it is possible to crush the work that would have taken us 1 billion years into 1 year. And we've seen people save $260 million and then 4,500 years of work. Amazon did this with Amazon Q. So with all of these different examples, it is possible for us to solve the biggest challenges that we have in record time. Maybe not in 6 years, from between now and 2030. But I have often said that the Asian tiger miracle, which we saw in the late 20th century, would happen again. This time, less than half the time. In fact, it could even happen in 3 years, right? But what needs to happen fundamentally, there has to be a very strong educational system, like what we see Singapore doing. Everyone above the age of 14 in Singapore, they've been sent back to school. In fact, they've been incentivized with $4,000 to go back to learn, pick up AI skills. That needs to happen. We've seen in South Korea, AI textbooks. Jet AI has been used to reimagine how textbooks are, so that people interact with the textbooks. The same way we're having a conversation now, people would have conversations with their textbooks. That way, the knowledge is a lot more natural, it's retained, because something, you had a conversation about it. You didn't just hear from your teacher. So we need to look at all of the different activities that people are doing around the world. From Singapore, we'll pick the lessons from there, from South Korea, pick all of these different lessons and start to actively reimagine fundamentally education. That's what needs to happen, and of course ensure that we have rule of law, right? So all of these things need to happen, and then I'm pretty positive that yes, AI systems can help us surmount many of these developmental challenges that we have.
Over the years, you've had this disparity or the divide between the global north and the global south, and now when it comes to the issue of artificial intelligence, it's also obvious, just like you said. But let's address some of the issues that are peculiar to the global south when it comes to the issue or the adoption of artificial intelligence, and what can be done to ensure that the global south is just catching up, but it's making headway when it comes to the fusion that should happen between artificial intelligence and sustainable development goals. What are these critical issues that should be resolved?
So I mentioned the three drivers of AI compute, which is the hardware, the NVIDIA chips that we need to build is, they're called AI factories, right? So one AI factory would cost at least $2 billion to set up. There's no AI factory on the continent at this point in time, which is because of how much you need to actually set up one. Then the second driver of AI is data. You need a lot of data to train these systems. There's a model it's called the Chief model from Harvard Medical School. The amount of data needed to train that model, which can detect different kinds of cancer, is about 44 terabytes of medical data that was used to train that model. Now we have data within different African countries, just that it's siloed in most cases. Then the third component is algorithms. Algorithms are made by researchers, AI researchers, AI engineers that are in all of these different AI labs, and then their work is to create improved algorithms to drive AI development. In fact, there's something called algorithmic progress. Every 18 months, algorithmic progress, the amount of progress that is made, the improvement done to algorithms equals to doubling of compute budget, right? So just with the right level of talent, you can double it looks like you're doubling your compute budget, right? So where we have something at this point in time is the data aspect of things. But what I've seen is that a lot of the data mining operations or data harvesting operations are actually funded by development partners, not even our own local governments or governments of the global south. That needs to change. More governments need to understand the value of the data they have within within their different spaces.
The trend has been the global south depending on the global north.
Yes.
For this kind of infrastructural backup.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what needs to happen is that more of our governments need to understand the value of the data that we have, invest in not just the data, but invest in the compute aspect of things. Because
what about the expertise to achieve that?
Yes. So
do we have that?
So the expertise is the algorithms, side of things. So compute data algorithms. People who make the algorithms are the AI researchers, the AI talents that work on these systems, and of course the AI engineers as well, right? Because you can have the model, but you need someone who can make API calls to that model and build out a system that actually creates and captures value on behalf of a business, right? So we can start from where we have strength, which is the data part of things, and then actively invest in compute. That is the hardware that we need to make this run. And that is important. The investment in hardware is important because there are certain applications that you cannot ship to the cloud. You can't have medical data for the Nigerian population going to the cloud. If the government decides to build something, it needs to be resident within the country. Same thing with military applications. You can't have sensitive military data going into the cloud. It needs to be localized, which is why we need to invest heavily in that first component of AI, the compute, the hardware. I've already mentioned data, and of course, what needs to happen also is algorithms. That we have to incentivize talent. We have to incentivize people to go into that field and become AI researchers. We have to train AI engineers, and one way that is already being done. The Federal Ministry of Information and Digital Economy, I do know that they set up a community of practice. And then the idea of that community of practice is that diaspora talent, Nigerians in diaspora who are already AI researchers, AI engineers, who are movers and shakers in the AI space, get to interact with local talents, local researchers, local AI engineers, and that way they exchange information and know-how, and then we're able to bridge somewhat the gap that already exists. Of course, it wouldn't be as bad as it was before the creation of that community of practice. Hopefully, when that community achieves what it is, it was set up to do, then I do think that there will be a lot of value from having them, help the ecosystem.
All right. Let's just wrap up with this question. Let's come to Nigeria now. Yeah. Looking at the deadline set for Committee of Nations, which is 2030. How do you think Nigeria will, scale up in terms of performance and preparation for the year 2030? We just have 6 years away. If you're in position to advise the federal government, or you're with the minister and you're put on the hotspot, just like I'm putting you on the hotspot now, talk about one or two things, critical things you think the Nigerian government should focus on in order to be able to catch up or even be having headway when it comes to the deadline set for this goal, which is year 2030? Quickly.
So I'll focus on just the education system. That's the only focus. That's the only thing I'll focus on. A way to reimagine the entire education system such that it's something that is available to as many out-of-school children as possible, because the number of out-of-school children that we have today is almost equivalent to the number of people who could be problems in society tomorrow, and we have a lot of people who are out of school. So a way to reimagine education to the degree that we provide digital options, smartphones and what have you, to all of these people who are out of school, and they find education interesting, pretty much like what South Korea is doing. Gen AI is used to reimagine how education is done in a gamified manner. Something like that needs to happen, and it needs to happen urgently, targeting the out of school people and then those who are also in school. Because, and why I say this is, the developed nations, the AI adoption is really fast because they have an aging population, and well, a country like Japan, for instance, is even incentivizing people to date and marry so that they don't experience a population collapse. We have the population, but what we're not doing is that we're not investing in that population so that they become, globally relevant. The way to make, these people, the people we have today, globally relevant is to invest in education. 2050, it is said that Africa would have 1 in 4 youth in the world is going to be an African, right? By then, I would have my own children. My children will be grown up then, and then they are coming into the workforce. What we need to start doing today is give them the kind of education that will make them globally relevant. Because even going into 2100, it is said that Africans will make up 40% of the global population. It starts from the investments that we'll make in 2024, going into 2050, going into 2100. I will focus solely on education, gamify it, use AI to rethink how it's done, and make our young people globally relevant.
I feel like we should continue on and on, but time is not on our side. I must thank you, Orakwe John, for your time and for your thoughts on the issue of artificial intelligence. No doubt you're the right man for this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking time to be with us in the studio this morning.
It's always a pleasure.
All right, that's that. We've been talking about artificial intelligence and the impact on sustainable development goals. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at the impact of vocational skills on education, which is being planned by the federal government to ensure that these will kick off by the year 2025. This conversation will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users there insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us as always. And if you are just joining us, you're at the right place and we got you covered. Earlier, we started this conversation looking at the role of artificial intelligence in promoting sustainable development goals. And now to our second big story, which is to look at the infusion of vocational skills in the academic curriculum. Have you thought about what will be the impact of that? How will that translate? I'm sure you're wondering. But over the years, there's been this clamor for that infusion to take place. And the federal government seems to be embracing that call to ensure that this becomes a reality by the year 2025. The Minister of Education gave that indication that Nigeria is preparing to have a kind of incorporation that should happen between vocational skills and academic curriculum. Joining us for this conversation, we have architect Ovie Binitie, who is an architect and a plumber. He joins us not virtually this time around. He's right here with us in the studio. Glad to have you join us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, what a pleasure to host you here. So I'm going to start with you. Over the years, I know you've been following the trend of things, the clamor to have this infusion between vocational skills and academic curriculum. Now, officially, the federal government is looking in that direction. How do you react to this kind of development?
My reaction is not positive.
Okay, quite interesting. So why is it not positive? That's why we're here.
Yeah, absolutely. My reaction is not positive because it's a societal thing, right? Let me ask you a personal question. If your daughter were to tell you that she wants to be a plumber, what would be your reaction?
Well, naturally, you have parents who will give that initial
No. You.
Well, okay. Because here, this is why we need to. My job is to ask the question. This is why you provide.
I understand, right? Which is why my reaction is not positive, right?
Because so explain why your reaction is not positive.
The societal outlook on handwork is very poor. Very poor. Nobody thinks that a tiler, a mechanic, is somebody that amounts to anything. So when government says that they want to add vocational skills to school curricula, it's dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival because there are several steps that need to be taken before doing any of these things in the public domain. Are people interested in acquiring these skills? Are parents of children interested in their children doing anything in the direction of these skills? Because the people who practice these skills are seen by society as the never-do-wells in society. If you can't go to university, go and learn a trade. You can't afford to send your children to university, go and do apprenticeship with a mechanic, go and do apprenticeship with a carpenter. That is a vital element in national development. A super important element in national development is seen as something that needs to be given to people who, can't pass exams, people who can't do well in education, go and acquire skills.
All right. Now, we're being joined virtually by another guest. Let's shift the conversation to him. And we have Michael Semiye, who is the Executive Director, Dean Initiative. He joins us virtually. Michael, glad to have you join us on Early Extinct this morning. And good to see you again.
Thank you so much. And good morning to everybody and to my colleagues, the guests in the studio.
All right. So I have architect Benitie, talked about his own side of the story. It started by the perception as regards to society or some parents as regards this development. He's not so optimistic that this kind of initiative will be greeted with the right reaction from some parents or the people in the society. Let me have your take on this plan to ensure that you introduce vocational skills to academic curriculum in Nigeria. The plan is to ensure that pupils will have at least basic two basic skills before leaving school, and to also prepare them for the larger world. By the time you have they graduate, there will be what you call an infusion between the town and the gown. What's your reaction to this?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of setting a background that gives us a clear perspective of whether it was the right time for the federal government to be doing this, and what will inform whether this idea is a welcome idea or not. I think, like the guest in the studio is expressing a concern. Is this the right time for the federal government to be doing this? I think it is far behind the schedule of a global evolution. When citizens, professionals, and even people experts within the vocational skills community were asking for the inclusion of these in the curriculum, I think that time has gone. We were talking about some 25, 20, 15 years ago, and when it was obvious that we were obviously lacking in the number of people that are showing interest in these skills. The culture was fast eroding. People were looking down on people who have handwork, and it was obvious to ensure that we begin to teach people from school that there is dignity in these vocational skills, and the fact that, in fact, as a matter of fact, these skills are the skills that build any society across the world, and that young people from school should know that white-collar job does not define any society anywhere in the world. It is, these skills that build, it's the one that build the likes of any country in Europe. It is the same skill that build society in the US, in UK, in Russia. These are the skills that power the entire economy. So those agitations were brought forward. People defended it. Conversations were held around it. Consultation with the federal government, the Ministry of Education were held. A lot of stakeholders mobilized actions, but the Ministry of Education, especially the governments in Nigeria, be what they are, it's taken them more than 2 decades to think it is necessary. Now that they think it is necessary, that time has passed. The system has already believed, the society has already washed that idea away. Stigmatization on people who do this type of skill has been established. The belief system is now working. In fact, it's not now working, it's already permanently working against the people and community who practice these skills. You are not going to ask any young people in the primary school, even elementary school, pre-primary school, if they want to be a welder, if they want to be a mason, if they want to be a plumber, that they will joyfully, tell you they want to do. So that system has been we've already have a stigmatization, system that is settled while the government is thinking whether to or whether not to. The world has moved up past that level now. Where is the world presently? Now there is a new advocacy in the Western community to even shift the entire narrative of what the curriculum should look like. Nigeria is just trying to bring something that were agitated some 20, 25 years ago in 2024. What the US, what the UK, what Canada, what Finland is now agitating to make their curriculum look like is now in conversation. Nigeria will now, maybe in the year 2060 or or in the year 2090, Nigeria will now want to be considering that. So we always want to do what we're supposed to do when that time has passed. So I can't. I share the perspective of the esteemed guest you have in the studio, and that is just the reality. The question that they asked you, you didn't even need to answer. Your gesture has even, given you away, which establishes the fact that we already have a stereotype and stigmatization settled around those stuffs.
All right, quite interesting. What I'm just trying to establish here is my personal opinion doesn't matter here. That's why we need to have this conversation so that we paint all the sides and everybody can learn. And the essence of this is to shape policy, to see how we can shape this before this will kick off by the year 2025. But before I leave you, let me do a follow-up on some of the issues you raised earlier. You talked about the timing. What actually is wrong with the timing? If this has been a debate or a clamor on the part of people in the society, it is never late. It is better it is late. It's better late than never. If this is a reality to live with in the society, we're at a time where skills acquisition, entrepreneurship is becoming something relevant. Don't you think it's also important to achieve this convergence, talking about the need for skill acquisition and also formal education, which is exactly what should address? So what is wrong with the timing? If it's being done now, is it not more important to focus on the implementation rather than the timing?
So the timing is wrong in the sense that so in 2020, I think in 2022, the UN came up with the review of Go4, which is a quality education, to actually look at the targets and the reality of what those targets are offering into the modern world. Why the World Economic Forum continue to investigate what the current workspace requires and the future of work would demand from young people within the workforce. They came up, and then in 2022, there was a summit of the Transforming Education Summit in Paris that understudied what exactly should the Go4 be delivering. Maybe there were some some excitement when the SDG were being formulated, and education, we were looking at it in the area of literacy, numeric literacy, ability to read, write, and speak common languages that are, acceptable. Maybe in the terms of skill, what did we design, education to deliver? And then compare that to the current reality in our world. What is our world economic, development demanding? Were we realistic? So there were a lot of provisions, recommendations that now came in to form what we now have as the Transforming Education agenda and ambition to, to strengthen the vision of Go4. None of this conversation is even on the table of the Nigerian Ministry of Education, for example. Okay, the UNESCO given the responsibility of the greenish education, how climate education is to evolve. UNICEF giving the responsibility to come up with the framework of the skills. We have the 12 transferable skills that the current world and reality, requires. The British Council has been working for the past almost 5 years around building the capacity of teachers to deliver what we call the core skills that today's world require. And now we're talking about vocational skills that even those who have those skills today do not have the requisite education to market them. Delivery of livelihood is between humans and humans. And when individuals who have the skills do not have the requisite education to market their skills, which is what the world focuses on today, educations around problem solving, educations around critical thinking, educations around system thinking, educations around, critical analysis. Now, this is what the world is talking. The timing is wrong.
All right. Point well noted here. Permit me to come in here now. Let me bring the conversation to architect. I like the fact that you're an architect, which makes it quite relevant. Now, let's look at some of these vocations you're talking about. You have plumbing, you have tiling, hairstyling, floor works, POP, solar installations. Interestingly, these are people that you engage in the course of your construction. Am I right?
Right.
So that means their skills are relevant. Now, what is wrong with having a formalized way to ensure that the relevance of these skills are put into the academic curriculum? I understand your reservation. Perhaps at the time you went to primary school, I went to primary school at the time, everybody wanted to be architect, engineer, doctor, and all that. But now you're at the age where entrepreneurship is being advised, and people have even been advised to have multiple sources of income. So what is wrong with having this kind of skills incorporated into the academic curriculum?
Curricula are designed to achieve goals, right? Now, before you, when working out a curriculum, there are several things that need to get done. What's the time frame for achieving the skill acquisition to become relevant in society? Let me explain to you my understanding of education, right? Now, primary education is where cognitive skills are passed on to the child. Then secondary education is where those cognitive skills are pushed up to the next level. You are taught things and you are expected to give back what you have been taught. Now, tertiary education, anybody you ask about tertiary education will tell you, oh, it's about polytechnic, or it's about going to university to get a degree. No, that's not what tertiary education is. Tertiary education, why it isn't that is because when you get to those places, you are no longer given textbooks. You are lectured, and then you are given assignment. You go and get materials for yourself. Either you go to the library, however so at tertiary level, you are now being trained to acquire the capacity to think. That's the most important thing of tertiary education. Now, your thinking capacity is relevant to you for what purpose? To solve problems. So any education you get after secondary school is tertiary. Whether you are doing apprenticeship, it's tertiary education, because what you are acquiring is the capacity to solve problems. Now, when you introduce these skills at the level that you are introducing them, first of all, to what end? Is it to get the children to be interested in becoming a carpenter or a tiler, or is that the purpose? Because skills acquisition in established climes are targeted at quick ability of the person acquiring the skill to enter into society and begin to fend for himself. Now, at 18, you are out of the home. You have to take care of yourself. So, if you don't have the skills to take care of yourself, you end up on the streets. Now, how many people are there in Nigeria of today who can teach these things that we're talking about? Now, in established climes, you have practitioners are the ones who handle the training in schools. It's not a theoretical thing. Vocational skills are not theoretical. They are things that you do to add value and then earn income. The only reason anybody is ever going to give you money is because you solve their problem. And it is only the skilled that keep getting called to solve bigger problems. Let me give you a simple example, right? Here's a gentleman who has the problem of constant smell in his bedroom. and the smell is coming through the AC. And he's called plumbers, and nobody has been able to solve the problem for him. Then he calls somebody who says, I know what the problem is. He doesn't tell him what the problem is, but he tells him, I can solve this problem for you, but it's going to cost you 120,000 naira, 150,000. Anyway, he ends up paying him 120,000 naira because the persistent smell coming to the bedroom was creating problems between himself and his wife. And the man solves this problem with less than 2,000 naira. Why? Because he knows what to do. He's a problem solver. He has solved the problem and he has gotten 120,000 for solving the problem because he has he can think. Now, at tertiary education level, you are being taught to think. Skills acquisition is about capacity to solve problems. It is not, they want to introduce it at primary and secondary school level. Completely.
So the issue now is the entry level. If it's been introduced at secondary or tertiary level, will it make any difference?
Look, like I told you, hardly any enlightened parent, in quotes, wants any of their children to work with their hands, to be a plumber. I trained as a plumber when I was 46 years old. I was project architect on a building, the residence in Ikoyi here, that cost over 1 billion naira. The tiles were imported from Italy. The contractor that built it was top contractor in Nigeria. Top contractor, tier A contractor that built the house. 2 weeks after the man moves into the house, we start breaking the walls because there's leakage in the wall. Why? The plumbing work was poorly done.
Isn't that what this will also help to address? If we start tackling the problem at a basic level.
You can't tackle it at a basic level because the people who you want to engage in it do not have the decision-making capacity to say, I want to be a tiler. I want to be... Parents want their children to go to school. And you are quite aware that today's Nigeria is saying education is a scam. Am I not correct?
Yeah, that's some say that.
So
it's not.
No. We know that it's not a scam, but it is because people who have gone through the educational system end up with the capacity to do nothing, cannot contribute quality to the environment. So they can't. If you don't solve people's problems, nobody is going to dash you money for turning up in the office. Now, so I trained as a plumber at 46. I'm an architect. But having encountered this problem, I realized that there's a huge... Look, the plumbing contractor on that project, tier A plumbing contractor in Nigeria, who does the work for them? Untrained, apprenticed artisans are the ones who do these things. So the point is, the introduction of this into the curriculum will not address the problem that we have. The problem that we have is that we have loads and loads of human beings. It's not a youth problem. It's not a youth problem. It's a societal problem. We have a humongous volume of human beings who cannot solve problems. Now, government now needs to think about how to get people, the unemployed people in society, to recognize that these skills are important skills that give you the capacity to take care of your family. There are loads of work around. There are people to do them. Everybody is a portfolio artisan. They do one job, all they are interested in is the money that they're going to get from it. Once they get the money from that job, they move on. If you call that number severally and they consider you're calling them a nuisance, they just throw the SIM away, get another SIM and move on. So, right. Sorry, introducing it in primary and secondary school level, for me, is counterproductive. The target right now for vocational skills acquisition are the large numbers of people, young men and women. I learned at 46. Young men and women who are doing nothing. The skills the skills transfer is not in the secondary school. Centers need to be set up where people can acquire these skills in 3 to 6 months and become productive in society.
And be solving problems. All right, I get your point. Let me seek the opinion of Semia here. You will have, like I said, talking about the issue of capacity. It bothers me when I have people talk about installing their ties or plumbing work that they said they had to contract people from neighboring countries rather than patronizing the local artisans here, which raises concern about the issue of capability, which he's talking about. Now, let's address this issue. If this idea is going to become something tailored towards addressing this problem, what will you suggest this kind of infusion should be? How should it take place towards building the right capacity for local artisans? Then he also talked about the entry point for the introduction of this skill that at the basic level, it might not prepare these people for the challenge in the bigger world. What do you think?
Yeah, and I'm very excited with the analysis of the architect in the building because, you know, we are the people faced with these problems, and most times it's like, I don't know if I can affirm, most times it's like we outside the four walls of government offices sometimes kind of have we sometimes kind of have a better solutions to some of the things that that are facing us, and then maybe when people get to government offices, they suddenly become norms to providing solutions. But for me, I think the people we have in most of our government offices also are victim of the kind of education that produces them. Most of them kind of, because these people are also, lacking problem solving, abilities. They struggle with objectivity, and they struggle with the strength and the requisite to push, to do things that are professionally logical and acceptable to, to make our society what it should be, rather than what it is what's convenient for them. I'll ask you, for example, an average Nigerian, parent would not mind his or her child becoming a tiler in the US or a plumber. An average Nigerian parent say, my daughter or my son works in a construction company in the US as a tiler. He will be bouncing around the neighborhood and raising his shoulder. The reason is simple, because there is dignity within the context of their society in the US about people who does those jobs. So it's not a function of you work in the bank, you work here and there. A typical person in New York doing these jobs is paid $18 per hour. It doesn't matter if you go there with a suit and tie or you go there with an overall, you are going to be paid the same amount for the same number of time for solving the same, number of problems. So everybody has an honor for what they are doing. But it's not the same in our society, and to treat them as the same is counterproductive. Let's even ask ourselves the right question. You introduce these skills at secondary or primary level. Who will teach these skills? Who will teach them? Is it a teacher that is still even struggling? In one of our ongoing projects, building the capacity of teachers, to deliver problem-solving skills in the classroom, I've interacted with about 500 teachers physically in Lagos, Kwara, and Abuja. And this is one of the simplest questions I have asked them. How many of you had anything to do while you are training as a teacher around system thinking, around design thinking, around problem solving, instrument? less than 1% of them even have idea of what we're talking about. So automatically, most of the teachers happens to be a teacher by circumstance. Some of them get the slot of being a teacher as a political giveaway. No, we're recruiting teachers, and a political figure in the society, they gave him 50 slots, and he just called everybody who is jobless around him or her to come and pick up a role of a teacher, and then he became a teacher, not minding even if he trains for a teacher, or even if he trains for a teacher in our glorified, teachers institute or whatever. Can they deliver these skills? So the question is rather around, as a country, are we actually serious to solve our own problems? Okay, people in government offices act as if they don't live in Nigeria. Okay, as a minister of education, as a PAMSEC, or as a director in the Ministry of Education, if they sit them down to maybe people, the professionals at the department where curriculums are designed and curated, if they sit these people down and ask them, man to man, do they have evidence to even support some of these very vital decisions they make about the design of what power our entire economy and development? Okay, so maybe because some of us have some opportunities where we study the development of other countries. I don't know if I have shared with you on this platform before. Some 3 to 4 years ago, we had the opportunity to be invited to Finland to study how their education contributes to their total national development and design. You can imagine how these people are envisioning the future through education and through how they plan their education from pre-primary schools to post, tertiary institutions. You go to Germany, you go to UK, you see how they are designing education to solve national problems. But here we are, we've left the design and solving of our problems in the hands of politicians who do not even have the requisite elementary education to support whatever decision they are now making as adults. Okay, so here we are at the moment. My gentlemen in the studio, for me, we should be bold to talk to the people who are making our decisions on our behalf. You are not doing us a favor. And the truth is that the solutions you are providing, they are outdated. They are not what is within the confine of what we should be doing by now. The world has moved forward. We should move forward in our education design. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that thought. Now, as a way to wrap up this conversation, I would love us to focus on the solution now. There's something crucial you identified, the issue of perception about this set of people, the stigma in the society. When you call someone to come and do solar installation for you, these classes of people are being regarded as people who are not to do well in the society. So how do we address this general perception about it? He talked about plumbers who are in the US, and people are proud to say, yeah, they're plumbers in the US because of the differences in terms of the naira value or the value or the prestige. But how do we address this issue in our own climb here, the perception about this set of people, because it's also part of the challenges you've identified. Well, let's provide a solution. How do
Advocacy.
We address? Yeah.
Advocacy. See, you introduced me as an architect and a plumber. I'm 64 years old, right? I trained as a plumber at 46, 18 years ago, right? So I gladly wear my cap as a plumber, right? Advocacy. We need to make people understand. The only reason you prefer the plumber, the tiler from Benin Republic is because he's been trained. So let's design. I train plumbers. I've trained close to 1,000 plumbers, right? Now, let's design relevant curricula for skills acquisition that bestows on the people self-worth. Self-worth is the most important thing that is missing when it comes to artisans. Self-worth. Low self-worth has been passed on to them by society. Low self-worth has been passed on to them by the people they apprenticed with, right? So they are used to people telling them, sorry, it's too expensive, I can't pay you, I have somebody else who will do it for me for less. Now, you who needs the work, and I get work, right? And I walk away from work. If you tell me, for instance, is it not just, that's the end of my interaction with you. That word just, you have conferred on, you see, you need to value the service that is being provided for you, right? So we need advocacy for people to understand, right, that these are critical vocations in society. Look, my gear was misbehaving. Somebody was recommended to me to fix my gear. He's damaged my gear. I have to buy a new gear. Why? Because he apprenticed under somebody. He doesn't understand. So advocacy of the importance of these skills in national development is not at primary and tertiary and secondary. No, it is at problem solving level. Now, I've trained people who qualified from university as accountants who today work as plumbers. They practice as plumbers. Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. I've trained area boys with no future. Now, what did I do? I developed curriculum for plumbing. 72 hours is what it takes to get somebody ready and ready to engage with work. Now, another 3, 4 to 6 months of practical engagement of what we have learned in the classroom, the person is ready to run because he's trained. He can think, he can see the problem, he can reason out the solution for the problem. What we have now are people who can't see the problem, can't reason out the solution. So introducing vocational skills curricula at primary and secondary level is a complete no-brainer.
All right. Let me bring the conversation to Semir. Now, as a way to wrap up your thoughts on this development, you're aware that presently we have vocational schools in Nigeria. Now, how do we manage this development in a way that will not amount to duplication of skills or responsibilities if this is being incorporated to the academic curriculum? Then I also want you to address how school owners should also embrace this, because while reading the words from the minister, I said this has been approved and by the year 2025 is going to kick off. That means there's no going back. So how would you expect school owners to embrace this kind of initiative? Then how do we draw the line or the disparity that may arise between vocational schools and the conventional schools as regards this development? Quickly, as you wrap up.
Yeah, thank you. So if it is going to work, actually, the government needs a lot of collaborations between the education stakeholders across the country, both private and government-owned school. The fear we are only expressing is the fact that the structure that the government also is going to invest in ensuring that there is a delivery, capacity to make this initiative work. People who are going to teach these skills in the schools, don't forget, this is a curriculum that is going to be implemented by every school in the country. That means wherever the school is located, they also have the policy responsibility to implement it in their school. So you can imagine the number of instructor and facilitator of this kind of skills that will be required. The government needs to think through this process and make provisions to make it happen. For the private schools, I don't know how they are going to be enforced. Yeah, so many of the private schools have gone far ahead in their own, initiatives. I consult for some private schools in Abuja and Lagos. I'm just imagining how this is more like something they have passed for some 5, 6, 7 years ago. They've gone way ahead of this kind of thinking and ideas. And if it is a policy that must be implemented, then it is within the powers of the federal government to provide, frameworks to make it work. But by and large, I will advise, just like Acted has said, organizations working around education reforms in the country should intensify effort. What the federal government just did now was to respond to over 2 decades of advocacy. That tells you how long it takes us as a people to note what is good and to try to adopt it. By the time the government is responding to that advocacy, the value for it has passed. The necessity for it has been overridden by realities. So now, what we need to do is to build, national capacity for people managing these kind of situations, to be able to take proactive and immediate actions that solves the problem that stares us in the face. I wish our country well and continue to wish people who have faith in this country to continue to have strength in their faith. Hopefully, we'll start getting the right people.
What a way to wrap up this conversation. Michael Semire, who is the Executive Director, Dean Initiative. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and for spending time with us on LXing this morning. Hope to have you shortly. When this becomes a reality, I know there'll be time to have another conversation in this regard. So thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you.
Right, and to my guest in the studio, Architect Biniti, I just want you in a few seconds to just, if this is going to tailor us towards addressing the issue of unemployment. How do we achieve it? Quickly.
We need to fast track training the trainer programs. We need to identify people who will train people in the acquisition of these skills. There are no technical schools in Nigeria, if I might correct you. They are not. What you have are just glorified. You can't. Vocational skills are not taught. You acquire the skills. You are trained. You're not. It's not a theoretical thing. It's a practical thing. I've interacted with lots of lecturers in, I don't want to mention names of schools, but here in Lagos, they will not produce one good vocational. It's sad, the reality of where we find ourselves, right? But we need to establish a pattern to train trainers. And then those trainers will be the ones to implement this program. Without a training of the trainers program, we are depending on the teachers in these schools. We've just...
All right, we just have to leave this conversation here, training the trainer.
Yeah.
The teachers need to be taught now. That's just the situation we find ourselves. But it's quite interesting. We must thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, leaving some of your construction work to spend time with us in the studio this morning. Architect Olivier Biniti, a man who's proud to be an architect and plumber. We celebrate you. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right.
Pray for Nigeria as always.
All right, Nigeria will get better. It's for us to hope that things will be done rightly. And I'm sure those of us who are proud to be in Nigeria, proud to be Nigerians, we will be proud to also see good things happening. Let's see what the federal government will do with this initiative, which is why the conversation is necessary to see how we can reshape it so that by the time this initiative kicks off in the year 2025, it will be better and it will satisfy the concern or the interest of all the critical stakeholders. This is our frame for today, and this is where we're going to call it a wrap. Don't forget, the conversation continues on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube. Just search for @SOUQ News TV. Market Insight comes up at 11 for you to catch up with all the latest trends in the financial markets. You just need to hook up with us at 11 to get the latest news. Don't forget, Early Exchange will always return bigger and better. The program returns tomorrow. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. Have a productive day.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
No country is safe or secure. And in 6 years' time, it may be very difficult. I am a realist where might is right for Nigeria to say that we are going to be safe and secure. 6 years is no utopia.
Indeed, there are many factors that contribute to a nation attaining total security. Such factors include food security, economic security, energy security, and the security of the territorial boundary of the nation. Nigeria as a nation has been unsuccessful in attaining security at a desirable level of any of the above. The issue of insecurity is one that is inflicting pain and hardship on the people while successfully crippling the economy. Speaking at the Founders Day event during the King's College Old Boys Association Week, retired Major T.A. Gagariga highlighted strategies that can be used to quell insecurity, placing emphasis on border security.
But if we want to achieve a secure Nigeria by 2030, there are some little things we can do to establish, and that is in terms of border security, and that is what? Improve your border control measures, increase your border patrols, introduce surveillance and technology, introduce drones, and then introduce biometrics. These are some little things that we can do within that six-year timeline that we would achieve national security. Indeed, one aspect that causes this border insecurity is the ECOWAS protocol on free movement, which allows everything from human beings to animals to cross.
General Gagariga posited that insecurity would have been a thing of the past if successive governments had consolidated on the strategies adopted by their predecessors. According to him, the amnesty program was a good initiative. Gagariga also stated that illicit weapons finding their ways into the country can be tracked.
As at the time when the amnesty program started, weapons were tracked. If you can recall, the weapons were destroyed in Enugu after they were being retrieved from Port Harcourt, Benin, and Calabar. Those are the three collection centers for the department. So they were those were, and then for every weapon you brought, there was a particular incentive that was given to the person bringing the weapons. And then amongst the incentives was actually the capacity building, capability development program. That's what we do now in the Amnesty International framework.
In attendance at the event were the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the former Minister of Finance, Mansour Mokhtar, the Managing Director of Sahara Group, Tony Udewe, among so many others. The president, KCOBA, Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, took all those present at the Founders Day event down memory lane about the college.
Translated, it means the king drove me here. Construction began almost immediately after on this ground, so that by September 1909, King's College was ready for its first set of students. And the first assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who was conscripted from the survey department to come and lead the assembly because Mr. Charles Dunlop, was unable to make the trip, and another principal had to be employed. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly on the 20th, Monday the 20th of September 1909. So Mr. Lomax left in January 2010 and was replaced by Mr. Hyde Johnson. I go through this history so that the present boys may know why we commemorate this date and hold it forever in their memories.
It has become more urgent for Nigeria to find a way around insecurity for economic activities to thrive in the nation. Shade Uwe, SOUQ News Television.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News. Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage, with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Quail The fiber from coconut husk is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Miss Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked about, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the Vice President of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it, and then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
SOUQ News TV was at the Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival 2024 that held at the Silverbird Galleria in Victoria Island, Lagos. This is a different kind of film festival. This is one that showcases and celebrates the smartphone and all the magic that its camera can do. There was a panel session made good by the convener, Kayode Baker, to answer questions posed by anyone interested in smartphone filmmaking, smartphone content creation, and more. Industry experts, actors, content creators, movie makers, and enthusiasts were excited to witness this maiden but golden initiative. The event made it good to encourage smartphone users about the boundless possibilities that can be achieved with the smart device. Quite a small one as well. That small device that's ever present in the hands of people. The convener of the event, Kayode Baker, spoke with SOUQ News TV about his birthing this amazing incentive and helped us to bring more understanding to why he felt compelled to bring this to light.
We wanted to give content creators and smartphone filmmakers and filmmakers in general, wanted to unify them together. We want to create an opportunity for them to be able to showcase their films on the big screen. So we decided to come up with a concept where we'll invite filmmakers from all around the world who make movies on their smartphones so that they can showcase their films at the cinemas. So majorly movies and then content creation, because content creation today is taking over the world. I mean, one person does a comedy skit or a regular skit, it goes viral all over social media, and wants people to play that on the big screens at the cinemas, and also people that want to dare to make feature films, to make their films and show them at the cinemas with a smartphone.
Guest speakers at the event included veteran filmmaker John Njama.
This client brought a certain camera and we were already in location, and I felt this is just not it for me. And I know that my phone can do better. And I asked, what platform do you want to show this? And they said, YouTube and all that. I said, good, I'll use my phone. And of course I showed them high res, ProRes, and all of that, format. And I think, even if I say so, I think it's beautiful.
Film director Shola Thompson.
Right now, your smartphones are actually more powerful than some of the cameras that came out from 2004, 2005, or maybe even about that time. So yes, great times right now with smartphones.
Popular content creator Edgar Eriaka.
Some people are telling their stories of their friends. Some people are telling inspirations that they have within the back bedroom or wherever. So for me, it's always about telling stories based on the engagement I'm expecting.
And film distributor Moses Agbachuku.
The major concern is my content strong enough to drive people to go to the cinema and pay such the amount of money to see that content? For content creators, they don't have that worry. You put it on social media, if it's good enough, people just see. Now, some people even stumble on the content, just like it. Some people, maybe they are just swiping their phones and they get to see this content. So it's a different ballgame.
So my grudge is going forward, and especially with the advent of smartphones and storytelling, we could be a bit more intentional with what we do as skit makers or as content producers. We could infuse some kind of seriousness in what we do, because whether you like it or not, we should be able to borrow from the society and give back in turn to the society by ways of teaching, information, pedagogical values, something was somewhat serious, while at the same time you're making people laugh. It's possible. So going forward, the future is smartphone. The future is content. The future is storytelling. So we can now, here and now, begin to say this is the direction we're going, because that time will come. That time will come where you begin to identify with the serious ones and the unserious ones, and it will come forward to that time when we will have at the Oscars a category for best mobile phone filmmaking and all of that, and it's possible.
So first of all, I feel honored to be here, and it is always an amazing opportunity. I always feel super grateful when you have that opportunity to come around and inspire and educate people with that device that they have in their hand. So I always create my content, most of my content, with my smartphone. So when I had the opportunity and I was told to come over and speak about how to, enable content creators with their smartphone, I was definitely going to be here. So yes, filmmakers are not content creators, although they create content, and it's always about the platform. All right, it's always about the platform. If you understand the social media platforms and you understand how film houses work, then you create content based on those platforms. Now you have people who are experienced at just comedy. You have people who are just experienced at social media content. When you give them a movie role, they're not so great at it, all right? If you give some people who are great at movies an opportunity to shoot a sketch or shoot a skit, whatever you call it, they're not great at this thing. So everyone is experienced in their own ground, in their own level. And I think the argument is great for creation, it's great for that competition, it's great for people to always say these things so that we're always relevant. Because when people keep talking, you're still in that space. So that young guy or young lady who wants to create content right now, I would say that just start. And you haven't started with the idea. No, you haven't started by writing it down. No, you haven't started by saying you will do it tomorrow. No, you haven't started by editing. No, you have started when the video goes out. All right, no matter how terrible the video is, put it out. People love the process. They want to look back and say, oh, this guy started with a terrible camera when he was 2 years ago. Now we're using a red camera. They want to see the process. Most people are always interested in your story, how you started. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad that you are not there yet. You can do amazing stuff with whatever you have. Edgar doesn't lie. I'm telling you what I did. Yeah.
I'm here today at Lagos International Smartphone Film Festival for my film screening. Kuye, Journey to Yak Seswede Lake. It's a documentary film about the only Seswede Lake in Africa. Kuye is a story about a young guy on a journey to self-discovery. We're also trying to tell the story about the only suspended lake in the whole of Africa. It's a project about spirituality, history, heritage, Africa, because this is our story. It's important because I'm African and nobody can tell our story better, so I feel like the market is there for us now. People are really interested in what we have to offer the world. So, and when I got the opportunity to work on this smartphone film, I decided to tell our original story. And yeah, I'm glad I did. And if I have more opportunity to do that, I will do more.
Education, a transformative force that empowers individuals, ignites people's curiosity and fosters critical thinking, as well as cultivating compassionate citizens, has attained global observation due to its immeasurable impact. Education opens doors to opportunities, inspire dreams, and help shape a better world. Yet, in conflict zone, education is under attack, depriving vulnerable groups such as girls, migrants, refugees, and people with disability of their fundamental right to learn. The United Nations recognized these critical issues, declaring September 9th as the International Day for the Protection of Education under Attack, highlighting the devastating impact of war on students and teachers. From 2013 to 2017, over 12,700 attacks on schools were recorded globally, endangering more than 21,000 students and educators. Countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Israel, Palestine, Nigeria, and Yemen have seen their educational institutions become targets, with over 1,000 attacks on schools during this period. This attack disrupts learning, causes physical and psychological harm, and creates opportunities for recruitment into armed forces, sexual violence, and displacement. The damage is not only to the immediate victims but also to the future of the entire generations who may lose the opportunity to build skills necessary for sustainable development. Despite this challenge, education has moved away from the four corners of classrooms. The advent of transformational technology, especially virtual learning, which became more recognized during COVID-19, restored hope and confidence to the life of those who are eager and passionate about learning. Virtual learning is being embraced by the day. The need to sustain physical classroom learning remains at the center of international organizations like UNESCO and UNICEF's goal, as they continue to occupy the front line in protecting education during crisis, working with governments to create safe learning environment and upholding the rights of children to continue their education even in conflict zones. Initiatives like the Safe School Declaration of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack urge countries to safeguard school, hold perpetrators accountable, and ensure that children's education is prioritized. Investing in education in this context is essential to breaking the cycle of violence and building a more secure, peaceful future. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News Television. Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government wants to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
It's another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election. because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government of that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, no, let me say, it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they will kill because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again, we want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure, but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because you have some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have, but that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times, a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem we have for us there is that it created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still they want that new government now, they should give them more states. That is not good. Population will be rising up. And we know I have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table, it's very, very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in Songo, a place that I will pay from there to Ushodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Ushodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it. Let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo irú ṣókóǹgàn tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 4,000 but things ó ti di 5+. Ó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́ èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ́.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀ agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀ àwọn onílé tá à ń gbàrú èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù kí ìjọba wa kán bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know it's a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just manage it everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mind. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That's what I have to say.
1980, so I finished school. But now, even to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people was complaining, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jakonde, beat house. Now to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president want to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transport station in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
The Nigerian Exchange Group plc, NGX Group, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and other market operators, organized a series of engaging events aimed at promoting financial literacy and empowering retail investors. These activities highlighted the growing importance of technology and sustainability in modern finance, aligning with the 2024 theme, Technology, Digital Finance and Sustainable Finance. The week kicked off with a financial literacy seminar at Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, hosted by the NGX Group and the Financial Literacy Technical Committee of SEC. Hundreds of students eager to learn about the fundamentals of investing participated in the training. The NGX had a retail investor clinic where practical insights were provided to capital market strategies from industry experts. Over 200 participants, including the representatives from institutions like Nigerian Higher Education Foundation, the University of Lagos, and GFA Technologies attended. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, highlighted the importance of investor protection and regulatory oversight in fostering trust.
No matter what investments you do in this market, we've got your back. We've got your back, and as such, what we'll work with is transparency and integrity. We are bringing value back to this market. We are not only doing that by talking, we're implementing new regulations And we are also bringing into the space technology, which is your next of kin. Like I said yesterday somewhere else, that the phones you now have, the Android phones, are now your next of kin.
The Group Managing Director and CEO of NGX Group, Temi Popola, speaking on behalf of the Group Chairman of NGX Group, Alhaji Umaru Kwaringa, stressed the group's leadership in using technology to drive sustainable finance and innovation. CEO of NGX, Jude Chiemeka, reiterated the importance of investor education.
And for us, it is something that we're very passionate about, where we're asking ourselves how we can support our subsidiary companies, our associate companies, and just use our convening power to bring this subject of technology to the table. And I think that if we go back maybe over the last 3-4 months or so in our capital markets, we see this revolution, frankly speaking. We've seen it now a lot in the primary market side of things. And there are two areas that we're spending a lot of time now to think about. One is, as the DG spoke, you would have seen that he was speaking about very different asset classes and how our market needs to go away from being seen as a mono asset class, equities, and being seen as a multi-asset class. And you can imagine that as the SEC continues this charge, we as market, sort of operators have this responsibility. So on our side, we constantly think through how to use technology to aggregate across all of these products and the like.
It's important that we begin to look at the capital market really for what it is. It has the ability to really catapult your investment. So it's not just about savings. You have to invest your savings in order to build wealth that you can transfer.
The Ring the Bell for Financial Literacy ceremony at NGX brought together SEC officials, market leaders, and key stakeholders in a joint commitment to advancing financial literacy. The week-long activities, executed in collaboration with partners from the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers (CIS) and the Association of Securities and Dealing Houses of Nigeria (ASHON), demonstrated a collective effort to create a more informed, resilient, and empowered retail investor community. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role
in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rate and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Good morning, viewer, and welcome to Market Insights. It's a beautiful day in the city of Lagos, and we are here to discuss challenges affecting our economy and solutions. So today we are exploring Nigeria's digital skills crisis, how to bridge this gap. I am your host, Lovina Emma. Now, as Africa's largest economy, Nigeria faces a critical challenge, equipping its workforce with the digital skills necessary for success in the 21st century. Now, let's face it, in this age of technology, digital literacy isn't just a luxury. It is a necessity, and it's very important for every single person, whether you are young or old. Now, from running a small business to securing a high-paying job, digital skills are the key to unlocking countless opportunities. But here in Nigeria, the reality is stark. Many of our talented youth, despite their potential, find themselves underprepared for the demands of the digital age. So let's picture this scenario now. Imagine a young graduate eager to contribute to the nation's growth, but unable to navigate basic computer software or leverage technology platforms. Now, this is the unfortunate reality for far too many Nigerians. I mean, the consequences are dire. There'll be missed opportunities, economic stagnation, and a widening gap between the digitally savvy and the digitally disadvantaged. But this is not a problem without solutions. I mean, we need to invest in education to bridge this gap, both formal and informal. We also need to equip our citizens with the digital skills they need to thrive. Now, this means investing in technology infrastructure, providing affordable internet access, and creating more opportunities for hands-on training. We also need to foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship where digital skills are valued and rewarded. So this morning we will discuss, first, the strategies for addressing Nigeria's digital skills deficits, the role of public and private partnerships in skills development, and the third one, how digital skills can drive entrepreneurship and innovation. And next one is initiatives in promoting digital skills and literacy development. Expert insights. So I'm going to have two guests joining us virtually to discuss these issues, and they're going to be talking about how to upskill and reskill the future of work in Nigeria. So Nigeria's economic growth hinges on its ability to bridge the digital skills gap. Now, how can we prepare the next generation for the digital economy? So join us after the break for an in-depth analysis.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back and many thanks for watching the program. So this morning we are discussing Nigeria's digital skills and how to bridge this gap. So we have two guests who have joined us virtually for this discussion. Now we have Daniel Chinagozie. He is the founder and CEO, Innovation Growth Hub. And our second guest, who's also joined us virtually, is Chris Madubuchi. He's a professional forex trader and he's also a hedge fund manager. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning on Market Insights.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you both on the program. Okay, let me start with Daniel Chinagozie first up. Now, looking at our digital economy, I mean, according to recent World Bank reports, the statistics on Nigeria, not just Nigeria, but other sub-Saharan African countries that are facing a critical shortage of our digital skills. But before we get right into these figures now, what is the current state of Nigeria's digital skills?
Okay, maybe I'm going to shake the table a little bit. Like she has said, my name is Daniel Chinagozie. I'm the founder and CEO of Innovation Growth Hub. Innovation Growth Hub is a technology, business, and creative incubation hub. Our focus more is on using technology to grow businesses. So we've been in the center of skills development in Nigeria. So I can give you some insight really on this issue. Are we improving with respect to skills, technology, digital skills in Nigeria today? The answer is yes. Okay, there have been a lot of initiatives lately that have actually increased acceptance to digital skills and the growth of number of digital skills. You know, sometimes some of this news that is out there putting a lot of crisis in people's head, and then you think there is we don't have adequate digital skills. There's a gap, yes, but there have been a lot of improvement within the last 5 years. And both local, international organizations have been part of growing digital skills in Nigeria. But we need to do much more because the only way we can make us, we are meant to have digital skill as a normal life in Nigeria. But what has happened is that our education system is structured in such a way that what you are learning in education when it comes to technology skill or digital skills is not what is needed in the market. So you see people that are skilled, but they are not skilled for today's world. Okay, so there's a gap, but what we need to do is a lot of people are learning digital skills today more than we have ever had it in the past. Okay, and because most people are taking career paths in that area, but when it comes to the level of digital literacy that should encompass the country, there's actually quite some gaps there. Okay, so someone that has basic secondary school or university degree should have basic digital literacy skills, should have basic digital understanding on how to use technology, should have internet security tips, you know, so to reduce your exposure. There's some basics everyone should have, which I think we are not meeting the global expectation, the global ranking when it comes to graduates or educated people having digital skills, which I think we fundamentally need to change our education system to solve as a problem. Okay, I hope
okay, yes, I understand what you're saying, Daniel. Yes, there is an actual gap, and according to the World Bank report on Nigeria's digital skills and how we need to bridge this gap, they are saying that in the future, we're in 2024 now, by 2030, that's 6 years from now, most jobs will require both whoever is working there to have adequate digital skills and to even surpass whatever knowledge he or she has. And now, like you rightfully mentioned, there is an actual gap between those who are technologically savvy and those who are completely disadvantaged. But before we get right into these figures now, I mentioned that it's not just a Nigerian issue, it's also a sub-Saharan issue. Now, only 50% of countries in Africa, if you have observed, mostly in the urban centers, have access to computer skills and computer education in their school curriculum, compared to 85% globally. Now, what do you think we need to do to improve on these statistics?
strongly, I think we need to address policy. We need to restructure the education policy with respect to the use of technology. Okay, so what has happened is that in the past, we've had disjointed policies that have not brought us to one particular end. And the rate of lack of computer hardware in schools is alarming, given the fact that education and the future you are going into, you are training people, require computer, it requires infrastructure, requires digital technology. So we should normalize the use of technology to both learn and practice. We should normalize the use of computer because the world we are being prepared for requires that you use computer at a natural scale. It should be like a lifelong language. So we need to do educational reform. We need to do actual investment in infrastructure, okay? Because just imagine that what a school should look like is that a child walks into the class and his or her computer is available for her to use at every particular point in time. The same way we had Macmillan textbooks and all that while we were in school. The same way we read Obi and was all those English for today and all those things we read. That's the same way a computer should be in class. So you said 50%. I don't know who gave us that 50% or where that 50% came from. But the truth is that we're far below being equipped as a country educationally, pari passu the expectation of preparing the next digital frontier. It will be to our advantage. I want anyone that wants to hear this to hear. Don't see providing computer in classes or teaching children technology as an empowerment program. We need to see it as a right and a privilege, because every investment we make in technology in the life of a child today will pay much more in their future. If we provide computers in schools and connectivity, internet and connectivity in those schools, and people have access to global infrastructure, in the next 5-10 years, the quality of students we will have will be amazing. Not the thing, the sham we do in our education system. People need to be subjected to real life knowledge of basic digital skills. And we need to now intentionally or consciously actually bring people into the digital space, consciously train people with high-tech development skills, high technology skills that are needed in today's world. You need to train people in software development, in maths. You need to train people in UI, UX, product design, product management. You need to train people in animation. You need to train people in blockchain technology development. You know, in our world, when we hear blockchain, everything we think is crypto. But there are plenty other use and applications of blockchain. That's why people need to learn how to use solidified solutions, to use different solutions that are used in building blockchain technology. People need to understand AI prompting. Prompt engineering is going to be the new phase of skill set. Okay, even support staff, support engineers. I run a support center that prompt engineering has become a core skill for people working in our support center today. Okay, which other courses? The courses you need to learn AI, data science and data analysis, the big data. Okay, and then because the connectivity is improving in some places, we will need to start living connected lives. There's a place of IoT. It's very important. You need to learn core IoT technology skills. You need to learn, build your hands on both mobile skills. This is important for us to understand. SEO, digital marketing, core skills. Now, I want to grade it. Everybody, because we're an unemployed country, everybody between ages 18 to 30, you need to have basic digital marketing skills, compulsorily. despite every other way you want to focus, you need to have basic digital marketing skills, which includes social media marketing, the use of internet, SEO, basic design skill. You know, maybe we use the tools like Canva or mostly Canva and Figma and some of these other high ones. And with the support of AI, basic design skill, everyone compulsorily, okay? And everyone need to understand data structures, how data structure works, okay? Everyone need to understand online safety, internet safety. Everyone need to understand basic networking skills. This is really 5 things I called out for. You need to know how email marketing works, SEO marketing works. You need to know how to use the processing documents like either Word or Google Docs or all those basics. This is compulsory. If we have rules in government that makes these basics compulsory, you will see the level of the quality of job we produce will get better. And why I'm saying this thing is that if you leverage opportunities like this, you won't be unemployed. If you know these things I called out now, I will also, before the end of this section, I will tell you where to go to with those skills today and start working. Okay? So this is something that we must do as a people. Thank you.
Okay. Well said, Daniel. Okay, could you also share, just for the purpose of our viewers, where can people get to learn these skills that you mentioned?
Okay, there are innovation hubs spread across Nigeria. Okay, mine is one of them, Innovation Growth Hub. We have offices in Aba, we have in Umuahia, we have in Onitsha, we have in Asaba. And there are more than 500 hubs in Nigeria, in every city. So if you are in anywhere, go to innovation hubs in my city. You will also always see one. If you list innovation hubs in Nigeria, in Lagos or in Port Harcourt, you will see a list of innovation hubs. Or you can go to isn.org.ng. ISN is in Innovation Support Network, is an association of hubs that are in Nigeria. You can go to online to learn. There's a lot of online learning going on now on Coursera, on EDX, okay? But the federal government have launched a program that is solid. You know, just people run away from things like that. The Federal Ministry of Communication, in Digital Economy and Innovation, okay, have launched a program that is called 3MTT, okay? So you need to go online to 3mtt.gov.ng, I think, okay? Or at NIDA's website. You go there and search 3MTT. Please register. The training is for 3 months and it's free. It's both online and physical. The federal government is partnering with a number of hubs, okay, to implement this program. And the Honorable Minister had invested a lot, okay? So what I am advising you for free on platforms like this, you go to 3MTT and then you register. There are courses from almost all the tech courses, including cloud computing, cybersecurity, web development, and all that. So you go there, you learn, okay? And there are also much more specialized programs that you can also learn from different platforms, okay? I think
that's Daniel Chinagozie. Let me move to Chris Madubuchi now. Okay, Chris Madubuchi, are you here with us? Okay, glad to see you.
Yeah.
Okay, now we were talking about how to bridge this digital skills gap in Nigeria, and this is not just a Nigerian problem, it's something affecting sub-Saharan African countries. Now, first of all, how does this skill gap affect Nigerian businesses?
It actually affects the Nigerian businesses because if you look at in today's Nigerian, you see a graduate doesn't know how to make use of what the office on the computer, the simple basis of computer. So I don't know most of the. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, it affects Nigerian businesses because most of the young people doesn't have any skills needed in today's economy. because the world actually has gone into technology. And if you don't have the basic skills, definitely, including in your business, if your business is not first of all on the internet, nobody will see you, because these days people don't go outside much looking for stuffs. If everything you are doing, your business or your skills is on the internet, definitely people will see you, will see you and patronize you. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Hear you clearly, but let me move to there was something you mentioned. Let me just move to Daniel Chinagozi first of all. I'll get back to you, Chris. Now I also want to quote from this World Bank report, and it refers to our graduates from our higher institutions. Now the report highlights that amongst African graduates, only 11% of these African graduates have this digital skills training. So now, how can our universities ensure that the graduates that they are churning out into the society are well equipped with the right digital skills to be able to compete in the labor market and to get those required jobs that can help them to contribute to our economy?
Okay, that statistic is funny though. The only challenge we have in Nigeria is not the barrage of ideas of what to do, but it's implementation. I know you were in university in the last 10 or 20 years, you know, 5 to 10, 15 years. There's almost in every university in Nigeria, there's a place called AfriHub. You see AfriHub building in most universities. Most universities in Nigeria have computer centers, okay? But what they are now doing is using it as CBT center for JAMB exams. But those places were equipped to actually train people on how to use technology, basic digital skills. Now, if every university that needs to care to listen, every university should install computers in their schools so that students are expected to have a minimal of 5 hours per week access to it. Universities should encourage laptops to be part of things that are bought in universities. For example, the way you must buy textbook, it is okay for universities to say you must buy laptop or cost of laptop into someone's education. Someone gets admission, he gets a laptop and then pays for it over the period of 5 years. So that every university undergraduate should, or tertiary institution undergraduate, the minute you get access to university, you should own a computer. We need to normalize the ownership of a computer the same way we have normalized the ownership of smartphones. Almost everybody, you know, most smartphones people are carrying can buy them laptops. So we need to normalize the use of laptop. And then universities should normalize connecting the entire university with internet, the same way we will connect it with light so that we can use electricity. We should treat internet that same way. We should not go online. We should live online in our institutions. Then if you want to really start solving the problem, number one is that people naturally will learn digital skills because they have access to computers. I know you say some people use it to watch Netflix. Yes, I know. They will use it to download movies and watch. But also, because if their assignments will be taken online, if their exams, you come into the exam hall, you come into with your own laptop, start typing instead of writing. We need to understand that's the next phase of what we're doing if we want to really train people. Now, secondary school should also now follow suit, make it available for students to use computers. If we invest in digital, in technology, the skilled people we will have will be a lot. I wanted to touch a little on the question you have asked earlier on how the gap in technology is affecting businesses. It's affecting businesses big time. Let me tell you, we are in the era where we should be digitizing our businesses. Like the same thing you have in your shops and in your offices, okay? You should have it online the same way you have it physically. So we're in the era where we should be expanding our market. Everybody manufacturing anything in Nigeria today can have a global market of the same product. Even the woman that is manufacturing plantain chips in Nigeria can position her market for her to export that same product. Okay? But because we are not connected as a business, because we have not digitized, we sell only local. Okay? We've bought potato chips from the US, from the UK. The same plantain chips we make in Nigeria, we can export it. I'm not joking. We can export our product. I'm just using something as common as plantain chips that you see on the street. Our businesses, what lack of technology skill is doing to our businesses today, you can't imagine. If we digitize properly, there will be a growth in our economy significantly between 20 to 25%. If we digitize properly, make sure there is connectivity, and make sure that people have the hardware to use and learn and work, a lot will change. Students, while in school, will be support experts, data analysts for companies globally. Some people can go to school in the morning and work in the evening. So we need to see it as an urgent thing that needs to be done for our economy to really, really grow. Okay, and I believe we can do it as a nation. The school can make the investment, government can make the investment. Parents, you also don't need to wait for government a lot. Okay, so buying your child a 200,000 shoe or baggy or jean, you buy that child a 200,000 fairly used laptop. If you can afford a brand new one, get them a computer. Every student in the university deserves a computer and need to also use that computer to learn and to work. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insights into this, Daniel Chinagozie. It was viewers are definitely going to be commenting on our social media platforms. You've shared a whole lot on this. Now, let's take a break now. When we return, we're still going to discuss further on how we can equip our future generation for this digitized economy. Join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights. Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back and thank you for watching the program. And we are discussing Nigeria's digital skills and bridging this gap. Now we have two guests who have joined us virtually for this discussion. We have Daniel Chinagozie, the CEO of Innovation Growth Hub, and we also have Chris Madubuachi, a forex trader and hedge fund manager. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning on Market Insights. But, let me start with Daniel Chinagozie first now. So I'm still on this, how to bridge this gap and ensure that the future youths are ready for the labor market in terms of a digitized economy. Now, I'd like to quote some more statistics now. In Nigeria and other sub-Saharan countries, that's in Cote d'Ivoire, and also a few countries in East Africa like Rwanda, it's predicted that 35 to 45% of jobs will require a lot of digital skills. And how prepared are we for this? And the reason I'm talking about Nigeria, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mozambique, in the future, that's by 2030, 35 to 45% of jobs are going to be very digitized. But in East Africa, particularly in Kenya, with this robust ICT sector and startup ecosystem, it is projected to see 50 to 55% of jobs demanding digital skills now. So do you think there are cultural or societal factors that have been impeding this adoption of digital technologies?
Okay, I won't call it cultural as much as I will call it policy. The government play a very certain strong role in development of technology, as it were. Okay, like if you check most of the work we're doing you check most of the places where private sector is playing a role in developing digital skills. It's mostly in primary cities, okay, or few now these days, secondary cities. I remember in 2016, Google launched a program, Google Digital Skills for Africa, okay. I went into a meeting where that was being planned because I play in the technology space. And I noticed that they were discussing then was just Lagos, Abuja, and then Port Harcourt. But I made a case for the secondary cities, okay? And that project was expanded to other locations, starting from my city, Aba. And then from Aba, went to Onitsha, we went to different other cities. And then the same thing happened, the project now went nationwide. What am I trying to say? At the policy level, when you are designing any program, stop thinking, let's start from the developed area. That's the thinking that keeps us undeveloped. If you are making a plan, make a plan for 774 local governments of the country, or break it down to the wards, so that your plan is not elitist in design, okay? Because the opportunity that stop only in Lagos or stop only in Abuja, that doesn't go to the other parts of the world, okay? We tend to because I run offices in different countries, I pay more for internet in Lagos than in the East. For example, in Aba, I pay 100 Mbps for around 560,000 naira. monthly, but in Lagos, the same 100 Mbps go for as cheap as 170,000 naira. So you check I have to pay 4 to 5 times more to do business when it comes to technology outside of Lagos. Now, if I take the same technology further to rural communities, I will spend much more to get technology to that location. So it's a challenge. So we need to address it holistically. Let's not discriminate development. And then, are we ready to meet the required technology, digital skills expectation of jobs as it comes? Nigeria is developing. There are opportunities that are skilling up people in their mass number. Federal government, World Bank is working with Federal Ministry of Education on a project that is called Ideas Project. I can bet you that project alone is going to train more than 500,000 skilled people nationwide across the country. There are like 78 implementers, in which iJob is one of the partners for the Federal Government Ministry of Education World Bank Ideas Project. So it's a project that is funded by World Bank. We have made a call for people to register, and we have gotten thousands of registrations, and it's still open. And then there are partners. So this is that there are opportunity for people to learn technology skills now available for free, more than ever before. Okay, there's 3MTT going on. I've mentioned it before. Okay, because people need to quickly get ready for skills. I've dedicated the next 1 year to growing people that have technology skills but are not making money. Okay, we've just launched a new product that is called DigiBoss. What do we intend to achieve with DigiBoss? Want to get the first 10,000 people and train them on a 30-day, because I have interest in technology skills, technology development, and startup incubation. So I'm marrying these all three together to walk people through an incubation program. Let's say you have a technology skill, but you're not earning money with it, or you don't have a technology skill. We bring you into a 30-day incubation program, teach you the basic skills you need to launch a digital agency, and then support you with the technology skill we have behind. So it's an incubation program that teaches you skill, that teaches you how to do it as a business, run it as a business, and that teaches you how to run your agency. Okay, so one thing that is important is that there are different skilled areas. So everything is not software development. No, some might be social media marketing, some might be data entry services, some might be photography, some might be editing, some might be AI prompting. So you need to take up all those opportunities, okay, that are available for you, and they are there for free, and so that you can learn, so you can grow your hands, so that you can play in the future. It is a responsibility for everyone, okay? World Bank will always give their statistics, but our responsibility is to prepare our population for the digital skills need of jobs in the future, okay? Even as slow as a cleaner, we need digital skills. The digital skills of how to operate basic IoT devices when you come into the house, and how to put in your report. So every sector of the economy is going to place a demand for you to have a digital skill. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Daniel. But I also want to bring something to your attention. Yes, that was good of you to talk about not just limiting it to the developed cities in Nigeria, Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. You know, we have men and women, and there is also this gender disparity when it comes to access to the internet and also access to technology now. And in Africa, it's speculated that over 37% of African women are less likely to use the mobile internet, get access to technology. This is further widening the divide when compared to African men. So what can we do to be able to bridge this gap? This is in regard to what we see in the urban areas, which is by far different from what we have in the rural areas. So how do we bridge this gap?
Okay, thank you. I would have been surprised if you didn't ask the gender question. But for us as an organization, for every program we design, we have 40% compulsorily dedicated to females, so that we'll have a reasonable balance. Compulsorily dedicated. Females can be up to 60% or 70%, but compulsory dedication to female for every of our program is 40%. And we, even as an organization, has a program that is called Tech Denmark. Tech Denmark was targeted for females. It's our targeted programs to have more females in technology. Google has a program that is called WTM. That's Women in Tech, Women Tech Makers, okay? And they are in various communities. So one thing is that we need to encourage more women to agree to take a career in technology. Please, women, we are begging you, agree. It's not like we men want to be dominating the sector, but women most times don't want to agree. They prefer to do the makeup, the fashion, the flashy industries. But the truth is that, from my experience, women make best tech people. So we want them to come. So that's why as a policy, and most innovation hubs have also done it as a policy, they try as much as possible to do, there's a lot of inclusion in women, and there are a lot of women-led activities too.
Can I please, can I just interrupt your thoughts briefly now? Saying that women prefer things like makeup and fashion as opposed to learning technology, which will benefit their lives and open them to lots of economic opportunities, is not very correct. There are lots of women who want to be educated, who want to get access to this technology. And that's why I asked you the question of societal and cultural issues preventing women especially from getting access, from getting this kind of education. Because, you know, let's start with Nigeria, for example. We know that in some communities, it's not very easy for women to get educated, let alone try to actually get access to improve on their technological or their digital skills. And I'm asking in terms of how can the government break all these barriers and break all these cultural issues and just look, the same way we are encouraging boys to go to school and improve themselves, let's also encourage girls and women to also go to school and improve themselves. So what would you suggest, or what are your thoughts on this, or as to how we can bridge this gap?
My thoughts on this are clear. I have made a lot of investment to make sure we include women in the technology space as an organization. And we have also done a lot of things to include rural communities in the technology space as an organization. We have what we call IG Hub Community Innovation Centers in rural communities. We have IG Hub Tech on Wheel that drives to rural community and train children on computer skills, okay? The same thing I told you about Tech Denmark. I am telling you that as an investor, I've sat on a number of panels and you see people coming to pitch. 95% of the women interested businesses around food, fashion, makeup. If you even I have literally encouraged a lot of people to play in the fashion space. I'm talking about the graduate women. Women, don't push it to women that are not encouraged to go to school. It's not like that anymore. There's a lot of improvement in the number of women getting involved in education, if the ones getting involved in technology, we have to encourage them. We are encouraging you people, come. Like, for example, I know you're a broadcaster, but it's possible you can also make an amazing technology person. Get a technology skill, put it out there. Nothing is stopping you. All the barriers that used to stop women from getting technology skill, we at the technology ecosystem in Nigeria have destroyed it. There is no ceiling. Okay, there are examples you can leverage on to say you can do it. You don't even need motivation now. Okay, there is She Code Africa. It's a platform where every female that wants to learn technology can learn. There is WTM, I've mentioned to you, Women Tech Makers. It's a Google platform where they are bombarding women with learning. They go to schools, secondary schools and primary schools, female in tech, encouraging other females in tech to come. So we are also joining them to encourage you. I'm not saying that those businesses are not good, but what I'm saying is that if women just agree, no longer agree to come play in this space, we need more women in tech because they deliver better than their male counterparts. I'm telling you as an employer, okay, if I see a woman and I see a man, I'm sorry, on the same role and two of them have the same level of competence, I might take the female because she will concentrate on the job more. She will deliver better than his male counterpart. That's what we experience today. If I'm talking to a female tech founder and I'm talking to a male tech founder, and both of them tell me the same thing, and I'm expected to make a quick decision, I will take the female because she will deliver faster and better than the male counterpart. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not anti us, but I'm trying to tell you that what we should do, and then as a policy, because our education policy has also improved. A lot of women are going to school today. If we, as a policy, push for women to learn technology more or to keep learning technology, if we, as a policy, push that, you will see growth. For example, 3MTT is open for both male and female. It's open for both men. So I think what we need to do is push certain policies like we've done in our company. Every training we advertise, 40% is available compulsorily for female. So we need to open our minds, okay? And
okay. Thank you very much for that. You said a whole lot. I understand you very well, Daniel, and I'm quite sure our viewers also understand you. Now, can we just move forward on this discussion now? Looking at the future now, what are the potential implications for a rapid digitization of Nigeria?
Connectivity, invest in infrastructure, a lot of investment in infrastructure, and then get government to agree to use technology in everything they do. Government must agree, not you say it by mouth here and do it the other way, okay? Investment in infrastructure, investment in digital education, investment in government should adopt technology. If government adopts technology at all its level of services, it will force a lot of people that want to deal with government to adopt technology, okay? We should digitize our basic things, digitize the basic life processes, okay? Let digital be part of our life. You will see it will create a fresh economy. I'm glad for governments and states that are looking at digital economy as a thing, okay? Let's digitize business, digitize government, digitize our assets, to digitize our education. We have made a lot of progress. Okay, we should say the truth to ourselves and use the investments that we have announced that we want to use. Okay, get people educated. Massive digital literacy, basic digital literacy. It should happen in churches, it should happen at mosques, it should happen at different places. Massive basic digital literacy so that people can know how to use the basic mobile access, word processing, basic design. You will be shocked at how that will affect our economy. Even people in rural communities. Okay, the farmer should be able to take a picture of his harvest and post it on an online agro platform. And then people should buy directly from that farmer. And then logistics person picks it from the farmer and it gets. So the quality of the life of the farmer will get better because the farmer is actually selling the actual product. Technology can change the state of things. Okay, that's why we are always open to people. If you want to digitize your community, your rural community, or whatever it is you're doing, reach out to us, okay, ighub.ng, and then we'll support you. We'll support you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Daniel. Okay, before we round up, now let's talk about the future. We always hear, especially globally, we hear a lot of people talking about artificial intelligence, how it's the future. Now, how can we leverage on these emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain to digitize our economy further and also enlighten our future youth on this?
Yeah, AI is good. I encourage, see, we cannot live in denial again, because what reduces our ability to adopt technology or development most times is our first will start denying. So we shouldn't live in denial this time. Artificial intelligence is real. Okay, Internet of Things is real. Internet will control things, will control cars, will control gates, will control their driverless cars coming into play. So it means that they will start digitizing our roads to be able to, accept that level of technology. Let's please, can we understand that a lot is going to happen? A lot is going to happen. So blockchain technologies, we should start applying blockchain technology in filing. We should start applying it in registration. Okay, like we should start applying it to applications. I want to apply for something. They'll ask me for my BVN, for my international passport number, for my NIN. So, but with blockchain technology, we can keep all these things into one, that immediately a particular number is given to me, it can cut across the entire system. Okay, we should use blockchain technology to start authenticating our certificates, so that people stop forging certificates in Nigeria. So that people we should apply technology in everything, digitize our government systems, stop asking people to bring in physical files every time. Let every registration from government or for government services be online, and and change the narrative. If we keep pushing this, we will play in the technology space, in the global. It's already there. It's not something of the future. It's something of now. Okay, we should encourage research in AI. I want to say thank you to the current Minister for Digital Economy and Communications. There's a lot happening in the AI space, a lot of reports, a lot of research, a lot of work going on. So I think we should embrace such things and keep going forward. I think we'll get there.
Daniel Chinagozie, it's been great having this discussion with you on how we can bridge this digital divide, and you've been able to share your thoughts on this extensively. We appreciate your coming on the program Market Insights. I also want to thank Chris Madubuachi for also sharing his thoughts on this issue, on how to bridge this digital gap. Many thanks, gentlemen, for sharing your insights into today's discussion. We do hope you can join us again on Market Insights. Now let's look at our money markets this morning. For today, Wednesday, 23rd October, we're looking at the selling rates for the foreign currencies, dollars, pound sterling, and the euro. So for today, Wednesday, 23rd of October, we're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel market rates. So for the dollars, it's currently selling at 1,633 naira at the CBN rate. At the parallel market rate is selling for 1,725 naira to $1. So the parallel market figures are higher than the Central Bank of Nigeria figures. For the pound sterling is currently selling at 2,144 naira to £1 sterling at the CBN rate. At the parallel market rate is selling for 2,250 naira to £1 sterling, and the parallel market figures are still higher than the CBN figures. For the euro, it's selling at 1,786 naira to €1. That's the CBN rate. The parallel market rate is 1,860 naira to €1. And the parallel market figures are also higher than the CBN figures. So those are our money market figures this morning. Okay, so that was a very insightful discussion on how to bridge our digital skills gap, and by encouraging our youth to explore the possibilities of technology, we can create a new generation of digital leaders who will drive Nigeria's development. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights. We do hope you can join us tomorrow for another insightful discussion. I am your host, Lovina Emma. Do stay tuned to the news updates on SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to the news at midday on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday appealed to Nigerian university staff unions to embrace peace and engage in negotiation created by his administration. He made the statement at the University of Ilorin's 39th convocation. The president, who was represented by Minister of State for Education, Dr. Yusuf Sonunu, emphasized his government's commitment to uninterrupted academic sessions. This appeal is coming at a time when the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities, and Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities are planning to strike over unpaid 2022 salaries and the unfulfilled 2009 agreement. Tinubu assured the unions
that his administration is addressing these issues, including the payment of previously withheld salaries and removal of staff from the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System as requested by the unions. Finance Minister Wale Edun has addressed Central Bank of Nigeria's Governor Yemika Doso's concern regarding the impact of Federal Accounts Allocation Committee disbursement on the foreign exchange market at the World Bank International Monetary Fund Summit in Washington, D.C. Edun highlighted that the key issue is Nigeria's foreign exchange supply, which could be addressed by increasing oil production. He also confirmed that the central bank will continue its current monetary policy tightening to combat inflation, noting that other countries have only reduced rates after inflation was controlled. Cardoso had previously noted a correlation between the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee disbursements and demand pressures on foreign exchange, prompting the Central Bank of Nigeria to closely monitor future allocations. The removal of the petrol subsidy in 2023 led to significant increases in Federal Accounts Allocation Committee disbursements, with 4.23 trillion naira in foreign exchange gains, boosting allocations between May 2023 and April 2024, accounting for 20% of total disbursements. Still with the federal government of Nigeria, federal government has ordered the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and liquefied petroleum gas producers to stop exporting cooking gas starting November 1, 2024. This directive, issued by the Minister of State Petroleum Resources Gas, Ekperikpe Ekpo, aims to address the rising price of cooking gas in the country. During a meeting in Abuja, Ekpo highlighted a plan to link domestic gas prices to local production costs rather than international markets. He also announced that facilities would be developed over the next 12 months to blend, store, and deliver liquefied petroleum gas to improve local supply and ensure price stability. This follows a previous government's initiative in 2023 to stabilize prices, though costs have continued to rise, reaching 1,500 naira per kilogram. And in Lagos, the state government has launched a relocation plan for residents of over 15 distressed buildings in Ikmori House and Estate, Surulere. This follows a 2-week evacuation order issued by the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LASPCA, to prevent potential building collapse. The agency, in partnership with the Lagos Building Investment Company, LBIC, aims to cushion the impact on residents by ensuring smooth relocation within the 2-week window. Lagos Building Investment Company also plans to assess other estates for structural risks to avoid future incidents. An ad hoc committee has been formed to oversee the process. And to wrap up the midday news, gold price surged to $2,750.9 on Wednesday, driven by increasing demand for state safe haven assets amid geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and uncertainty surrounding the upcoming U.S. presidential election. The U.S. dollar strengthened against major currencies, with the yen falling to 152.28 per dollar as traders adjusted their expectations regarding the Federal Reserve's interest rate cuts. The yield on benchmark U.S. 10-year notes rose to a 3-month peak of 4.234%, reflecting concerns that the Fed may risk reintegrating inflation if it eases policy during a strong economy. As the November 5 election approaches, investors' focus intensifies on the potential implications of a Donald Trump presidency, which could lead to inflationary pressures due to his proposed tariffs and immigration policies. Meanwhile, Asian stocks experienced mixed movements, with the Morgan Stanley Capital International Asia Pacific Index rising 0.3%, while Tokyo's Nikkei Index fell 1%. In commodities, oil prices showed slight declines, with Brent crude at $75.93 per barrel and West Texas Intermediate at $71.61 after previous increases earlier in the week. With that, we conclude Amid the News. Thank you for joining us. I am Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, SOUQ Pulse comes up at 1.
The amount of gas flared in the first 6 months of this year can provide electricity to more than 3 million households, according to findings of experts in a report published in Lagos. An estimated 148.7 million standard cubic feet of gas were flared in the first half of this year, according to the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. According to the United States Energy Information Association, 1 megawatt of electricity can produce electricity to 1,000 households. By implication, the gas flared in the first half of this year can provide electricity to at least 3.5 million households. The value of gas flared stood around $360 million, a potential source to the foreign exchange woes by Nigeria. This is the focus of today's news talk, which discusses ways of utilizing gas flared and wasting away. I am Bayo Olawi. Nigeria has been struggling with a prolonged foreign exchange shortage, which has slowed down economic growth, depreciated the naira, and worsened inflation. Nigeria has an installed power generating capacity of around 13.014 megawatts and an operating capacity of 4,000 megawatts, according to the Nigerian Electricity System Operator. As a result, power generation remains a significant challenge. More than 100 Nigerians lack access to electricity, and over 75% of the nation lacks access to clean cooking energy. The special advisor to the president on energy, Olu Vehejen, noted that despite all the interventions and subsidies, million Nigerians still do not have access to consistent and affordable electricity. According to her, the lack of access directly impacted the ability of citizens to achieve meaningful income growth, limited productivity, and restricted economic expansion. Mrs. Olu Vehejen pointed out that the link between electricity consumption and economic development was well established across different income strata. Nigeria is no stranger to energy challenges, and the high speed of blackouts in communities country highlights the inefficiencies plaguing the country's energy sector. A few weeks ago, the national electricity grid experienced a partial collapse, plunging some parts of the country into darkness. That was the 7th time the country experienced partial collapse in 2020, leading to total blackouts in most parts of the country. Since the grid was privatized 10 years ago, it has collapsed over 141 times, highlighting the persistent issues within the power sector. Experts stressed the urgent need for gas commercialization, stricter regulation, development of floating liquefied natural gas (FNLG), and revisions to the Petroleum Industry Act to address these challenges. An oil and gas expert, Praye David Orodu, told me that in a discussion that it was important to make practical efforts towards gas commercialization, supported by a strong infrastructure network. Orodu noted that some of the liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) used domestically was imported, adding uncertainty to the supply chain, stressing that by promoting gas commercialization, the country could attract investment, thereby reducing the reliance on imports. He was of the view that by harnessing natural gas, which was a cleaner source of energy, it could help to propel investment in gas turbines and generate electricity. According to him, Nigeria was not doing enough as a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, Gas Exporting Countries Forum. This is Bayo Olawi.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last, 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board, and the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent to, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were sitting in, 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was. What happened, man? We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Prior, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account. Right. Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, you will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the showcase, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
show? It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. So I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, with his crew and all that, and they went on stage and performed, and he sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. Funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, hey, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. Get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, they don't know. So he came back and said, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, took it as if he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, to come and, And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do, waiting being problem sir. Into they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show. Right. So the slave mentality is still, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, right. If you remember DJ T, DJ T was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me. DJ T has he has the footage, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, I just went to the door and jammed the door, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. Right. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. They told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the
no problem.
organizers told 50 Cent and his school
Yeah.
that
There was
the
no
Nigerian
artist.
artists are not artists. So
Yes, that
they
there
are
were
workers.
workers who basically just wanted to follow the.
Right.
It's like they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian breweries organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to. I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I have to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals, to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with La Cream and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. Let's say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be there's a song that you mentioned that Trueface at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, Jaga Jaga, that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much? Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now. DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we there for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals, never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I don't go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flood you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music come back again. Like a head do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home like I'm wicked and tight. But my friends will love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across with it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, Dora Kinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Kinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch, and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
You got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
He's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower, then I did my ablution, and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way, tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day, and after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept, and the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. For 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist, my political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes, my responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was, right? At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've, you know, done quite some stuff. And I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. You know, in just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God, you know,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
You know, looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. You know, hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. You know, so I was still in military school then, Hamide, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, you know, perform before. You know, so one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, you know, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, you know, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, you know, alongside with, you know, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. You know, to speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. You know, she sells pepper soup. So they'll come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, you know, and, you know, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like this is not right, and then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and he said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? I was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just a regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here's the point. Your kidney has failed.
It is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that. Yeah. He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. And I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. we were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. Say, so, Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. Just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up.
Mm.
So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I dey cry, I dey shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, you know, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
and you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes, my responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. Appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboyi.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Train 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything and Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, and then, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning, the hold up is piling up, and I walk through any car that is an Honda car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. Ah, I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you. Let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
Different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Citing 6-goal thriller at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena on Nikon Lagos on Monday. Salah Yusuf gave the Oga Boys the lead after 2 minutes, and they doubled it 17 minutes later with Emmanuel Solomon diverting Harrison Austin's cross into the net. Lobby Stars, however, fought back with 2 goals and first half added time with a brace by Ifeanyi Assurance. Upon resumption, Ikorodu City remained undaunted and regained the lead in the 56th minute through Alade Solomon. Rivel Ayanwere scored in a beautiful effort 2 minutes later to seal the win for the hosts. The Oga Boys are the first team to score 4 goals in a single game at home in the Nigerian Premier Football League this season. Alia Boys, on the other hand, led by ex-international Daniel Amokachi, remain winless in 3 outings. Amokachi, speaking after the game, says his team knows its flaws and can work on it.
The bench and the reaction when we went into the half, you know what, the flaws that they did showed, and they acknowledged that it happened, and then it's something that definitely we can work on.
Ikorodu City's interim coach Nuruddin Aweroro, while praising his boys, said they played to instruction.
Well, I could see some of my players lost concentration, especially in the midfield. We lost a lot of balls in the midfield, so it gave opportunity to the opponent to to attack us. So after the break, during the break, I need to address them and tell them we are sitting back, we need to go forward, we need to play more of transition game, we need to play more of our game. We shouldn't be afraid of winning this match. So, and I give thanks to God, the player tried to play to instruction.
Another match centers Seifa Jackson's goal in the 47th minute against Niger Tornadoes ensured that Rivers United extended the unbeaten run to 8 matches. In Ibadan, Shooting Star Sports Club returned to winning ways with a slim 1-0 victory over Katsina United, while Rangers International held Aqua United to a goalless draw in Uyo.
Yes, indeed. I feel very excited, and that's because the UEFA Champions League games served us very exciting fixtures. Arsenal able to get back from the defeat from Bournemouth. I saw the game against Shakhtar Donetsk, but then I feel I would have to give credit to the goalkeeper for holding it down when it mattered most. That moment in the 90th minute, outside from the 18-yard box, that shot, and he was able to get an arm to it. We saw at the Bernabeu, Real Madrid were able, to surmount Borussia Dortmund. I mean, it was head-to-head, toe-to-toe at some point, and Vinicius Jr. came through like Ben the Dank. And that's how we're coming through to you right here in SOUQ Sports and SOUQ News Television. My name is TC Barr. I'm the top cat. I do have another cat. Charlie Montero right here.
Well, guys, it was an outstanding midweek fixture, an outstanding Champions League game. For across board, everywhere, every game had its electrifying, times, and in transition, you see the game. This is, like I say, Champions League heritage, and Champions League nights at Bernabeu are always sumptuous for especially the fans, the home fans, and even for us, sitting on the fence. But then, I would like to welcome you to today's edition of SOUQ Sports, and hold on to your horses as we go.
Well, full throttle. This time around, I'm getting off the horse and getting into a Formula One or MotoGP car, and that's what it is. Anyway, let's start off with the local scene. The MPFL served us a very fresh, exciting fixtures. March the 8th conclusion, and that was on Monday. Let's start off with the early fixture at the Mobility Johnson Arena on Nikon Stadium, where Ikorodu United played host to Daniel Amokachi-led Lobby Stars, who are winless at the moment. Well, as early as the 2nd minute, Ikorodu United roared into into the lead with a goal there, and then 17 minutes later we saw a corner kick combination to give birth to the 2nd goal, and in 2 minutes added at the end of the first half, Lobby Stars, through the same man, scored twice before going into the break, and we thought we're in for a serious encounter, and if for any reason you had an iota of doubt that Ikorodu would have gone to sleep, I mean, you didn't see the tense atmosphere in the stadium, fans dancing, urging them to go, and then they were able to find the back of the net not once but twice again, giving them the highest number of goals scored in the MPFL by a home side. That is 4 goals against Lobby Stars 2. And at the end, you could see the exhaustion on the faces of Lobby Stars, who had struggled to be able to get back into the thick of things, restoring parity at the end of the first half, going into the tunnel, feeling more victorious than the host at the end of the first half, and then returning in the second half to slump to a resounding defeat by the Oga Boys. It was a game that you needed to have experienced to understand, why I'm spending so much time, talking about it. The tenacity for and Ikorodu United, who are without their coach and the sideline, Bright Zabebe, assistant coach, now interim coach, because Ikorodu put out a press release that Aweroro is now the interim coach, keeping the rest of the crew, still keep retaining them, but Aweroro will now call the shots in interim capacity. We've seen him not lose any game. He's drawn, he's won massively, and you begin to wonder if it was the Midas touch or just the change in guard.
Well, we all know what changing a manager can do to any team. He's just coming with fresh ideas. He has been watching the game from the sidelines, or I would say from, without lending full voice. Now he's in control. He knows what he would have loved to change or what difference that he would have loved to see, and now he's implementing them. And it's kudos to the boys, for also interpreting and, backing the coach as well. But it's just like you said, a change in coach, changing in the personnel and the helms of affairs can also, spoil these boys. They want to fight for their place. They want to also show that they can play. And now coming from this win, I feel would also spur them into greater things. Will also ignite their passion to win more games. There's nothing like taking your first 3 points at home, doing it at home as well in front of your home fans. It's outstanding, and it's more or less like a morale boost. And speaking of Lobby Stars, you said that they left the place looking more victorious. Yeah, they were able to score 2 goals. They saw that they can, actually put up a fight even when all hope looked or seemed lost.
Yeah.
And well, it was an outstanding game, a 6-goal thriller. I mean, how many times have we been able to talk about that in the MPFL? Well, it just owes and shows us that the MPFL is really improving, and I believe the Oga boys will, work on this win and
capitalize on it, so to say.
And show us what they are capable of.
Well, we would want to see that, because in the next 3 days, I think the next match day is going to be 26th. They will be playing Eimba, yes, before Rivers United, just to take a look at the MPFL fixtures for this weekend and bring you up to speed. But interim, the captain of Ikorodu United is also speaking. He's very confident that the boys will do better in terms of consolidating on the wins that they have. So today we do have a fixture in the MPFL, and that is a rescheduled fixture. Let me bring that up real quick and let you know that El Kanemi Warriors will be playing host to Kwara United at 3 o'clock. But to talk about the games that the other teams will take on, so Ikorodu City are away to Eimba. Like I mentioned, Eimba will be playing host to them. That's going to be on Sunday the 27th. But before that, we do have games on Saturday. Lobby Stars will take on Bayelsa United. After all, they lost by Lobby Stars. They will be looking to play host to Bayelsa United, who were also winners, by a lone goal in their last match day. But then a lot of persons have heard Daniel Mokachi. There was some bite that went into the team. There was a form of urgency that the boys played with, and I would attribute their loss to hard luck personally, because I saw that game. But then they'll face Bayelsa United, and it's a struggle for them to survive. Bendel Insurance will play host to Abia Warriors. Shooting Stars against Aqua United. That's going to be on Sunday. On Sunday again, the same Sigida side, boasting of a rejuvenated Ahmed Musa and Ismail Abdullahi will take on Nasra United. They are away in that fixture. Rivers United, led by Finidi George, who are on top of the summit, on top of the league, despite picking up a draw in their last game, would face El Kanemi Warriors, who lost to Abia Warriors. Anyway, we're just trying to give you the trajectory of things. Plateau United will play host to Sunshine Stars. Remo, who have also been fantastic, will take on Heartland. Emmanuel Almanike boys. I don't know how the Nazi Millionaires would take another loss. It just feels as though, in as much as the game will be played at the Dan Daniel Stadium, Remo Stars will come to the party to spoil it.
Exactly.
Anyway, the last game on Sunday will be Katsina United against Niger Tornadoes. Just thought to bring you up to speed with some of the games and, let you know how they are panning out. or rather how the weekend would look in the MPFL. So if my assurance, Lobby Stars midfielder is hailing Daniel Mokachi after recording his first double for Benue Star. You know, he joined them from Bayelsa United and has played 5 league games since he joined the side. And while he scored that goal, if we could have that goal come up again, you know, that game come up on the screen, you saw the first goal from Lobby Stars from the left flank. He was able to beat the goalkeeper unsuspecting, bringing the ball to his left foot and slotted. And then the second goal was his right foot. That kind of player.
Ikorodu City and Lobby Stars played an exciting 6-goal thriller.
The team anytime, any day. And then to see that he scored the second goal and went to celebrate with Daniel Mokachi just speaks a lot about their relationship, you know, in the end. But then I wanted to ask a question to Daniel Mokachi. We're seeing an influx of ex-internationals, a lot of ex-internationals into the NPFL. As it stands now, we can boast of 3 or 4. I mean, if you had to do a closer look. Okay, so Emmanuel Amunike, Finidi George, Daniel Amokachi. And then we have an Austin Aguavon who is with the Super Eagles. So an influx of ex-international into the Nigerian footballing space, especially the professional football league. What do you make out of that? Good or bad for the league? Or is it that we do not have jobs out there for them to go fight for?
No, I feel it's good. Because if you want to build something, you have to start from the scratch. Now, we also need experience. These guys have been there, done it all. They have experienced what it feels like to play outside the country, and they have also tested success with the national team. So they know the dynamics. They know what it feels like to, you know, play for the country. They know the in and about of everything. So I feel their experience alone can, you know, bring up or would go a long way to show the boys, bring their experience, bring their worth of knowledge, and show the boys that they can do this. And it's also adding to their portfolio. You know, when you mention these names, it attributes to something. It attributes to greatness. That you think back to the glory days of Nigeria and what they were able to achieve. And if they can, you know, mirror that into their current team, that would be good for us. And it will help the league grow. At least if you go online and you mention Amokachi, you can relate it to a certain team in the MPFL, and you know his connections as well. His connections with players outside, media outside. You know, it just helps to sell the league and, you know, promote it more. That's how I feel like they have been able to influence the MPFL.
Well, the Promise Keepers played out a draw, goalless, you know, and Coach Umar Abdullahi has lamented over his team's challenges. The draw left them in the 18th spot on the MPFL table, talking about Aqua United. Finidi George, we saw him praise his players after match day 8 over with a victory, 1 goal in Mina. Sheifa Jackson's single goal, you know, was all that separated them. Niger Tondede's coach was lamenting over defeats to Rivers United. I mean, you win some, you lose some.
That's the game of football.
The funniest thing is the fact that they lost in Mina.
Well, you can lose anywhere. That's what we know now. As the new MPFL season is on match day 8. We have seen a couple of away wins and we have seen a couple of home losses. And you just tell you how competitive. We keep beating our on this issue, like. The MPFL is not what we used to, you know, talk about or what we used to see. Now it's better. Now it's more competitive. Now it's more or less like the fight to finish, you know. So everybody is looking at the prize. It's winnable now for anybody. And if you slouch, if you know, take your foot off the pedal, someone will just take it off your own. So I think it's more or less competitive. It's more engaging, especially for the fans. We just need to beckon on the media to play their role and play their parts in it and help us, you know, push this MPFL, push up our league to where, or the likes of what we are used to seeing abroad.
Well, congratulations to the Flamingos. They have done marvelously well, sealing a victory against Dominican Republic and topping Group A. Well, a dramatic 1-0 victory. We've seen massive score lines to the build-up. And then on the final group day, they beat Dominican Republic by lone goal. It was played early, hours of today in Santo Domingo. Moshood's powerful left-footed strike from 25 yards beat the goalkeeper, marking a fourth goal in the game. So, what do you make out of this? They had already qualified in the 2 games, just one outstanding game, and they were able to pick up maximum 3 points headed into the quarterfinals.
Well, I also noticed how the coach was able to reshuffle the team, being that they have qualified. He needed to give these other people, or people that have not had game time to showcase their talent, and you could see from the outcome of the game that there was a difference. But they were able to take the 3 points. They were able to win. But you could also see that they were relaxed in a bit, relaxing their minds, relaxing their body, relaxing the players for what is to come in the knockout stages. And now we can see that they have taken maximum points and they have qualified. Well, it's kudos to them. We talked about them on Monday and we praised them, and they really want it. You can see the hunger and the desire. You can see the togetherness they are able to muster, scoring 4 goals and now scoring 1 goal. They more or less like managed it.
Yeah.
Let's just
get it.
They saw it over the line, and that's beautiful to see. We wish them well, and we hope that they can go all the way this time.
Well, 4 nations have qualified for the next phase of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, which the Nigeria representative Flamingo is, taking part in. So you have Ecuador, Spain, United States of America, all qualifying.
I think Spain should be the one. Yeah.
The quality of the teams. What do you make out of that?
Well, Spain should be the one we should be trying to avoid for now, because they are really deadly. They know this game, and we saw last year that they are the most successful national team across board in every category, in every division. Let's say division, or in every age category that they ran out for. So Spain would be one of our on the watch list I would try to avoid if we would need to move. But I feel like these girls can also go toe-to-toe with them. USA is another one that should have shown prowess, and we know what their women's national side have been able to achieve over the years, and we have seen that trickle down the ages. So I feel if we can build on the confidence that these girls have been able to achieve over the course of 3 games. We obviously there's nobody we can there's nobody we cannot beat at the moment. And I'm backing them. I'm standing behind them, but I don't want to say anything critical.
Don't get very expectant. Anyway, Zambia against Japan, Poland, Brazil. These are the fixtures lined up for later on today, and of course one of the pair would make it to the next round. And I mean, who are you? Zambia, Japan, Poland, Brazil.
Well, I will lean towards our African sisters, and I would like to see them also. It will pose a great picture for the African football, and also I think Brazil will be looking more likely. Well, we cannot take out what the Japanese have been able to do. Those girls are faster. They know how to play football. They are skillful. They play quick passes, quick transition, and I just feel because of sentiments, I would like our African sisters to qualify, and I know Brazil will take the other one because it's their heritage. It's football. So that's my pick.
All right, let's still keep with the continent of Africa, where football fans in Nigeria are on edge to know the decision of the Confederation of African Football. And so they're set to announce their decision today on the contentious 2025 African Cup of Nations second leg clash between Nigeria, Super Eagles of Nigeria, and the Mediterranean Knights of Libya. So the match was part of the Group D. It was marred with a lot of controversy, coming to Nigeria, going to Benghazi, Al-Barak. I mean, the drama was just too much. The NFF lodged a complaint with CAF following the incident. A video shared by the Eagles media captured the players and officials surrounded by their luggage, apparently ignored by Libyan airport officials. And so, other videos have continued. So it's just been a trade of videos
and evidence.
A collapse in diplomacy and all that. So, how do you think this is going to tilt?
Well, as it is, CAF has the yam and the knife. So they are the ones that would decide. But everybody has lodged their complaint. Both parties have come out to say this is what happened, or they have shared their grievances, and it's left for CAF now to do what is right without having to be or show any elements of bias. The right thing would be for a reschedule, but punishments
Probably
needs
to penalize.
Yes, people need to be penalized to avoid something like this repeating
I don't
itself.
think you're going to have to penalize an individual. You penalize the footballing nation.
Yeah, you have to.
So do you think
they are responsible?
So how about the Nigerian incident where there were also video footages?
Based on what we heard and based on popular reports, you would also want to blame the Libyans. You can't take off 1 hour before informing your host that you are already on the way. How do they make preparation? Libya to Nigeria by air is not in more than 4 hours. So how would they get preparation now? They would have to change and make more reservation for you to the airport where you are landing because you have changed your flight route to come into Port Harcourt instead of Uyo. So they would have to make reservations for you in Port Harcourt. Obviously, time is a factor that they don't have the luxury of. They will have to, send buses, make for, transportation processes for you to get back to where you are supposed to. So now who is going to cover that cost? Mind you, we are also working on a budget. Now if you have made preparations in you now have to look for another budget or look for another money to make another preparation for them in Port Harcourt. So obviously it's going to take time, and that was what they were not putting into consideration. And for it to now happen in Libya is more or less like vengeance. It's more or less like taking it's more or less like an eye for an eye. And that's what and that's why the Nigerian folks, especially netizens, went out and they were tweeting, because it felt like it was deliberate.
Yeah.
We also saw the video of the pilot coming out to say that he was on air and he requested for landing and they redirected him. He was also scared of, losing fuel and whether it will take them back to where they gave them access to. So a lot of things, you see that they put the life of these players at risk. What if the plane had lost control or they had their jet fuel finished? So I just feel like it's very dangerous for them to overlook these details, because we have seen that the Northern African side, especially in CAF competition, we say in club continental competition, they are used to doing this. Eyimba, for one, have experienced it going to play away when the floodlights were turned off on them while they were training. So I just feel CAF should make sure that they met out justice for this and make sure punishments are, belted out for those that have defaulted, and also make, rules to guide against this for future occurrences.
Well, couldn't have been said any better. Charlie Montero, my man. Well, Super Falcons head coach Justin Madugu expressed enthusiasm yesterday about the arrival of 25 invited players as they gear up for their first training session at the Mobile G. Johnson Arena in preparation of the 2 international friendlies against Algeria's senior women's national team. So, we had talked about the players who had made the cut. I think apart from Rashida Jibade and Chidozie, the goalkeeper, we just relatively have majority of homegrown players. And timeliness. The timeliness of this international friendly. Yeah. What do you make out of it? And the decision to stick to a local team?
Well, just like I said on Monday.
Makeup of a local team.
Yeah, like I said on Monday, it's more or less like a new face Super Falcons, and they are looking for the next generation, and there's no way you are going to find them if you don't try them out. So I feel it's more or less like a tryout, trying to recruit new faces from the local scene, and it's well deserved. Even though they don't get the recognition or they don't get the exposure that they deserve, we know that our feminine side, talking about footballing in the football aspect, they've been doing well. We have superstars, we have girls in the in the women's division that play well. So I think it's time for them to give them a chance to show what they can do. And you talk about timing, but it's necessary. When is it ever going to be the perfect time to do these things? And we see the Banyama played yesterday and they won 1-0. So why can't we do the same thing? They also fielded a more or less national home-based side. So I just feel it's a textbook thing. Everybody's trying to find transition. Everybody's trying to find a successor for their teams. and it is time, it's necessary. If the men's national team have their own international break, they should also give recognition to the female side as well.
Well, after experiencing 3 consecutive drops, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, finally, they have witnessed an increase in their squad's market value. So now they're boasting a total market value of, well, as of January, they were rated as one of the most valuable teams. I think when we went for the African Cup of Nations, 465.19 million euros. This figure did take a drop, plummeting to 252. That was the value. I think it was Victor Osimhen that carried the bulk of that value. And that decline was largely attributed to the absence of the star striker. His lack of participation was felt particularly during Nigeria's matches against South Africa and Benin. So recent development have seen the Eagles bounce back. So the latest report from Transfer Market, the Nigerian squad value has increased to 281 million euros, and that's nothing still compared to 465 when it was when we had Victor Osimhen in full swing.
Well, Victor Osimhen is still, we saw him score a remarkable goal.
But it's not, his value has also dropped.
It's also dropped, yeah. It's owing to the move to Galatasaray, and he's not been able to play as much, shine like he did in that Napoli winning season. We can also see that the other boys community, we don't always often get lucrative deals when it comes to African players or Nigerian players. We don't always get, because of the whole AFCON issue, when we slated, everything is more or less like a bargaining chip for the whites. Because look at when our AFCON is being hosted, December, January, when the league is almost in full swing, you have club sides that play weekends, especially in the Premier League, and most managers I've spoken to why they don't like to sign African players because of the AFCON. So it will go a long way to affect the market value of these players and also their performances. We saw at the weekend, Nigerian players, Gurasi also, Nigerian players, just an African player showing their quality, showing their prowess, Boniface, Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, now coming into the international scene. I mean, you can't mention, African football and not mention these guys. Yeah. You have to mention them. And if you look at the 2 editions back of the African best players, it has also come to Nigerian players, both in the female side and the male category. So yes, it's also shows by, showing that we have also risen in market value. So I feel it's the performance on the pitch that is translating into this.
Well, Nigeria is trailing Morocco 75 million. That was what they suffered in drop, 75 million euros. But then they managed to retain a squad value of 325 million euros, allowing them to stay ranked 16th globally. Senegal stands third on the continent, a value of 276 million euros, while the reigning African Cup of Nations champions Ivory Coast have slipped to 4th in Africa and 25th globally with a market value of 245 million. Ghana occupies the 5th spot, valued at 228 million euros, and we have also seen at the global stage England maintaining their position as the most financial valuable national team with an impressive market value. Wait, hold on, listen, 1.34 billion euros.
Billion euros. You don't market anything apart from football in the UK.
Oh, it's crazy.
They don't if you go to the UK, they don't. The way they worship football, I mean.
But then I would have expected Spain to come in second. But then you have France and then Brazil in third.
And the English team is majorly made up of stars from their local league.
The local league is the EPL.
Yeah, it's the EPL, and it's rarely you see, just like the Hurricane, recently switched to Bayern. So they always make up their English team from their home-based players, and they are all superstars if you look at it, because how they've been able to market their league, how they've been over the years, consistency,
made it very lucrative.
Yeah, and bringing in deals, partnership, and it's just very lucrative for them. And all over the world, people speak about the EPL. You see people calling, when you watch their show, you see people calling from the USA, people calling from Africa, South Africa, India, as far as India, Australia. So you see that they watch the EPL all over the world. So it's no surprise to see that they worth that much.
Yeah. And we'll take a moment now, and when we return, more stories coming your way. The UEFA Champions League continues today, but first a review of the games that happened yesterday after the break.
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Well, the UEFA Champions League returns. Well, what started yesterday. The league format is what we are facing now, and the biggest game of yesterday, I mean, will be the most successful league in Europe. Real Madrid taking on one of the finest teams in Germany, Borussia Dortmund. 7 goals were scored in the game, but not until the later stage of the game when we saw 3 goals banged in by Real Madrid against BVB. Sadly, for all the work they had put in, we saw the ball possession at the end of the game. Not much of a difference. I think about 65 to 45 or 55 to 45 or thereabout. 55 for Real Madrid. That's supposed to. I mean, they matched them 2-2. That's what I'm trying to say, and it was interesting to see. But late on, we saw 3 late goals changed the course of the conversation and the tide in favor of Real Madrid, ending the game 5-2 against Borussia Dortmund. Welcome back.
Come back. Hala Madrid. Hala Madrid.
Vinicius Jr., the man with the magic wand.
Well, that is what number 7s are made of. I mean, when you inherit a number from Cristiano Ronaldo, you have to live up to the hype. So it's a unique number, it's a Champions League number. No, take nothing away from their performances. And we have been speaking of Real Madrid over the years. 3 years and running, they know how to soak up pressure. They might not play anything spectacular, as long as they know and they believe. It's just the belief I see that they tend to work or they tend to capitalize on. They just stay. They know how to stay in the game. And look at 2 quick fire goals in the beginning of the second half. Put them level. Anybody who was not watching the game just pick up his phone and saw the scoreline and say, "Wow!" But you will not know that these guys at some point they were done. It was like there was no hope, and everybody was all over the internet was like, "Madrid is done. No, Ancelotti out."
And just before Vinicius scored on the other end of the pitch, there was a goal attempt at Borussia Dortmund. It was quick succession, and they were unable to convert that chance, which would have further nailed Real Madrid. But then on the opposing end, the goal that led to Vinicius taking off his jersey, was massive. We saw Real Madrid resurge, took control of the game, started distributing those passes, and the goals came once and twice.
3 times. And I mean, when Mbappe joined, towards the tail end of last season, lots of people were talking about how deadly they would be, especially on the break. And we just saw that. I mean, this is the first time we have really, been able to see a glimpse of their counter-attacking prowess. Just 2 seconds is enough for them to, make something. And he started that run from his own half, just slightly out of the box 18, the 18-yard area, and he ran all the way and scored the goal without. They couldn't catch him. You know, we know his pace, we know Mbappe's pace, but he did it by himself. He's the Ballon d'Or winner without any arguments already. I mean, if anybody had doubts, yesterday was some a performance to clear their doubts. And we just talk about how good this team is, how individual brilliance in every aspect of the team.
You don't think that Ademola Lookman has a chance
in that team? No, I don't know. Who does he want to bench there? You can't bench Rodrigo. Rodrigo is more like their silent weapon. He can slip into the midfield, play on the right, play on the left. So I just feel that team is complete. But sometimes they play, like they don't know what they want to do because they don't really have a clear-cut tactics. But now we know that it's counter-attack they are playing for. So any team that wants to break them down, you cannot go ahead and sit back.
Disrupt the counter.
You have to keep on the pressure from the get-go to the end of the game, because Madrid is a team that plays full 90 minutes. They don't drop it. They keep on going. So I don't know. It's what we saw yesterday was Champions League heritage at the Bernabeu. They know how to come from behind and win a game. They call them the comeback kings of the Champions League, and without any doubt, they have proven it time and time again. Even when the stars, or we say the big names, have gone, they still keep. That's the DNA of Real Madrid. That's the DNA, and we know what they are capable. Let's not keep going back and forth with Real Madrid and how they've been able to demolish teams in the Champions League. I mean, there are other games there. We saw Aston Villa as well. Just phenomenal. This is what the Champions League is made for.
Well, another thrilling fixture that we should talk about is Arsenal and Shakhtar Donetsk. 29 minutes, that own goal there from Dimitro Riznik was all the Gunners needed to beat Shakhtar. In as much as there was a goal-scoring opportunity, a penalty, that was awarded to Arsenal, and they were unable to convert. Listening to the post-match, I mean, some of the players were missed. Who do you think would have, Saka would have stepped up to the plate and converted, and Odegaard?
Odegaard would have, but Saka most especially, more or less like their penalty taker when you talk about who should take the penalty when the penalty is won. It's Saka, because I can't remember instances where he has missed. So even if he has, the only one I can think back to is the UEFA European League, the final. Since then, he has had a clean record, a clean slate when it comes to taking penalties. And another person is Kai Havertz. He's also clinical from the spot. And who else? I think Martinelli, but not really. Then Jorginho, although he's on the bench. But when he was at Chelsea, he was more or less like their penalty taker because of how clinical he was. He had a style of taking his penalties, and they were always effective. But I did not expect Trossard to miss. But Trossard is not someone you can rely on when someone that can take up the pressure and take penalties when it matters the most. So for me, when he stepped up, I was like, he's going to miss. I told my brother that he's going to miss. And when he did, I was like, it's a clear justification that the penalty shouldn't have stood at the first place, because...
Really?
Yeah, but yeah, the rule is the rule. He did swing his arm at the ball. He clenched his feet and swing. He changed the direction of the ball. Even though there was no Arsenal player at the end of it, it was harsh, but justice was also let out.
Well, Aston Villa continue to prove their Champions League credentials by beating Bologna 2-0, sitting pretty on top of the summit.
I mean, Unai Emery is able to perform wonders with this team. A team that was fighting relegation when he took charge. I speak to Aston Villa as a team that you will call them underdogs, but you will not also call them underdogs because they have experience there. Emi Martinez standing in between the sticks is one confident, player that you can look towards, and he can inspire the rest of the players, even though they are not as, or would I say they are not as successful as himself. And if you look across board, They have Oli Watkins, John Duran, even though he, started yesterday and he didn't perform his magic off the bench. You see that they are impact players. And there's something you can also you attribute to Unai Emery. He knows how to groom players. He knows how to find missing gems and slot them into the team, and they can perform wonders. When he was at Villarreal, Chukwueze was more or less like the gem he discovered, because he used him and eventually he was able to secure the transfer to AC Milan. So now, talking of Aston Villa, I feel like they are complete in all ramifications, in all center. There's a McGinn that has played in the Premier League for 7 years, so he knows how the dynamics of the club. So I feel like where they are now is a testament to hard work, is a testament to the intelligence of the coach, the management, even their set piece manager, set piece coach is also brilliant. When they have scored a lot of goals from set pieces, and their recruitment too as well. You see Tielemans coming in from Leicester City, quality in and around the pitch, in and around every side of the team. I'm not surprised really, but I'm surprised because it's a team that we have watched struggle, and they have come to the summit of the UEFA Champions League, where you have the likes of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, champions.
Even Arsenal with them.
Even Arsenal and Man City. And I say they should take their flowers, really. They've really done well, and kudos to Unai.
Well, let's see if the consistency continues. But PSG seem to have lost a little bit of confidence. Fans as well. Drawing with PSV. Eindhoven in that particular game, 1-1 ended.
Well, it was embarrassing, really.
Ouch.
Yeah, you come to this Parc des Princes and you score first, and you dominate the game. It was really embarrassing. Bracola tried, and there's so much that one young lad could do. You see Dembele missing that opportunity early on. I would just say it's a transition period for them. They need to take the journey as it comes, a step-by-step process. And Luis Enrique, people, a lot of people have raised questions as to, is he really the person for the job? We would not say PSG has a style of play. They've been used to getting stars from in on around Europe and building a super team. So now that they have young, hungry players that have not made a name for themselves yet, I think they are struggling. And will not be a surprise if they don't actually win the league this season. But PSG going far in the Champions League will be owed to miracle. I'll just say it like that. But they've not been able to show us clear-cut football. They've not been able to show us football like we know how they play it. And I'm not really seeing them going far in the Champions League, really.
Anyway, games continue today in the UEFA's Champions League, and those games come with one very crazy game, very interesting. It's going to be very mind-blowing to see Barcelona take on Bayern Munich. Both teams are in superb form. The game would happen at 8 o'clock, and let's talk about that one first. Meanwhile, we have all the fixtures on the screen for you, to take a look at. And predictions coming up as well on SOUQ Sports. So if you can correctly predict the scoreline between Barcelona and Bayern Munich, we're giving out urgent 2K to certain people. Correctly predict the scoreline between Barcelona and Bayern Munich. The game is for 8 o'clock. Predictions will stop at 7. And then you get a chance to win urgent 2K if you predict the scorelines. Indeed.
Barcelona, Bayern Munich, there's a history behind that fixture, and we have always seen Bayern come out on top, and nobody would forget that he 8-2 thrashing in a hurry. But I think there's a resurgence in Barcelona at the moment. They've been able to, the Hansi Flick ball that we are used to seeing at Barcelona, at Bayern Munich, I beg your pardon, has been able to transcend into the, DNA of Barcelona, because now they play the tiki-taka, they get the goals, everybody is involved, and they're high scoring. If Hansi Flick is a manager that is never tired of seeing you score, just keep on scoring. As long as there is opportunity, bagging your goals. And coming against this Bayern Munich team, he's a manager that has worked at Bayern, so he more or less knows how Bayern will set up their DNA. They've been able to hold that DNA for a long time, and that speaks to their dominance across Bundesliga and also the Champions League.
Correct. It's Greek.
So I feel it's a mouth-watering clash, and as much as I would love to see Barcelona come out on top. I would not want to see them come out.
How about if this game ends in a stalemate or a draw?
That is an outstanding result, because an outstanding result from a Barcelona perspective. They are used to being trashed by Bayern Munich, so the only people that will feel hard on by if it ends or the draw will be Bayern Munich, because I mean they'll be going the confidence to take all 3 points to trash Barcelona as usual. What's his name?
And then the Hansi Flick magic might just come.
Might just also come true, yeah.
All right, so put your predictions on our social media handle. We do have it's on the screen. It's SOUQ News TV across board. Follow us across various social media platforms. We might just be putting the predictions and selecting the winners from any of these platforms. So for your urgent 2K, predict correctly the scoreline between Barcelona and Bayern Munich. So we do have other games, in the UEFA Champions League today. Atlanta will be in action, and that is against Bologna. I beg your pardon, Celtic.
Yeah.
So they face Celtic at 5:45. That's an early kickoff. Brest from France will take on Bayer Leverkusen, another German team, 5:45. RB Leipzig is against Liverpool. That's on the screen. You can check that out. Manchester City play host to Sparta Praha, and that's at 8 p.m. And then you have Atletico Madrid against Real, French side taking on the Spanish side at 8. RB Salzburg against Dynamo Zagreb, Benfica against Feyenoord, Young Boys against Inter Milan. So which of the game would you want to be, would you want to have your eyes fixed on?
I think that Benfica Feyenoord is another mouth-watering clash, because the two know how to score goals. The two are fielded, young players.
Yeah.
They have that desire to win games. They know what it means to stay in the game. They play beautiful football, slick passing and all. And Atlanta versus Celtic. Celtic is another team that knows how to score goals. They know how to play the game of football. But we have, in recent times, seen them slump, in games where they take the lead, but they can't keep it, they can't hold it, they can't maintain the lead. So I feel like if Atlanta should score first, it's going to be goals galore, because Celtic don't know how to take their foot off the throttle. And another game would be Atletico Madrid versus Lille. Lille, they'll be cruising of that victory against Real Madrid, and they'll want to do another, in the Spanish, to the Spanish giants, Atletico Madrid. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. I don't know if they'll be able to do it, but it's going to be a game that we should see. My eyes will be on that one as well. Well, Manchester City Sparta is more or less like a walkover for Man. If they don't win, that will be the disappointment of the match day, because that's more or less like a walkover. And RB Leipzig against Liverpool, I see a draw because of travel, because Liverpool would have to travel, and Leipzig is kind of far, so I am anticipating a draw.
Well, as we wrap up, let's take a look at the rumors making rounds. We hear that former Barcelona boss Xavi has held talks with Manchester United about possibility of replacing Erik ten Hag. Do you think he's ripe? Those are questions we would want you to answer in the comment section. We also hear the Brighton and Arsenal are interested in Aston Villa's Poland under-21 goalkeeper Oliver Zic. Graham Potter, David Moyes, and Gareth Southgate are potential candidates to succeed Oliver Glasner if he's sacked by Crystal Palace. And of course, top players in Europe could refuse to promote the newly expanded Club World Cup as part of a dispute between player unions and FIFA over a football congested calendar. And that brings us to a bit of football business related stories now, because a lot of women are accusing FIFA of damaging women's football, as 100 players have signed a letter demanding an end to Saudi Arabia oil company partnership. More than 100 professional women's footballers signed that letter calling on FIFA to end its partnership with Saudi Arabia company Aramco. And FIFA does have a partnership with that oil company, and the governing body have been accused of damaging the game. Saudi Aramco, the country's national oil company, was announced as a major worldwide partner with FIFA in April as a result to hold sponsorship rights in 2026 Men's World Cup and the 2027 Women's World Cup. According to The Athletic, women have signed an open letter addressing FIFA President Gianni Infantino, criticizing the partnership with the company. I don't know what you make out of that. Saudi oil trying to penetrate all nooks and crannies.
We've seen them trying to penetrate even in Formula One. We have seen them also in golf. They are an investment platform. They're trying to invest in sports, and they are trying to, you know, expand their horizon. Instead of keeping those riches in your country, why not just lend, you know, this money, invest in other. I don't know what their petition is about. I don't know how money is diluting the game or the beauty of the game. I don't see how possible that is, because money is how you run this game. If without money you can't run football. A lot of people make ends meet from, you know, around sports. So I would really like to read the petition and see what their disturbance or their worry is
Well,
about.
FIFA is saying that whatever money will be made will be reinvested into women's football, and I don't think the women's football feel they're getting enough from FIFA.
Okay,
Remember when Spain were calling for, I think it was the US, saying, "Oh, you need to pay us as much as you paid men."
That's not possible.
I don't want you to go into that direction.
Because it's true. It's true. But you can't pay as much as you pay the men, because the revenue you generate from men's football
cannot be compared.
Yeah, and if you're able to generate, okay, say you are generating 100 million when you host FIFA World Cup for men. Now the ratio to how much revenue you generate for the women, maybe say 30 million.
It's okay.
You can't.
Aki, right.
So I just feel it's not fair to demand equal pay, because the money they are making from the sports is not the same.
Well, I can't help but agree on that one, and also say that this is where we'll let the curtains drop on the show. We are practically out of time, but then time flies a lot when you're having fun. And so we'd ask you to go about your day, bearing in mind that there's an urgent 2K for you to take home or to receive if you correctly predicted the game between Barcelona and Bayern, which will be happening today in the UEFA Champions League at 8. I've been here with none other than Charlie Montero. It's been great having you as usual. And of course, the partnership is... should we do that again?
We should for the screens. For the screens, yeah.
Have yourself a wonderful day, and do follow us on our various social media accounts. We'd love to read from you. Looking forward to your engagements. Until we come again, bye for now, and may the best man be.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You know, you see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember how Nigerian artists were chased.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
And hello there, and welcome to SOUQ Exclusive. My name is Lovina Emma. I am your host this afternoon, and I have a very distinguished guest joining us this afternoon, and his name is Mr. Jude Chiemeka. He is the Chief Executive Director of Nigerian Exchange Group. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Jude.
All right, thank you. I'm actually the CEO of NGX Limited.
NGX Limited. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, So thank you so much for joining us. And this is SOUQ Exclusive, and we're going to be discussing Mr. Jude's career, his background, and why he chose the financial industry to grow his career. So first of all, let's just start with getting to know you better, Mr. Jude. Now, get to know more about you. Please, can you tell us about yourself?
Okay, Jude Chemeka. I'm from Delta State. I have background in science. Started out biological sciences, and I migrated from that to business, where the interest really lies. So I have a postgraduate diploma in economics from University of Lagos. My first degree actually was also BSc Sciences from University of Lagos, and I have a master's degree in international law and diplomacy, also from University of Lagos. But I've also done a lot of executive education courses across different geographies. New York Institute of Finance, University of Oxford, Lagos Business School, and more recently London Business School. And the whole idea is just to have a more holistic approach to emerging thoughts. As a thought leader, it's always important to be abreast of emerging patterns in terms of what is going on globally, to be able to domesticate some of those knowledge to promote more financial inclusion in our own markets. So that's me in a nutshell.
Okay, that's a very remarkable educational background and everything about yourself. Okay, now to get to know more about you, when did you decide to go into Nigeria's financial industry?
So in my second year in university, way back, I watched a movie called Wall Street, and I was really intrigued by the movie. It was largely around investment in the financial market, stockbrokers engaging with investment bankers. I found the whole concept very intriguing. Obviously, as a young person trying to determine how to navigate your career, even at that early age, it was very beckoning. So I felt that is where I should actually pitch my tent. And I was fortunate enough to meet a lady called Mrs. Adeniro, who was the first, if I'm not mistaken, the first female chartered accountant president of Nigeria. And at the time, she had a stockbroking firm she was running called the Million Trust, and I approached her because we were neighbors. And she was like, look, you need to finish school first because it's a very intense program. For you to become a stockbroker, you have to finish school. And so when I finished, I went to her and she accepted me. So that's how I started as an intern. More like out of school, and the interest was really capital markets. And in those days, to become a stockbroker, it's not like the way it is now. You had to be introduced by a stockbroking firm to the stock exchange, who will then consider your application and accept you to be trained, to be accepted into that exclusive club of city gentlemen, which largely at the time was a male-denominated club. But with time, that has been modernized. So people are doing Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers exams now, both sexes. But back in those days, it was purely a male affair. Females were not allowed to train as stockbrokers. And then I qualified in 1996 as a broker dealer, and the rest, they say, is history.
Hey, yes, that's very true. But, considering the fact that you said you watched the movie Wall Street and that was what motivated your decision. I mean, most people watch movies and then they decide, oh, I want to be an actor or an actress. So I would say that's a very unique, and it also brings more light to your very unique personality. Okay, now once you started off your career in that path, then did you face some challenges? Like, was it a decision your family readily accepted, or it was something you had to go about convincing them?
So I come from a very broad-minded family, so there was really no objection when I made up my mind, and that's what I wanted to do. We were really free to choose what was important was you needed to be a graduate. That was almost like a standard requirement. You didn't have a voice until you had graduated from school. So when I decided to go into that area, it was largely a choice that I made with a lot of, obviously, family support and encouragement. But what is really key in my journey is that I've been fortunate to meet people that are well versed just by divine orchestration. Because when I left Dominion Trust, I also worked with a firm called SOUQ Trust, which was a leading stockbroking firm at the time. And it was being managed by Mr. Gordon Obaseki, His Excellency Gordon Obaseki, who is now the governor of Edo State. And I worked with him for 11 years. And in the course of that sojourn there, I was exposed to a lot of international best practices. We did quite a lot of exotic things back in those days. We were the first institution to talk about global depository receipts, where we helped UBA through JP Morgan to create global depository receipts for international investors looking to invest in Nigeria, but because of compliance, we're not able to do that. By reason of that global depository receipts, they were able to invest in the global depository receipts, and underlying assets were shares of United Bank of Africa. Away from that, we did quite a bit in helping during the first round of banking consolidation. We did introduce that element to banks like Guaranty Trust Bank, Zenith Bank, who utilized that to raise capital after that consolidation. And we were also fortunate to be the leading institution around Eurobonds in this country. I mean, if you talk about Eurobonds, AfroInvest did play a critical role in helping institutions to even understand and appreciate the use of that instrument to be able to raise capital. So we have, by and large, created a leading pipeline for domestic institutions to utilize international model of capital raise. And when I left SOUQ Trust or AfroInvest, which SOUQ Trust later metamorphosed into AfroInvest, when I left, I joined Renaissance Capital as the first CEO of their securities trading business. And at Renaissance, there was a lot of involvement with internationals who were on the buy side looking to invest in Nigeria. And so in 2008, 2009, there was a lot of influx of internationals into Nigeria. And the market at the time used to trade like $150 million to $200 million a day. Just to put it in perspective, today we're trading less than $10 million a day. But there was a lot of liquidity on the back of inflows of a lot of internationals. At the time, it was a 50-50 split between international investors in Nigeria and domestic investors in Nigeria. And then later, the whole thing, because of the FX challenge that we're facing now, we now have more domestic investors in Nigeria and less of international. And Renaissance did bring a lot of research to our market. There was a lot of coverage, very specialized individuals, talented, who were covering different sectors of economy. And that created a holistic approach to the Nigerian financial sector. So away from the banking, there were also opportunities in insurance companies who tried to raise capital at the time. And also there was a lot of extensive coverage for the traditional BCC, which is the banking, consumer goods, and then the cement. So the building material sector did get a lot of coverage as well. And it's not a surprise that today we have them as one of the most capitalized companies that are listed on the exchange. So away from Renaissance, I went to work for Chapel Hill. And I was responsible for Chapel Hill Dynam Securities at the time. We traded up and became a top 10. At the time I left, I think we were quite a market share of 4%. So we had done quite a lot, just curating on the back of the research, trying now to utilize that knowledge to gain domestic, because Chapel Hill is really entrenched domestically to work the domestic market and gain more mileage from the domestic participation in our market. And that really opened up a lot of doors for the domestic investors, as we had a very good platform to marry international interests with domestic interests. So there was a lot of liquidity and order flow within that space. And I also went into asset management at the time, and they had a couple of funds that they were managing, which were doing very well in terms of the return. So all that insight made me to go into banking, and went to work for under UBA Asset Management, and later UBA Stockbrokers, and eventually, due to the consolidation, is spun off to become United Capital, that we have today, that is listed on the exchange. It's been an interesting journey, and I must say that I'm really grateful to the many people, mentors, who have guided me. In terms of career, it's not something you do in isolation. You just have to pay attention to people who are doing what you are aspiring to do. It makes a lot of sense to have mentors who will guide your decision and also help navigate, because it's really important to learn from the mistakes of others instead of trying to make your own mistakes.
Yes, that was well said. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Chiemeka. Now let's take a short break. When we return, we're going to discuss further with Mr. Chiemeka. Do join us after the break. Welcome back, and we are still on SOUQ Exclusive. I am your host, Lavina Emma, and I'm with Mr. Jude Chiemeka, the Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Exchange Group Limited. So it's been really great having these discussions with you and giving us an extensive look into your background, everything. Now, let's talk about the Nigerian stock market. It's undergone some changes in recent years, especially the technological input. But before we get right into that, let's talk about your entry into the stock market. Now, I would like to know what motivated you to get into the Nigerian stock market, and yes, so far, how's the journey been there?
All right, so just away from the initial interest to join the Nigerian capital market from school, qualifying as a stockbroker, and then now going into the capital market obviously as a stockbroker working for a stockbroking firm, it became clear that some of the policies, some of the practices from the regulatory angle needed to have more market interfacing contribution, so that it was easier to come up with products, to come up with practices and rules that will align with the people that you call market operators. So in 2019, I made that decision that I would like to join the Nigerian Exchange, which was at the time, Nigerian Stock Exchange. When I joined as head of trading business, and the mandate really was to help create products that will help deepen the capital market, and we hit the ground running, just trying to create more awareness of the products that are even being offered, and create more participation along those products that were existing in securities lending, for instance. But more importantly, to even try to create new products that will match the interest of the retail investors in our market, and at the same time, products that will help de-risk the market. So we're talking about creation of derivatives, which today we have launched the NGX index futures, which helps to de-risk the market. And we're looking now to launch the single stock futures, which will help investors really to de-risk the volatility that they face when they buy or invest in the capital market. So away from the trading business, the stock exchange itself went through a process of demutualization, which transitioned the mutual entity of the exchange into now a shareholder-based business. So it's now a business that is owned by shareholders, who are largely the trading license holders. And that has opened up the exchange to be a more competitive environment, to be more internationally focused and to be able to do a lot more in aligning the interest of the capital markets and galvanizing all of that to help the government to raise capital, as well as corporates to be able to raise capital in a seamless manner, allowing investors access to these products seamlessly utilizing technology. So to year to date at the NGX, we've raised or we facilitated the raise of 5.7 trillion naira for governments, corporations who utilize our platform. Obviously, this banking consolidation brings to bear the very heart of the NGX, which is the technological backbone that the NGX provides that allows investors to trade seamlessly. Since I joined, we haven't had any down time or down day at exchange where the trading engine has not been working, because it works in a seamless manner because of all the many investments that the NGS have made in technology, thanks to the foresight of the previous CEO, Mr. Oscar Oyema, who really came to fine-tune the market and lay the foundation for the technological backbone that the market is enjoying today. Technology continues to be really the heart of the NGX strategy, and we believe that we can use it to create products and allow investors to trade and participate in our market in a seamless manner, both from the trading license holders themselves and the retail investors who utilize our market. So today, people can trade from the comfort of their homes. They don't have to go to the floor like they did in the past to trade. So all of that has been made possible because of this reliance on technology, which will continue to happen, because as you know, the NGX is also a part of the African Security Exchanges Association, which is really based on integrating stock exchanges in Africa across different markets, and that thrives on technology. So today you can trade seamlessly into Ghana, Mauritius, Casablanca, South Africa, utilizing this technological backbone that we have to drive increased participation across different markets in Africa.
That is really a whole lot of improvement, a whole lot of progress from back in the 19th century to what we have, back in the 20th century to what we have right now in the 21st century, and very impressive. Okay, now looking at your career so far, did you face any challenges while you were going up to your current stage right now?
Well, challenges are part of life, to be honest. So I won't really see them as challenges, because even now the environment that we find ourselves appears to be challenged, but then it offers a lot of opportunities. Challenges around even trying to find the right place. Like I said, when I was joining this industry, you couldn't just join, you had to be introduced. So finding the trading license holder who will take a bet on you to introduce you to the stock exchange, to allow you to trade. There were challenges around that. It took me 3 years after I joined Dominion Trust to be referred to the exchange to be trained, because they needed to be sure that that's really what you wanted to do, and then you have to prove yourself. And then working on the market operator side and looking like you have achieved like some form of plateau. Bear in mind that I left AfriInvest as a vice president, head of securities trading, to become the CEO of Renaissance Capital. From there, I became the CEO of Chapel Hill Denham Securities, and I moved to become the CEO of UBA Stockbrokers and later UBA Asset Management. Now, when you are a CEO in that capacity, obviously there will be challenges around trying to grow market share, trying to grow your product offerings, trying to be compliant with all the various regulatory considerations so that you're running an efficient and a transparent business. So you're bound to face all those challenges, but the way I've always looked at it is, look, there's no problem without a solution. You just have to look at the available models and then you'll be able to come up with the right solution for whatever challenge that you're facing at that particular time.
Yes, that's a very key phrase to look at. Yes, the challenges will always come, but look for the right model to definitely adapt to those challenges and ultimately overcome those challenges. Now, the younger generation, we often refer to them as Generation Z. Now, what would be your advice, or what is your advice to them going forward?
Well, it's very easy. One of my mentors is Pastor David Oyedepo, who said something like, everyone is busy, right? But it's the results that command respect. So you just have to be a problem solver, result-oriented, not just activity-based individual. In our time, we were told to be focused on one particular area. And we've tried to do that over a period of time within the same space. But in their own case, I think they should be talented. They should be able to find the ability to do several things and not just be, that concept of jack of all trades and master of none. I don't think it applies to this generation. So you should be able to do different things, and it's important to work on different skills. You can't just rely on one skill set, but more importantly is to identify really early what you want to do in life. Stick to it. There will be challenges, but just stick to it. There's need to be to persevere, and there's also need to be result oriented. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you're result oriented, you will certainly essentially get the right result ultimately.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Jude Chiemeka, as we discuss your background and everything concerning your career from when you started off, the reason for going into our finance industry. It's been such a pleasure and it's been really an eye-opener because you really shared so much about your history. This is really wonderful. So many thanks for joining us on SOUQ Exclusive as we discuss about Mr. Jude Chiemeka and also the progress that has been made at the Nigerian capital market. It's been so great talking to you this afternoon, and we do hope that this relationship will continue to blossom to better things in the future. Thank you so much for watching the program. I am your host, Lavina Emma.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. that operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground, because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK As far back as 2009, we're generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. It's interesting, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. That's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kari Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector.
As the Adamu Orisha play is a Yoruba festival unique to Lagos, the center of excellence in Nigeria, and has a strong historical footing in Iperu Remo, a town in Ikena local government in Ogun State. In modern times, it is presented by the people of Lagos as a tourist event. Due to the history of its development, it is a traditional event performed on Lagos Island. A notable festival date was in 2000, commemorating Justice G.B.A. Kuka, a Lagos High Chief, the Olori Adimu and the Olori Eyo of the Adimu Eyo Cultural Masquerade. Today's news talk is highlighting, honoring and celebrating this unique, respected and revered cultural and historical institution, which is a pride to Africa and the Black world. I am Bayo Olaoye. The word Eyo refers to the costumed dancers known as the masquerades that come out during the festival. The origins of this observance are found in the inner workings of several secret societies of Lagos. Back in the day, the Eyo festival was held to escort the soul of a departed Lagos king or chief and ushering in a new one. On Eyo Day, the main highway in the heart of Lagos, from the end of Kata Bridge to Tinubu Square, is closed to traffic, allowing for procession from Idumota to Iga Idugoran, the palace of the Oba of Lagos. The white-clad Eyo masquerades represent the spirits of the dead and are referred to in Yoruba as Agogoro Eyo, meaning tall Eyo. The first procession in Lagos was on February 1854 to commemorate the life of Oba Akintoye. Eyos celebrate an Oba's life. It is a homage to death. The ritual is also organized to commemorate the election of a new leader. Traditionally, it only occurs at these times. Nowadays, and because it is such a traditional festival that is respected, it can be celebrated for the death of a notable person or to celebrate a special occasion such as visits by heads of state. Here, the participants all pay homage to the reigning Oba of Lagos. The festival takes place whenever occasion or traditional demand, though it is usually held as part of the final burial rites of a highly regarded chief in the king's court. Among the Yorubas, the indigenous religions have likely lost the greater majority of their traditional followers to Christianity and Islam. Be that as it may, many festivals are still almost universally observed as tourist attractions still generate large amounts of revenue for government and small business around the Lagos Island, venue of the Eyo festival. It is during these occasions that their traditional monarchs and nobles exercise the most of their residual power. The senior Eyo group, the Adimu, identified by a black broad-rimmed hat, goes public with a staff. When this happens, it means that the event will take place on the following Saturday. Each of the 4 Eyo groups, Laba in red, Uniko yellow, Ologede green, and Ageri purple, take their turns in that order from Monday to Thursday. Historically, Ikperu is the source, cradle, and originator of Eyo in Nigeria and the entire world. There are 5 different branches of Iga-Eyo in Ikperu Akesan. History made us to understand that Eyo was brought to Lagos to entertain an in-law, which has now become something more celebrated in Lagos today. Past Eyo festivals held included the one for Justice G.B. Kuka in 2000, the Lagos High Chief, the Olori Adimu, and the Olori Eyo of the Adimu Eyo Cultural Festival. In November 26, 2011, there was an Eyo festival for Prince Yesufu Abiodun Oniru, a Lagos nobleman, while on May 20, 2017, there was an Eyo festival to commemorate the life and times of the late Oba of Ekate Kingdom, Oba Yekini Adeniyi Elegushi Kunshela II. There is a list of prohibited items at the festival. Okada tricycles, taxis, bicycles, and wearing of sandals are not permitted during the festival. Another thing not permitted is shuku, a hairstyle popular among the Yorubas, one that has the hair converge at the middle, then shoot up before finally tipping downward. No one is allowed to smoke. It is forbidden for females to wear head tie or headgear of any covering of the head, while the wearing of caps of any kind by males are not permitted. Wearing of your costume overnight or to cross the lagoon is also prohibited, while the masquerade is known to flog people who use any of these prohibited items at sight with their staffs. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiedu. Before we bring you the major stories, let's take a look at the headlines first off. Welcome back to News Hour on SOUQ News Television. In a bid to curb food insecurity and stabilize commodity prices in the nation, the Nigerian Senate has passed for a second reading a bill to establish the National Food Reserve Agency. The bill, sponsored by Senator Musiliu Mustafa, aims to enhance agricultural development and ensure stable incomes for farmers through efficient storage and market interventions. Senator Mustafa emphasized the agency's role in addressing critical gaps in agricultural coordination by collaborating with national and international bodies. According to him, the present hardship caused by soaring food prices could have been mitigated if such an agency had been in place. He said the agency will manage buffer stocks to prevent price surges during market volatility and focus on modernizing storage infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has acquired equipment to establish 40 additional compressed natural gas stations across the country as part of its broader effort to promote CNG as an alternative to petrol. The Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, PCNGI, revealed that NNPC has already installed 12 stations, 6 in Abuja, and 6 in Lagos, and aims to have around 100 CNG stations within the next 6 months. This move is expected to address the limited availability of CNG stations, which has hindered the acceptance of CNG as a cheaper and safer fuel alternative. In addition, the government has invested over 112 billion naira in partnerships with private organizations to expand CNG distribution. The PCNGI is also implementing programs like distributing 1 million CNG conversion kits to commercial drivers and setting up credit schemes to help private vehicle owners convert to CNG. These efforts aim to increase demand for CNG and attract further investment in the sector, ensuring sufficient infrastructure is in place nationwide. And the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has successfully received its first 4 cargoes of crude oil from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, under a new Naira for Crude sale agreement confirmed by officials from both the refinery and the federal government. This initiative, which commenced 3 weeks ago, allows for local refiners to purchase crude in Naira, aiming to boost domestic oil production and reduce reliance on imports. The Dangote refinery, with a capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, will start selling refined petrol to local dealers. The first phase of this agreement is expected to last 6 months, with more cargoes anticipated in the coming weeks. The Debts Management Office, the DMO, has revealed that federal government generated 5.28 trillion naira through the FGN bond market in the first 10 months of 2024 to address its significant budget deficit. The DMO reported that the total subscriptions reached 6.44 trillion naira, indicating strong investor interest in long-term bonds amid inflationary pressures. The government's 2024 budget has a projected deficit of 9.18 trillion naira, necessitating new borrowings of 7.83 trillion naira and a range of financing strategies. In October, the DMO raised 289.6 billion naira in an auction reflecting sustained demand for longer-dated instruments, with marginal rates for bonds rising to 20.75% and 21.74% due to inflation concerns. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, reported a 33% increase in revenue, reaching 4.28 trillion naira from January to September 2024, up from 3.21 trillion naira in 2023. This surge is attributed to the successful adoption of e-payment systems, which enhanced transparency and efficiency in duty collection. The NCS remains on track to meet its 5.1 trillion naira revenue target for 2024, driven by digital payment innovations from the Central Bank of Nigeria and commercial banks. The NCS modernization project has improved accountability by providing a transparent and traceable record of all transactions, reducing duty evasion. However, exchange rate fluctuations, with the naira falling from less than 1,000 naira to a dollar in 2023 to over 1,600 naira to a dollar in 2024, also contributed to higher revenues despite lower import volumes. The Customs Service continues to leverage technological advancement to sustain revenue growth. Afe Babalola urges graduates to uphold institution's reputation. In Ado-Ekiti today, Afe Babalola University held its 12th convocation ceremony, celebrating another milestone in the institution's remarkable journey. Let's take you through the highlights of the event, where over 1,600 students graduated and notable dignitaries were honored. Our correspondent, Lovina Emma, has the rest of the report.
Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, graduated a total of 1,662 students at its 12th convocation ceremony, with 1,485 earning first degrees and 177 receiving postgraduate degrees. Dignitaries in attendance included the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, and Pastor Tunde Bakri, among others who were conferred with honorary doctorates. The founder, Are Afe Babalola, declared the ceremony open and congratulated the graduates, urging them to uphold the institution's values and reputation as they transition into their professional careers.
By the powers conferred on me by the University Statutes as the Chancellor of Afe Babalola University and Chairman Board of Trustees, I now declare this assembly a convocation for Afe Babalola University at Ado-Ekiti as duly constituted for the purpose of the conferment of honorary degrees, award of higher degrees, award of first degrees, and presentation of prizes of Afe Babalola University to deserving persons. Congratulations. Now to my graduates, I congratulate you. Stand up and congratulate yourselves.
In her address, Vice Chancellor Samanda Olarinde welcomed guests and graduates, emphasizing the university's commitment to delivering quality education. She also highlighted concerns about the exclusion of private universities like ABUAD from government initiatives such as the Tertiary Education Trust Fund and student loan schemes, which she noted has created inequality in educational access.
Past year, we had challenges. While we have much to celebrate, we must also confront the challenges that continue to impact not only Afe Babalola University, but Nigerian higher education sector as a whole. These challenges are diverse, and we address them with the hope that solutions can be found for the benefit of our students, staff, and the broader community.
The Ekiti State Governor Abiodun Oyebanji was represented by the Commissioner for Education Koforola Aderiye, who acknowledged the institution's achievements.
I must also thank the leadership of this institution. I already singled out Yeye Are Afe Babalola and the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Bursar, the management, the faculty, and the Abuad community for cooperating with the leadership, with the funder, to nurture the students and sustain the institution's good reputation. We've heard about the reputation of the school, but for you, it wouldn't have been able, nobody would have been able to achieve that. It's so easy to achieve a high standard, but to sustain it is another challenge. So we thank you for holding up the flag, for ensuring that these children are good both in character and in academics.
The convocation ceremony was filled with goodwill messages, including praise from Ondo State's Governor, Lucky Ayedatiwa, who commended ABUAD's transformative impact on education over the past 15 years. Graduates, beaming with pride, filed out in procession to receive their certificates, marking the start of a new chapter in their lives. Lavina Emma reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Still with the news, the Abia State government has announced that it will start paying the new 70,000 naira minimum wage to workers beginning from October 2024. This decision was revealed after a State Executive Council meeting chaired by Governor Alex Oti. The Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kanu, affirmed that the state is committed to workers' welfare and the new minimum wage reflects this stance. Additionally, the Commissioner for Labour and Productivity, Sonny Onwuma, confirmed that the state will implement the national minimum wage of 70,000 naira. The government also unveiled plans to initiate 9 new road projects across the state's 3 senatorial zones, further enhancing infrastructure development. And still with state matters, the Lagos State Ministry of Health and the Society for Family Health, SFH, have signed a memorandum of understanding to combat malaria through the Malaria Impact Project supported by the World Bank. This partnership aims to reduce malaria's burden by enhancing prevention and treatment services across public and private healthcare facilities in Lagos. With over 97% of Nigerians at risk, the project is critical, aligning with the National Malaria Strategic Plan to provide tools like insecticide-treated nets and better diagnosis services. At the MOU signing, Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, emphasized the project's role in addressing Nigeria's malaria prevalence, which contributes significantly to global mortality rates, particularly among children under 5 and pregnant women. The SFH's Managing Director, Dr. Omokudu Idogo, also highlighted the project's focus on improving diagnosis and case management through the use of rapid diagnostic tests and microscopy, with the goal to strengthen public-private partnerships in malaria elimination. And the Ogun State government has partnered with the Global Fund Malaria Project and Society for Family Health in an effort to reduce the burden of malaria in the state. This massive campaign against malaria will see about 3.1 million free insecticide-treated nets distributed to residents by November. Household registration and mobilization will take place between October 31 to November 6, followed by net distribution, which will commence on November 19. The exercise will cover all 20 local government areas in Ogun State, with a focus on rural areas and communities with higher malaria risks. According to experts, insecticide-treated nets have significantly reduced malaria prevalence from 45% in 2010 to 21 to 22% in 2021 to 2022. This effort aims to make Nigeria malaria-free, like Egypt, Algeria, and Cape Verde. By using these nets, households can reduce financial burdens and allocate resources to other essential needs. Nigeria is making strides to tap into the $11 billion global bone marrow transplantation market, with the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH, leading the charge. SOUQ, in collaboration with the Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, successfully performed 2 bone marrow transplants for sickle cell patients, marking a significant milestone for the country. SOUQ aims to reduce medical tourism by providing affordable and life-saving treatment locally, a move that could ease, the financial burden of Nigerians seeking treatment abroad. Despite the success, challenges remain, including high costs, limited access to medical supplies, and reliance on imported materials. Experts believe that local production of critical supplies could significantly reduce the cost of transplants, currently estimated at $500,000 to $800,000 in the USA, and SOUQ plans to carry out more procedures by January 2025, aiming to support Nigeria's healthcare system and lessen the $1 billion spent annually on medical tourism. Still with health matters, the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH, has recorded 300 cases of childhood cancer in the past year, highlighting the need for urgent attention. Consultant pathologist Dr. Abidemi Omonisi shared this data during the International Atomic Energy Agency's impact review in Abuja. The rising incidence of childhood cancer in Nigeria necessitates a shift in focus from traditionally prioritized cancers. LUTH's Cancer Registry will serve as Nigeria's first population-based childhood cancer registry, providing valuable data for analysis and policy formulation. The impact review aims to evaluate Nigeria's cancer control capabilities, identify challenges, and address gaps. Stakeholders, including academic institutions, medical professionals, non-governmental organizations, and civil society organizations, are collaborating to draft a comprehensive document for the government to implement. The International Atomic Energy Agency's IAEA, World Health Organization as well, WHO, and International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, are providing technical support to strengthen Nigeria's cancer control framework. Professor Musa Ali Gombe emphasized the importance of stakeholder collaboration in addressing cancer control gaps. This initiative demonstrates Nigeria's commitment to improving cancer care and control, particularly for childhood cancer, which remains a leading cause of disease-related death in children globally. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you up to speed with regards to news around the African continent. Stay with us. Thanks for staying tuned. Let's continue with the news from around the African continent. Ethiopian Airlines has announced plans to introduce the state-of-the-art Airbus A350-1000 on its Lagos route. The sales manager, Adetola Alabi, shared this news during the 20th Akwaba African Travel Market in Lagos, highlighting that the aircraft will offer passengers greater comfort with wider seats, more legroom, and advanced entertainment systems. The new aircraft represents a milestone in Ethiopian Airlines' commitment to modernizing its fleet and enhancing passenger experience on Nigerian routes. Ethiopian Airlines, serving Nigeria since 1960, remains a prominent player in African aviation despite challenges over the decades. As part of its Vision 2035, the airline aims to expand its network to 209 international and 31 domestic destinations with a fleet of 271 aircrafts. Currently connecting 4 Nigerian cities to over 140 global destinations, Ethiopian Airlines has earned accolades for its services, including recognition as the best airline in Africa for 7 consecutive years. And South African rand remained relatively unchanged in early trading on Wednesday ahead of the release of September's consumer price index data. The rand traded early this morning at 17.54 against the US dollar, slightly down from Tuesday's close. Economists predict inflation to have fallen to 3.9% in September, down from 4.4% in August, which is below the South African Reserve Bank's 4.5% target. A further drop in inflation could increase the likelihood of another interest rate cut by the central bank in November, following its first rate cut in over 4 years last month. Meanwhile, South Africa's 2030 government bond saw minor gains, with its yield down 2 basis points to 9.325%. And from Africa, we move over to the Middle East, but after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to the rest of the news from the Middle East. Qatar Airways has achieved a major milestone in aviation by becoming the first airline to operate a Starlink-equipped Boeing 777 aircraft. The landmark flight, which took place on October 22, 2024, flew from Doha to London, marking a new era in in-flight connectivity. This makes Qatar Airways the largest airline in the Middle East and North African region to offer Starlink's ultra-high-speed, low-latency internet service to its passengers. Starlink, developed by SpaceX, provides passengers with fast and reliable internet access, allowing them to stay connected, stream entertainment, watch live sports, and even work from 35,000 feet, all for free. The service operates seamlessly from gate to gate, giving travelers uninterrupted access throughout their journey. Still in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia's economy is poised for accelerated growth in 2025, driven by increased oil production and higher revenues. OPEC Plus is expected to produce OPEC Plus production is expected to increase, in December, and it will boost revenues for Gulf Cooperation Council's GCC countries. Crude oil prices are forecast to average $76.75 per barrel next year. Saudi Arabia's economy is projected to expand 4.4% in 2025, up from 1.3% this year. The Gulf Cooperation Council GCC economies will grow an average of 4.1% next year, up from 3.7% expected in July. The UAE is expected to lead the region with 4.9% growth, followed by Qatar at 2.7%, Bahrain at 2.8%, Kuwait at 2.5%, and Oman at 2.8%. Diversification efforts are paying off, with non-oil GDP growth expected to align with oil GDP growth in 2025. The UAE's large non-oil economy, particularly in tourism and financial services, positions it for sustained growth, and stable inflation rates ranging from 0.8% to 3% are expected to continue. The region's economic outlook is optimistic, driven by increased oil production and diversification efforts. And Tunisia's Interior Minister Imad Trabelsi met with Turkish Defense Minister Yasar Gula on Tuesday at the SOUQ Expo in Istanbul to discuss enhancing security cooperation between their two nations. The high-level meeting focused on improving joint efforts to address shared security threats and developing mechanisms for stronger collaboration. According to Tunisia's Ministry of Interior, the discussions emphasized the need for better coordination in tackling security challenges such as terrorism and organized crime. Both ministers also explored ways to deepen partnerships in the defense industry and technology sectors, aiming to boost military capabilities and improve overall regional security. The SOUQ Expo, a major international defense and aerospace fair, provided the platform for these talks, highlighting the growing importance of security partnerships between Turkey and Tunisia. And we'll bring you news from around the rest of the world after the short break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now to news from around the world. Global markets are experiencing cautious optimism ahead of the United States election, with Asian stocks inching higher. The dollar's strength, fueled by expectations of measured rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, has kept pressure on the yen and the euro. However, China and Hong Kong stocks gained on promises of government economic support. Experts predict shallow easing in the U.S. economy, supporting the dollar. In the Gulf Cooperation GCC Council region, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, is expected to lead with 4.9% growth in 2025, followed by Qatar at 2.7%, Bahrain at 2.8%, Kuwait at 2.5%, and Oman at 2.8%. Stable inflation rates ranging from 0.8% to 3% are expected in the Gulf Cooperation Council GCC region. Diversification efforts have positioned Qatar and the UAE for growth, with the United Arab Emirates non-oil economy driving tourism, financial services, and sustainability. Analysts anticipate the Gulf Cooperation Council GCC's economic growth will be driven by increased oil production and diversification efforts. The region's economic outlook remains optimistic, with experts focusing on opportunities for growth and development. The upcoming 2024 China Commodities Expo Nigeria, scheduled for November 5 to 8, 2024 in Lagos, is geared towards strengthening trade partnerships between China and Nigeria. The expo, organized by Brightway International Exhibition, with support from the Chinese government and Nigerian entities, will feature over 250 Chinese manufacturers and attract 5,000 Nigerian and regional buyers. This event builds on decades of strong bilateral trade between both nations, with China being Nigeria's top import source and the second largest African trading partner. According to the chief representative of Brightway, Muhiz Ujulari, the expo will provide a platform for enterprises to explore trade and investment opportunities, fostering job creation and economic growth. The event is expected to promote venture capital investment and collaboration, helping to enhance the China-Africa economic relationship, create jobs, and reduce poverty. Ujulari emphasized the expo's potential to facilitate business networking and support innovative ventures. As the U.S. presidential election approaches, Chinese exporters are preparing for potential disruptions to their supply chains, especially if Donald Trump wins. Many companies have already begun relocating portions of their production to countries such as Vietnam and India in response to previous tariff hikes, with Trump threatening to impose blanket tariffs as high as 60% on Chinese goods. Exporters are increasingly anxious about their market access in the USA. A significant number of businesses plan to accelerate their relocation strategies if Trump returns to office, while others express concerns about maintaining quality and costs associated with shifting production overseas. The looming tariff threat poses a survival challenge for many Chinese manufacturers who have seen profits dwindle amid deflationary pressures. Industry leaders warn that a 60% tariff could be unsustainable, pushing production costs higher and risking job losses within China. Although some companies are exploring alternatives in Southeast Asia to mitigate potential losses, the interconnectedness of the US and Chinese economies complicates the situation. Analysts predict that a second Trump term could significantly undermine China's growth, impacting not only trade relations but also the global economic order that has traditionally supported its manufacturing dominance. And that's all for now on the News Hour. Many thanks for watching. Until next time, I am David Chiedu. Up next is SOUQ Pulse at 4. Good afternoon.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing. And so there I was at home for the very first time doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the game HERS, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game HERS Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game HERS Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game HERS provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game HERS does. Video games has become the new media. I mean, when you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? I mean, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am going to stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Z's, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers on all socials and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app. And it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people, find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors and a big partner. Also, I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. There are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter, that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You are not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a very beautiful day here in the city of Lagos, Africa's best. And this is where you should be at this time of the day. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and on SOUQ Pulse we'll tell you, come, let's talk. SOUQ News, we are all about positivities. So come this way and detox. It doesn't matter what narrative has hit you all through the day. What news, good, bad, just get here and detox. And solutions you will seek and find, and businesses will move. Even if the businesses are not moving, at least we'll talk about it. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk and we tell you the same thing. So call up your friends, call up your neighbors, your business associates. If you can argue, good, but never stop talking. It doesn't matter what's happening in your nation. It doesn't matter what your business is doing. It doesn't matter the policies affecting or not affecting. We talk. So today we will go to something that most people have not woken up to, this particular fact. That in 2 months and about 7 days, something is going to drastically change the way you do business, the way you live, and the way you just move around your normal life. We'll bring that to the fore and we'll talk about it. The businesses that are going to be affected. And if it's really going to happen, we are not really sure. But has it been said? Yes. So you need to be part of this particular show. So call up your friends, call up your business associates, and those you go to shopping with, call them up. And for every beautiful lady out there, I think you need to listen to this, but this also affects you. This is SOUQ Pulse. Don't go anywhere. We're going on a very short break and we will start this particular program and discussion, and we will talk. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and here we say let's look for means to get more productive. We say Africa should join the race, Nigeria should join the race. So it doesn't matter your country, as long as you are on this side of the divide, we have to come to the market and bring product to the market. Not just bring product to the market, sell, go home and make more. That's the only way we can be productive. And prosperity will see us in the face and we'll go home with it. Now, let's have this at the back of our minds. The things that will make us less productive, we'll also talk about it. The things that will make us more productive, we'll talk about it. The policies that will affect this chain of productivity, we'll talk about it. And that's what we are going to today. Now, for those of you in Nigeria, Lagos to be precise, there has been this policy that will take effect from January 1st, 2025. And that is a policy that is going to have this drastic effect if it happens. Ban on single-use plastics. Now, for those that don't understand it, if you go to the shopping mall and when you're leaving, you go and pack what you bought in a polythene bag, those are single-use plastics. There's going to be a ban on it. For every beautiful lady out there and rain happens to fall and you need to cover your hair with those nylon or those particular shawl or those particular head covers you use that are disposable, you're not going to see it anymore. For those that also use those particular body covers that they are disposable, you're not going to see them anymore. For those that drink beverage from all of those companies, those big ones, the ones that advertise on daily, you're not going to see them anymore. For those that drink water, you call it table water, right? You're not going to see them anymore. And for every single one of us that depend on pure water because of one issue or the other, availability of potable water, you're not going to see them anymore. If this ban, as it's been said, take place by the 1st of January. So now I think it should now start making sense to every one of us that, okay, hold on. Now we're going to talk about this and say, okay, where is this leading us? But first, what are the economic implications? To talk and bring light to this particular discourse for today is no other but an environmentalist, someone that has taken it upon himself to make sure that communities not just get involved but also get heard and also are not displaced based on business, based on mining, based on whatever resources is being exploited in their place, based on even the environment himself that he is protecting, as long as the community is not suffering the negative effect of every one of this. This is the initiative he has stood for and is making sure he is heard and his initiative is propagated. We are talking about the Executive Director of Revlin Development Initiatives. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SOUQ Pulse once again, Mr. Philip Jakpo. Sir, welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, we had people talk about this, but now they were looking at it from the manufacturer's point of view. Two of the men that were on SOUQ Pulse to talk about this particular policy were looking at it, okay, we are manufacturers of this product. Now I need an environmentalist and someone who is community conscious, people conscious, to give us a perspective that is 100% different and looking at the economy of this particular ban. People will say, okay, it doesn't concern me, I am not making it. Are you sure? Let's talk. So let's start this way. Basics. This ban on single-use plastics, was it a hasty one?
Well, I don't want to believe this announcement is a hasty one. I think earlier this year, the Lagos State government had talked about the ban on styrofoam. I think sometime last year, the state government had also talked about the ban looming. But I think the only thing that was missing, which of course is responsible, is we didn't see the state government do manufacturers for the transition. So it's a good policy, but if you don't manage it well, it's going to have a backlash. Manufacturers say, oh, they were not given enough time.
Okay, we are not just looking at the manufacturers right now. Now, you believe that it is not a hasty one because that of styrofoam was said it was going to be banned last year. But as you know, and we on this other divide know, that as we speak now, we still see those particular plates, disposables, takeaway kind of things that we say has been banned. We still see it in the market. We still see it being used. It's still everywhere, still clogging our gutters and our waterways. This brings us to the next question. If we say this is going to happen, how are we going to deal with the implementation? Look of what we say is going to be banned.
Well, again, that brings us back to said earlier on. So it is not enough to announce the ban, put in place some measures to make people understand. Is very, very important. That education is key. The dangers of these single-use products in our environment. They are not biodegradable. And now we are hearing of people consuming what they call nanoplastics. You know, of course, you've mentioned our waterways, our gutters clogged, our canals clogged. But then we've had cases of dead fish. And when they were dissected, we see particles, plastics. So they may have been killed by the plastics they consumed. So if the fish consume plastic, it will mean some of these plastics are also finding their way into our system. So it is bad enough. But has the state government done enough? I will say no. Because you hardly hear of the news, except when you have an announcement like this. The news should not be just a one-off. We should start hearing it in the schools. Organizations like National Orientation Agency should be partnered with so that they translate this into local language. People will embrace the policy when they understand it. There's something about proximity. When you know that that thing you are doing or that thing in your environment also affects you, you tend to embrace initiatives that will protect you. But that's the area the state government is failing, because yes, you are right. Look at the whole environment, look at our canals, look at the gutters clogged with plastics everywhere, single-use plastics. And the sanctions that we will have expected to be there is not there. And then you go to the eateries, you know, the shopping malls. The nylons are still, the polyethylene, they are still there. By now, we should have seen models of what they can start using. I was in Ghana some 3 or 4 years ago, and I was surprised that most of the shopping malls, what they give you, even the eateries, is paper bags, which can degrade once it touches water or any moisture. So we are, and Rwanda in Central Africa has done a lot in this regard. Rwanda is one of the cleanest countries in Africa. And why? They have done away with plastics. They have done away with these single-use plastics and styrofoam. And not only have they removed it from their system, there are sanctions when you come to the airport, for instance, or some public places with, these single-use plastics. There are sanctions. So for those who are manufacturing those kind of products, there are sanctions. For those using them, there are sanctions. For those who are manufacturing products that safeguard the environment, there are incentives. So incentives.
Before we get to sanctions, incentives, who takes Naira, Kobo percentage and all that, let's go back to that implementation. You've talked about information, how involved and how informed is the populace. You've talked about an alternative. We'll also get there. If the state decides, okay, good, January 1st, we are going to implement this, how is it going to work? Because are they going to look at the manufacturers? Are they going to look at those end users? Are they going to look at mid-chain users? How is it going to work? Because we all are involved.
As I speak with you in the studio, if I bend over and lift my hand, I have a bottled water. It's on the table right now. So how is the implementation going to work?
Personally, I believe the implementation is going to be very, very clumsy. Clumsy in the sense that already you have, the tabled water manufacturers that we're talking about. I think some days ago, they said they have about 10,000 employees nationwide, 2,000 of which are in Lagos alone. And that this transition is going to affect them because there are no incentives on ground, there are no plans on ground. And that's why I believe the implementation is going to be very, very clumsy. I still believe we should have a time frame. It could be now generate a lot of attention on the issue. Let's do a 1-year thing. And the issue should be sustained. It's not once in a while we hear this and then only 1 or 2 months to when the ban is supposed to take effect, then you come out, and it should be sustained. There should be sustained engagement of the organizations, the networks, the groups like the tabled and the water people, the sachet water people, engagement with them so that they are you start pointing alternatives to them. Now, the ban on single-use plastics is going
Talking
to...
about alternatives, you said something about Ghana, and you said something about the paper bags. Having sources of biodegradable paper bags.
Yes.
Right now, that is not popular in Nigeria. The people that use paper the most, although they still drop it into some polythene bags, are maybe the people that sell roasted meat, suya. That paper has always been there for them. You might even be shocked you see your academic result as a suya paper. Now, let's leave that. Is it possible to see paper as a substitute for a country this large? And where are we going to start manufacturing that paper from, knowing fully well where paper itself is coming from?
Paper,
Trees,
of course, is
plants.
coming from pork. Yes,
We have
trees,
that.
pork.
Is it not going to cost us more importation too?
Now, I think this is where this is an investment opportunity also, because I know that's one of the things we should also be looking at. So the pulp industry, from where we get these papers, the industry itself has been dwindling, suffering, and that's why you have the newspapers very, very expensive because, that industry has been neglected. Now is the opportunity for investors to go into that sector because that sector is going to be very, very productive because it is an alternative and it is a safe and more affordable alternative. Now, this again is where the state government, it's not something that should be restricted to Lagos State government alone. It should be a holistic thing. Lagos State government has taken a lead. So if the Lagos State government is driving this initiative, if at the federal level, the importation of pulp and all those things are not affordable, it's going to affect the policy here in Lagos State. And that's why I repeat that it's going to be a very, very clumsy implementation. We should have a national ban on single-use plastics. We should have a national ban on styrofoam so that the policies that are going to be implemented are going to be holistic because Lagos is just a state out of 36. Now, this is where, again, like I said, the policies have to be made to make that industry, lucrative so that we have this transition. And like I said earlier, this policy is going to have effect even on other policies. Because when we are saying we shouldn't buy sachet water, which litters the environment, it also means that we will now have to also start piling pressure on the state government to ensure that we have taps everywhere so that when you are going there with your water bottle, you have water readily that you can fetch into your water bottle and you move around with it. So it is not enough to just say you want to do away with sachet water, do away with bottled water, and we don't have adequate water. You are going to create more problems. So it's a policy that is going to affect.
Why we look at that particular problem that is going to crop up if water in sachet is banned? Now let's first go through the manufacturers of this single-use plastics. also manufacturers or makers of sachet water, makers of bottled water like this, makers of also those beverages. We've tried our best to take out the labels. Now we know 99% of these beverages come in single-use plastics. How are they going to diversify their investment?
So again, we come back to the same subject. That's why I said it's going to be very, very clumsy. The time frame is simply too short. The attention of government, the attention span of government is also very, very short. So it is not just enough to make pronouncements and create confusion. Now is the time to look at how, because when we're talking about investment, we're talking about machines. These companies are multi-billion-dollar companies that are producing plastics. How are they going to switch overnight? It's not going to be possible. So I want to anticipate that the January takeoff date for ban, maybe sachet water, but that or the bottled water, the table water, there's likelihood that it's going to be extended further. So you are also going to see this discrepancy again for those who can afford the table water, which is very, very...
Please hold on to that thought. Why is it that when there has to be a change or somebody takes the knock, is the man that is down the ladder that takes the knock more? If we say, okay, maybe it's sachet water, okay, good, then the port takes the knock. Are we going to have pipe-borne waters, portable water in different locations in 2 months, 1 week? If we say, let's start with sachet water, because if you
and I know that,
look around Lagos, the highest selling product is sachet water, because that is one of the major means people get portable water to drink, to live. In some areas, they even use it to bath because the water they have there is not good enough for them in some areas. But now, how do we combat water not being in sachet? Let's talk, every one of us. The rich can take care of themselves.
Well, the starting point is this. For some of us who grew up here in Lagos, I was born in Lagos here. I schooled in Obalende, near the Dodam Barracks, when that was the federal capital territory. Primary 1, 2, 3, on my way with my friends from school, we always look forward to where we'll see the taps, and they are not usually very, very far. Every street had a tap. The implication is that those who don't have pipe-borne water to their homes, they can take their buckets, go down the street and fetch water. My late elder sister, when she comes from school, around 4, 5 p.m., she takes bucket and the water is drinkable, pure, no colors, no odor. That was, I'm talking about 1981, 82, 83. Here we are in 2024, virtually no public water is working. So, and that's why I said what I said, that this policy has implication on other policies. And it gives room for advocacy, because now we must start demanding that we have taps on every street, so that when you say we shouldn't patronize table water, we shouldn't patronize sachet water, we have ready alternative. In fact, not the alternative, the solution, which is that every street or every part of Lagos has adequate, safe, and affordable water. So it's a policy that has implications on other policies. But will that be possible between now and January? That is where the issue is. So it's going to be a clumsy implementation.
May or may not be possible between now and January. I'll still repeat it again. We have November, we have December, and this is 23rd, which means 7 more days, 2 months and 7 days. Let's still focus more on the economic issues. Small businesses, both the person making this particular table water, the people that make these are no more small businesses anymore, but it's still going to hit them. And the person making that sachet water, or the person making those polythene bags that you have to use when you go to the malls or go to the shop and you buy, or the person in the middle selling or reselling or being the third person selling, were they actually considered when these policies were made? How are they going to live their lives moving forward if this eventually comes to play?
In this policy and the planned implementation, except we hear something else tomorrow, we see again policies that are either ill-conceived or faultily implemented. Because these people you have mentioned, who are smallholders, trying to hack a living, any little thing from what they sell every day, are now ones who are going to be at the brunt, face the real implications of this policy, because I'm sure they are the ones that the state government will go after. The state government is not likely to go after the big bottling companies that are producing what you have on your table. Those people are going to be pampered. Those people are going to ask for incentives, and they are going to be given time. But those people selling the sachet water on the streets, who constitute the majority, will not be given that room. So it is something that gives us the responsibility as civil society and as stakeholders in this state to start, clamoring for the right thing to be done. And for me, I still believe we still need to give people more time, and not just giving people time, we must see the state government putting in place, initiatives that will aid that transition. When we always talk of transition, we always add a just transition. It is just when it addresses the concerns of everybody, concerns of workers, concerns of manufacturers, and that's what makes it just. If not, it's going to be an unjust policy when the common man is going to be chased around, arrested, his business is going to crumble, but those big players are going to even be incentivized, given more time. So let it be a blanket thing. Let the education continue. People will embrace a policy when they understand it and when they see how it concerns them. People will embrace a policy when they see that the government is serious.
Okay, that's a very good landing point. People embrace a policy when they understand it and see how it concerns and affects them. Okay, now there are two major pillars on which this policy, to me and to my understanding, is hinged: health-wise and also pollution-wise, the environment. Okay, this begs me to ask you, as an environmentalist, do you think manufacturers, as in the real manufacturers of this plastic, before it gets to the second user or the third person I have to retail, do you think they should take some responsibility for cleaning up the products coming out of their machines?
100%. 100%. In fact, in other parts of the world, in developed parts of the world, they take a responsibility for, for the kind of pollution we have in the environment. But let's not forget also that in those cities, I've been to Finland, where the manufacturers work with the government to ensure that every home has a bin for plastics, another one for bottles, another for papers, pulp, things that can biodegrade. And they haven't paid for returning them. So you see, it's a mix of policies. So I stayed with someone, and I noticed that where the refuse bin, you have about 4 different kinds of refuse bins. You don't throw just anything into any. So when you're having a bottle, this one is written on the body bottles. So the recycling of those things take place. So they don't throw it into the environment. There are companies that come to pick those things every week, and then you are paid for ensuring that it gets to them. So it doesn't go into the environment. The companies take it back, and, they reuse it. So is that something we can learn from? I think we can learn from that. So that's why I said earlier on that even though we are talking of sanctions, sanctions, incentives, education. You have to bring all these things together. So the sanctions will go more to those companies if their products are in the environment. So that means they have to do more in educating consumers that, look, don't throw this thing away. We are going to even provide a plastic, a dustbin where you can dump this product, and we're going to pay you. So imagine if you tell Nigerians, for instance, that for every sachet water that you drink, which is sold now for, I think, 20 naira, for every sachet water that you drink and you properly dispose it, maybe in a particular bin, if it gets to a threshold, you are going to get maybe 200 naira, 300 naira. You will see people struggling to pack those things. If you do the same thing for table water, you see that. So you will have created another chain of employment, because we are going to have people who are going to be going around collecting those things because of what they are going to get. So you are not going to see those plastics anymore in the garbage or in the canals, because people are going to be making money from it. So the government has to be creative in pushing policies through. If you do this, I assure you, all of us will be involved in ensuring that the plastics will keep them, so that at the end of the week we get something from it. So it's an opportunity.
Why we look forward to getting something from it if this advice of yours is heeded? Now let's go back to the manufacturers. Let's go back to those within the chain of getting this product to the market. For those other manufacturers that will use it to package their content and we that will get to buy. If this policy hits the ground running, like hits the ground running the way it ran the first time we saw it, do you foresee jobs going?
Oh, of course. Because these companies have not been prepared to transit, they will have no option other than to lay off workers. Already, like I said, the table water producers are saying the 2,000 workers that they are employing in Lagos, they stand to lose their jobs when this policy kicks off, because they don't have a ready answer to the ban. So if they are not manufacturing, how will they pay their workers? So it shows that something is wrong somewhere. So the state government must talk with these people and work with these people to come up with alternatives that are environmentally friendly and that will save jobs. And that's why we call it the just transition. But if it's a transition that will throw those people out of their jobs unexpectedly, like we anticipate, where if this goes as planned, then it is not a just transition. It is just cadogry, which is something that we know happens in Nigeria. Somebody just wakes up today and says, oh, this policy, you're going to do this, and you affect people. Another one comes and changes it. So that's it. But if we have a rolling plan, so in the next 2-3 years, we're going to face it out. First year, this is what we're going to achieve. You sensitize people, you involve people, you talk to people, you incentivize people. Then in another year, this is what we're going to achieve. People will key into those policies.
Thank you very much. Now, for those that are just joining in, this is SOUQ Pulse, that you know already. This is SOUQ News. It has registered from the beginning. And here we talk. We have Mr. Philip Jakpo. He is an environmentalist and the ED, Executive Director of Revlin Development Initiatives. And we've been looking at single-use plastics ban in Lagos. We're looking at the economic implications. And for those that are wondering, yes, it's going to affect you. Whether you are making it or selling it or buy it, it's going to affect you. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll take this through another perspective. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at single-use plastics ban in Lagos. That's supposed to take effect from 1st of January 2025. And we're looking at the economic impact. How is it going to hit? Who is going to take the hit? And who are those that we should be looking at, talking to, or really telling, hey, talk to us? We have Mr. Philip Jackmo, who happens to be the Executive Director of Renewable Development Initiative, and he's been throwing more light, shedding more light, giving us an understanding and a different perspective to all this. Now we are going to take it from a different perspective and look at the issues on the ground. Mr. Philip, with the current economic climate, do you think this is coming at the right time?
Well, I think that's a very good question. The answer is also a question. When can we say will be the right time? Already, plastic use is taking its toll on us. We are the ones complaining about flooding, water not finding its level. We are the ones complaining about different kind of ailments that we may be able to trace to the sustained use of, single-use plastics. We are also complaining about the impact of climate change. Don't forget, these single-use plastics come from the fossil fuel industry. So the same industry that is responsible for climate change is the industry manufacturing this product. And in the process, we are also worsening the climate crisis. So is it when it gets too bad that we then talk about doing something? So I don't think any time can be the best or the worst time to do this. If we have to do it, we have to do it. And I think it's important. That's the way the world is going. But then we have to get it right. And getting it right, we'll have to do with government intervention. That intervention is to make the transition as seamless as possible for all categories of people involved, the smallholders, the ordinary people out there, those who make a living from, styrofoam and the single-use plastics, and of course the industries that employ people. So government has to put on its thinking cap and do the right thing, the right way, and at the right time. But back to the question,
doing the right thing, the right way, and the right time. I want to ask
Yes.
you this because you are well experienced in this. How can we localize our own climate policies? Not just taking hook, line, and sinker what is formulated outside Africa. And when we get to those conferences, those papers are just dropped and we sign. How can we localize it so that it becomes something that is ours, something that is, as it affects us?
Well, on the issue of plastics, I think globally that plastics are dangerous because they don't degrade. And then, of course, we've seen, like I said, all what is happening. You fish. Well, there are many cases you see fish catch. There's plastic. There are many cases, especially in Lagos and parts of the Niger Delta, where you just wake up and hear that there's one whale that has been found dead on the shorelines. And then people dig into those things, start cutting, and then midway they seize plastics and consume plastics. Those things may have killed them. So this is not rocket science. This is not coming from outside. It is with us. And since ours is a country that depends on fossil fuel, for our revenue earnings, we have a problem in our hands. This is not just what we have gone to sign or what we should sign. The reality is with us here. The reality in the environment that is polluted and we're not doing anything about it. The reality in the fact that, our lives have become so plasticized. Everything, you go to the eatery, it's plastic. You go to the shopping mall, everywhere. So it has become a mess and something has to give. So localizing it, of course, has to do with a lot of education. Again, we don't need to use all those technical jargons to explain it to our people. If you can avoid using, those single-use plastics, you want to go to, it may even get to a point you are going to the eatery, you want to buy rice, you want to buy anything, you take your plate there. If that is what it will take to save our environment, then we have to do it. But it takes a lot of education. And that education can only come from people who understand the issues and who are determined to bring about a positive change, not people who are looking at it from the point of view of seeing that they are working. And then another government takes over and then they start afresh. It has to be something consistent. So this is a timely initiative, but the government must get it right.
While the government is getting it right, let's also ask this. A lot of people have questions that they find difficult to ask. But you see that gossip and mumbling happen all around. This kind of policy that has come out, do you think or see or have any inkling that is tied to any form of climate change funding?
Well, I don't know about the climate change funding, but I know that there's a global plastics treaty that we are supposed to be signatories to. So it's a global thing. So there's no escape for us. We just have to be part of it. Is this one good? I think it's a good initiative because we have seen the state of our environment. So the reasons why the Lagos State government is doing it, we don't know. We might be told something, but there's something else behind it. But then, as an environmentalist and one who has seen and understands the implications of single-use plastics in our environment, in our food chain, in our waterways, in the fish we eat, our rivers, our seas are going to be clogged with more plastics than fish in the next 20, 30 years if we continue like this. So something just has to happen. And I think it must start with a ban on single-use plastics, but then government must do that with some form of serious engagement with people that is going to affect, and then open pathways through which those people can transit or do other things that are meaningful and safe for our environment and our people.
Open pathways where people can transit. That brings us to the manufacturers, the real manufacturers, both those taking from the petrochemical industries and making this, and the petrochemical industry themselves that are also producing the raw materials. So who should be sitting on the table now with government to talk about this? Is it just government sit on their own and issue the ban, or everyone should come together and find a solution?
I think government should involve civil society, community, grassroots people, traditional rulers. It should be comprehensive. If that had been in place before now, if that's what the government had been doing, maybe we will not have had this uproar that we're having. It's to seem the government will just wake up one morning and say something. But if, for instance, in every community, the traditional ruler or traditional leaders or the councillors are the ones sensitizing their people, telling them the benefits of this and showing them pathways that can make them transit without feeling the pinch so much, I think we will not have this uproar. So it's a collective. It's not just the responsibility of the state. If the state cannot do it alone, if the state decide to do it alone, if they are going to run into problems. And if they are determined to go ahead with the January deadline, I think it's going to be problematic, and ultimately the policy will fail. So you have to get it right and look at how other places, how they did it. Learn from Rwanda. How did the Rwandan government do it? At Rwanda today, Nigerians are saying, oh, you see a Nigerian travel to Rwanda and he's shooting videos. That's the same country where we had the Hutus and Tutsis kill themselves. The country was in tatters. What has happened? And in the area of plastics ban, they lead in Africa. How did they do it? So we should go and learn from those kind of countries. And that's why I said what I've said. I said earlier, you know, there are sanctions. There are also incentives. It's just the determination of government to do the right thing, not just a focus on revenue, but yes, revenue, but also the well-being of the people for which the policies are being made. Those are the things.
Okay, now let's talk. We are concluding right now. Let's talk dollars, pounds, naira, and kobo. When it comes to doing away with this sachet water and the likes, every single plastic that we use, those the ladies used to. Where should we start investing? Should we be investing in research? Should we be investing in alternatives? Should we be investing in looking for what to convert this to? Where should the monies and the investment start coming into, and who should be providing that money? Both local businesses, government, and wherever the funding is coming from.
Well, I think all the change you have mentioned, there are opportunities. In research, yes, very, very important. What that we want to experiment. In recycling, there are opportunities that are open. Which companies are there? How do they get these products back so that they end up recycling them into something more meaningful? In waste collection, there's opportunity. So there's opportunity in all the change. For those who want to start manufacturing plastic paper bags, there's opportunity. So this is where the Bank of Industry and these microfinance banks, this is where they too must be able to come in and see how they can help people with viable plans. And it's a viable industry, because that is the way that's the direction we must go. Even if not now, it's going to be later. We must go in that direction. So they should start that reorientation that this is the future. So this is where to put money. So if 1, 2, or 3 companies are able to break even and they are doing something, you see, and that's the Nigerian thing. Before you know it, everybody will pour into that sector to cash in on it. So people should start thinking now on that future, which is already before us. And the future is not plastic. The future is not single-use plastic. The future is not styrofoam. The future is renewable, that is safe, that is affordable, and built on a just transition. That's the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Philip. It's always a delight having you on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
And when we call you, you will answer us.
We will. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Now, for everyone out there, Lagos is a metropolitan city. Lagos is way more populated than a lot of African countries. way more populated than some other Asian and European countries. Now, for those that know Lagos very well, there is absolutely nearly next to nothing you can't get when you are in traffic, when you are in a traffic. That's what we call it around here. So these are the major culprits in those traffic. Sometimes you even get full prepared meal in a plastic container. So that is going to go if this ban takes place. Some of the shoes you wear, some of the things you use for coverage, some of the things you use for beautification will go. Some of your packaging for products you buy in the market will go. So how do you transit? Now this concerns every one of us, not just those that are manufacturing, not just those that are selling, but every one of us. And this education we have to pass on and take it serious. Because if our health matter, if our environment matter, then our business should matter. And if we are trying to take care of human needs, then that is a business opportunity. So how do we all come together and find solutions to this? This is where we need to talk. The policy has been set. Implementation is, we are looking if it's how it's going to work. Is it going to be an issue? We will see. But we all need to keep talking and we all need to find solutions to this. We must live healthy and have a good environment. And business should strive. So we talk and we don't stop talking. It's my responsibility, it's yours. And this is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. Remember, take care of yourself and love your neighbor as your friend. And as yourself too. My name is SOUQ, John Roger SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening. Bye.